Upstream Proficiency by Virginia Evans and Jenny Dooley. Copyright Express Publishing.
Επιμέλεια Γιώργος Πιτροπογιαννάκης.
Unit 1. Getting the message across. Exercise 4B. Page 7. 1.
Hit by a catastrophic earthquake on Tuesday. The global web appeal, launched yesterday, has attracted the attention of those members of the global surfing community with a good deal of public spiritedness. In less than 3 hours of being aired, the appeal had clocked up over 250,000 visitors, donating an average of £4 each. By this morning, the grand total had more than quadrupled to top the 4 million mark, and organisers were hopeful that by this evening...
2.
The Commercial Association Watchdog Group has issued a damning report on customer welfare performance in Internet financial transactions. During a honeymoon period following the inception of the idea some years ago, customers flocked to the e-banks in their thousands to reap the rewards offered in the form of above-average interest rates and 24-hour instant access. What they didn't bargain on was the fact that transactions conducted online are subject to network failures, computer crashes, and, most importantly, hackers. The report cites dozens of instances where people have lost...
3.
On behalf of the Scottish Miners Association. Barrow-in-Furness inshore rescue volunteers were called upon to aid 2 fishermen who were stranded 10 miles from the Cumbrian coast. What was unusual about this particular incident was the fact that the distress call did not come as a satellite-transmitted voice message, but in the form of Morse code. Fishermen, John McGregor and Harry Malloy of Oxenholme, Cumbria, were surprised by a thunderstorm which severely damaged their navigational system and their on-board communications electronic transmitter. A Morse radio, which hadn't been used in 40 years and was kept primarily as a dashboard ornament, came in extra handy in their desperate situation. Inshore rescue boats located the distressed vessel just before 4 in the afternoon.
4.
Overwhelming majority came out in favour of Bell's invention. The poll, carried out on behalf of the mobile phone industry, found that 3 out of 4 people would prefer to communicate by word of mouth than to sit down at a keyboard and read and write their messages in the cold, lifeless environment of cyberspace. Of those who expressed their preference for phones over emails, by far the most common reason cited was that email lacked the personal element that only speech could provide. There are, of course, other factors that play a role.
Exercise 22A. Page 13. Call 1.
Julie Brown speaking.
Hello, Julie. Paul here.
Oh, hi, Paul.
Sorry I couldn't talk earlier. Ian was here with some new figures.
Oh, that's okay.
So, what can I do for you?
Well, it's about the...
Call 2. Hello, Kay, it's Bob.
Hi again.
Listen, about this afternoon. I'm afraid I can't make it.
Oh, that's a pity.
Yeah, it turns out I can't leave work early after all. But look, can we arrange it for tomorrow?
Sure. Same time and place?
Call 3.
Lowell and Vermont.
Good morning, Helen. Terry here.
Oh, hi, Terry.
Is John in yet?
I'm afraid he isn't, but he should be coming in any minute now. You want to try him again in 10 minutes?
Actually, I'm going into a meeting, so...
Oh, can I take a message then?
Yes, please. Could you tell him that Terry called from Paris and the discount we wanted has been arranged?
OK, sure. I'll pass that on for you.
Thanks, Helen.
Call 4.
Hi, Barry, it's Tom. Listen, something's come up and Tanya can't make it tomorrow. Fred is coming, though, so we can still have the discussion. The other option is to move the meeting to Friday so that we can all be there. Give me a ring when you get a chance so that I know what you want to do. It's 2:30 now. I'll be at work for another couple of hours, and after that you can reach me on my mobile. Cheers!
Call 5.
Good afternoon, Claire de Lune. How may I help you?
Oh, yes. Good afternoon. I'm phoning on behalf of Maria Clarkson of Clarkson Enterprises, and I would like to inquire whether you have a table available for a party of 5 for this evening.
What time would Miss Clarkson and her party be joining us?
8:30 would be fine.
If you could just hold for 1 minute while I check reservations, and I'll be with you in a moment.
Oh, certainly.
Yes, it appears there has been a cancellation, and our finest table will be available for 8:30 this evening.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Exercise 25B. Page 14.
Well, what did you think?
Well, two very different candidates, really, weren't they?
Yes. I mean, no problem with either's academic record.
No, very good degrees, both of them.
So, what did you think?
Well, I was more impressed by Michelle, to tell you the truth. Weren't you?
Really? That's interesting.
Did you think that Alison...
Well, Alison is obviously a quieter person, if that's what you mean.
She is quieter, yes, but she's obviously less confident too. I mean, it's little things, like her handshake.
What about it?
Well, you know, really limp and hesitant. And then she kept picking at her ring all the time. She was extremely nervous.
Well...
And she couldn't look either of us in the eye. I don't know. Great CV, great qualifications, but total lack of confidence. Michelle looked more the part, in my view. Nice pinstripe suit.
Well, yes, she was more appropriately dressed.
And not just the clothes, good posture. Alert and interested. Seemed to be taking everything in.
I just don't feel that rejecting a candidate simply because they're a bit nervous is the fair thing. That's all I'm...
Well, how do we choose, then, given that their qualifications are almost identical?
Well... Alison is a more experienced computer programmer.
Is she? Well, let's have a look. Oh, come on, Harry.
Well, she is more experienced.
By 3 months, Alison started work as a programmer in October 97 and Michelle in January 98. Not much of a difference.
Well, yes, but there is a difference.
Not enough of a difference. And anyway, did you see the way she kept looking away when we were talking to her? It almost makes me feel that she was, I don't know, being deceptive or something.
Well, maybe she was a bit intimidated by the whole setup. Quiet people are usually quite brilliant, you know.
Well, as I said, what else have we got to base our decision on?
OK, look, can we discuss this again after lunch?
Need some time to think?
I think so.
OK.
Exercise 27A. Page 14.
Few people are aware of what is referred to in psychology circles as impression management, the science of reacting in the right way to someone's body language. And even fewer people realize how extremely useful recognizing and exploiting body language can be. To enlighten us, we have with us today behavioral psychologist Sidney Parr. Mr. Parr, thanks for coming.
My pleasure, Pete. If I could just comment on something you just said. You were correct in saying that it is a rare individual indeed who is aware that he is making an impression before he has even opened his mouth. The reason for this oversight is that most people tend to think of communication as verbal language only.
So you're saying that we communicate in other ways as well?
Exactly. I'm talking about body language. Body language, the way one stands, sits and moves, speaks non-verbal volumes about a person. To begin, let's take posture. Now, a person who is adopting what we call an open posture stands fully facing his audience. His arms hang loosely at his sides, and the palms of his hands are clearly visible. Both feet are planted firmly on the ground, and he holds himself erect. An individual who maintains this body posturing is sending out positive signals. He is silently indicating that he is open to what the other party is saying. He is relaxed about and interested in the other person.
Oh, you've got me thinking about my last few conversations. What does it mean if a person seems kind of, closed in on himself?
You're talking about a closed posture. A person with a closed posture stands with his arms folded, or even wrapped about his torso. His hands are hidden from view and he is partially turned away from his audience. If he is sitting, his legs are crossed. Perhaps he is slightly hunched over. Bad impression management. This type of stance signals, I don't want to be here, and that they are on the defensive. They feel uncomfortable, and they are expecting some sort of attack, most likely verbal. Not particularly conducive for making a good first impression, right?
Too right. So, does the actual conversation mean anything, or does your body language do all the talking?
Well, let's go one step further and see what body language shows about an ongoing conversation. You've just said something. Your listener is leaning forward and looking directly at you. Good time for you to ask for a favor or a date. Why, you might ask? Well, because this person is open to what you just said. They are actively listening to you and they are readying themselves to respond in a positive manner.
What if they aren't particularly impressed with you?
Let's put it this way. You'll know when it's not the right time to ask for that loan or raise if the person you're engaged in conversation with appears to be leaning away from you, or is staring at some imaginary spot on the ceiling. This person is not accepting or even listening to what you have to say. At times like this, it's best for you to either be quiet for a moment, step back a bit, or politely end the conversation and leave.
I think you'd have to be pretty insensitive if you missed getting that message.
I know all this must seem perfectly obvious, but surprisingly it isn't. At least that's what we have found when doing research under test conditions. People are not reading other people's unspoken messages, and they are not exploiting their own body language to communicate productively.
Exercise 28B. Page 15.
Now, most of us have heard of Esperanto and know that it is a planned language that was intended to be used between people from differing language backgrounds. Speaking for myself, that is really all I know about it. Here to shed some more light on the subject is Stan Riggs, a leading expert on Esperanto. Stan, Why don't you begin by telling us who was behind this fascinating linguistic phenomenon?
That sounds like as good a place to start as any. Well, Esperanto was developed over a 2-year period sometime between 1877 and 1885 by a Polish doctor called L.L. Zamenhof. Now, Zamenhof grew up in a multilingual society, and he was convinced that a common language would be necessary to put an end to many of the problems that lead to international rivalry and conflict. He rejected the major languages of his day because they were difficult to learn and would give their native speakers an advantage over non-native speakers. He also rejected the 2 dead languages he was familiar with, Latin and Greek, because they were even more complicated and unwieldy than the major modern languages. Amazingly, he began work on his planned language when he was only a junior in high school, but he eventually published the first textbook on Esperanto in 1887, when he was newly married and just starting out as a doctor.
Obviously a very bright lad. Do we know where the actual name Esperanto came from?
Indeed we do. The word, which in Esperanto means a person who is hoping, was adopted as a pseudonym by Zamenhof for his first book. It was gradually adopted in popular parlance as being the name of the language itself.
Very apt. Aside from Esperanto, are there any other so-called constructed languages?
Believe it or not, there are at least 1,000 of them. The most successful of these is probably Bahasa Indonesian, which was developed by a Dutch linguist in the 1920s and is still spoken today by around 80 million people in the Republic of Indonesia. 2 of the better-known constructed languages in this country are J.R. Tolkien's Elvish tongues from The Lord of the Rings and Klingon, used as background material in the more recent Star Trek movies and the television series Star Trek The Next Generation. But of the various planned languages which have been developed over the years for international use, the best known would have to be Esperanto.
In your opinion, is Esperanto superior to other planned languages or other languages in general?
Well, linguistically speaking, Esperanto is neither superior nor inferior to any unplanned language. Whether it's superior or inferior to other planned languages is open to debate. Speaking from personal experience, for an English speaker, Esperanto is perhaps 5 times as easy to learn as Spanish, 10 times as easy as Russian, and considerably easier than Chinese.
If it's that easy to learn, maybe I'll start taking lessons.
You should give it a try.
We're going to take a short break now, and afterwards there will be...
Exercise 29D, page 15.
Now I'd like you to talk about something together. Here are some pictures on the theme of communication. First of all, please look at pictures A and D and talk together about how the people in the pictures might feel and what might have made them feel this way. I'd like you to talk for about a minute on this, so if I stop you, please don't worry.
Shall we start with picture A? They look really amused, don't they?
Yes, they do. I wonder what made them laugh so much.
It's difficult to say for sure, but it looks as though someone else, I mean a third person that we can't see in the picture, may have just told them a really good joke, and these 2 people are reacting to it.
Oh, yes, that's a possibility. Or else they might be a married couple, mightn't they? I can't be positive, but they might have young children, and you know how young children sometimes come out with strange things. Well, one of their children might have just said something really hilarious, and that might have just set them off laughing. Anyway, let's move on to picture D now. Ah, aren't they sweet?
Yes, aren't they? And they obviously feel at ease and happy and warm and affectionate towards each other. Look at the way the little boy's cuddling the girl.
I can't say for certain, but I think they're just posing. For the picture, I mean. What do you think?
Well, it's hard to tell from the picture, but they could be. Yes, their dad might be taking a photo of them. That's assuming they're brother and sister, of course. And he might have asked them to cuddle each other like this just for the photo.
Thank you. Now I'd like you to look at all the pictures. Imagine that they come from a photographic exhibition entitled Talk is Good for the Soul. Together, decide on the two pictures which best exemplify the importance of being able to talk to loved ones. Then, suggest two other photographs which you would like to have seen at the exhibition. Please talk about this for about 3 minutes.
Talk is good for the soul. Well, I'm sure everyone would agree, on the whole, that talking is beneficial to us in all kinds of situations.
Oh, yes, and especially to loved ones, to family and close friends. Now let's look at these pictures.
Right. Well, all the pictures are interesting, but the first one gives a stronger idea of communication. So, shall we start with that one? In a way, this is the most obviously relevant picture as far as I can see, because this couple definitely illustrate the benefits of talking. I mean, look at them. They're relaxed, they're laughing, they seem to have a kind of mutual understanding.
Yes, and especially when you think of the difficulties that do so often arise between married couples, which, if not discussed, can really poison a relationship. Whereas somehow talking about things, and even better, laughing about things together, as this couple are doing, allows feelings to come out into the open, and so you can clear the air and sort things out.
Yes, and so they've got very healthy souls.
Exactly. Now let's think about the second picture. Personally, I failed to see the point of picture B, at least in the context of this particular exhibition. I mean, there's no talking in it. This woman is completely alone in a rather bare and unfriendly-looking office. But perhaps its purpose is to show some kind of contrast, to show the isolation that comes from being on your own without anyone to talk to.
And the interesting thing is that this woman looks as if she's quite successful at work, but she's got a rather uncertain, nervous expression. And that could be showing us, for example, how professional success is all very well, but without friends and family to talk to, you can never be happy.
Yes. And in a way, picture C is quite similar, because although it shows a family situation, a mother and her daughter, there isn't actually any talking going on between them. I mean, the mother is talking to someone on the phone, but not to her child, and that's clearly why the child is so bored and impatient, waiting for her mum to pay her some attention.
True, but in my opinion, this picture doesn't show the negative effects of a lack of communication quite as clearly as picture B.
Well, shall we go on to the last picture now? And more little children. Of course, we talked about this picture before, didn't we? And I suppose it's another illustration of good, healthy communication with loved ones, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose so, but it's perhaps not as relevant as the first one. You can't actually see any evidence of these children talking to each other. For young kids, playing together tends to be more important than discussing things.
That's true. So, I think we've agreed, haven't we, that of all the pictures, picture A is by far the best to show the beneficial side of talking to people we love.
Yes, and as far as I'm concerned, picture B is the other one that exemplifies really well the negative effects of a lack of communication.
Yes, I agree with that. So we've chosen pictures A and B. Now, what about 2 more pictures to add to the exhibition?
Perhaps if there were also a picture showing a group, maybe a family group with the parents, children of different ages, and maybe even the grandparents too. And they would be in the garden having a barbecue party, and there'd be lots of different conversations going on, and they'd all be smiling and laughing and generally having a good time. And that would be a good example of talking to people within the family, showing what a joyful and relaxed atmosphere can be created by good communication.
And I'd like to see a picture that shows how talking can help us to solve problems. For example, a picture showing a teenage girl, perhaps, looking rather worried about something and confiding in her mother, who would have a fairly serious but sympathetic expression and look as if she was giving helpful advice. That would illustrate the importance of talking to loved ones in times of trouble, and so visitors to the exhibition would understand that talking isn't just about laughing and joking and having fun, but is also useful in more serious contexts.
Unit 2. The happiest days of your life? Exercise 4. Page 27. Mark.
The college I went to was a big place, smack bang in the middle of Birmingham. I had this one teacher, Mr. Alistair Wood, whom I worshipped. The subject he taught was considered to be sort of marginal, if you know what I mean, technical drawing. But this man was really captivating. It wouldn't have mattered what the subject was, because apart from teaching us technical drawing, he was teaching us to learn from every experience in life. It has been said that education enables one to earn more than an educator, but, to tell you the truth, having been inspired by that teacher all those years ago has given me a lot more than earning power. It's empowered me to be able to really understand what goes on around me day after day.
Jim.
I really shouldn't moan. I've had a great time playing football. I went to places, met people. Most of all, I did what I loved doing for over 20 years. But I left school with a handful of O-levels, and then one day I woke up and I wasn't playing football anymore. Thankfully, I was earning, since the club kept me on as a youth team coach. But I didn't feel right. I didn't feel in a position to help those kids develop as people. And I thought that, as someone 20 years older than them, that should be part of my job. So I took a BA in sociology. The difference it made to me is that I feel more comfortable with whatever I'm doing now. Some people might feel differently, but I don't know. I just felt that I couldn't go on working without furthering my education.
Claire.
Back in the 15th century, a chap called Comenius, the first person to treat education in a scientific way, said, "He who teaches, learns." Now, upon first reading that when I started out as a young teacher, more years ago than I care to remember, I didn't really grasp what he meant. But now that I've had so many students pass through my hands, I've started to appreciate what I myself have gained in terms of knowledge from my profession. Taking up the gauntlet and making the decision to become a teacher was my first step towards becoming an active citizen, having a direct impact on shaping my world, and at the same time laying the foundations of the world of the next generation. It is a transforming experience, and I wouldn't have swapped it for anything.
Exercise 14A. Page 31.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, let me say thank you to you all for volunteering and making time to show the new arrivals around the campus. I have called you all here to tell you about the information the university administration would like you to pass on to the freshers. If any of you have any questions, I'd be grateful if you would save them until the end so that I can deal with them all together. Now, as soon as each student has completed registration, he or she will be assigned an advisor of studies. The role of the advisor is to deal with any questions the students may have regarding their academic work. You all know how concerned people get about things during the first couple of weeks at uni. OK, let me move on to tuition fees. These can be paid over the course of the term in 4 equal instalments. The bursar's office is in the same place as it's always been, the administration building. Next, tell those who are living on campus that during the first couple of weeks of term, there is likely to be more noise being made than usual. More than likely, they will be the ones making it. But for those who find that the noise level is not conducive to study, there are several study booths on campus that can be used outside of normal library opening hours. And while I'm on the subject of rooms, the allocation of rooms in the halls of residence has already been finalised, and apart from 1 or 2 exceptional cases cannot be changed, unless the person who wants to change can find another person who is willing to swap. Right, now on to the library. The library is only for fully registered students. This means that everyone must have been processed through the registry and been issued with a library card before they can take any books out. Oh, and I should also have mentioned that, as you know, every student automatically becomes a member of the Students' Union upon registration. I think that about covers all the points I wanted to mention for the moment. Incidentally, you could just mention the various places in town that have special rates for students. There's a list of these establishments on notice board 6 in the main library. Oh, sorry, I've just remembered one of the basic things that almost everyone asks. The bus stop, as you know, is behind the School of Arts, but there are plans to have it moved round the corner outside the main library, which will be more practical in bad weather. It might be worth mentioning that the medical centre is over near Geddes Court, just in case anyone needs to see the doctor.
Exercise 23A, page 33.
Now, included in the minutes from last month's meeting is a proposal regarding the establishment of a membership fee for library privileges. The proposal was made on the grounds that the fees would be directed back into the library to allow for the purchase of more titles, and to generally improve the way the library functions. The floor is now open for any comments regarding the matter, so, Professor Downing.
Let me say, first of all, that I am in favour of the proposal. As we are all aware, when individuals have a vested interest in something, they take more responsibility for it. I don't feel I'm being unfair in saying that many students see the campus library and its contents as their given right, as opposed to the privilege which it actually is. As a result of this erroneous supposition, books and other source materials are often never returned well after the due date, or returned in such a sorry state they are of no further use to anybody. If students realise that their library fees are going towards the purchase price of reference materials and the like, then perhaps books will be returned on time and in their original condition.
If I may, Professor, I'm afraid I have to differ with you. Firstly, I think your accusations are a bit exaggerated. There are always a few bad apples. However, I feel that the majority of library users respect the library and its property and act accordingly. I would also like to point out that, as you so sarcastically put it, the library is indeed the given right of the student body. At the price that we pay for tuition every year, it's only fair that the use of the library be included in the annual fees we pay to attend the university. Why should we have to pay twice to use the library?
I second that. I have very strong reservations about the whole idea, even if the money is going to be used to make the library more complete. Personally, as things are right now, I'm barely getting by on the shoestring budget that I have at my disposal. If I were forced to pay an additional fee, one which I had not been expecting, then I would either have to get a second part-time job or...
Oh, come on, Robert. We're talking about an annual subscription which is probably less than what the average student spends in the pub every other day.
Or, as I was saying, I would have to further burden my parents for the money. I do not frequent the pub, Professor. But I think I'm speaking for a lot of students when I say that if this membership fee issue goes through, I will start using the city library, even though it is at least a half-hour's walk from the campus. As it is, my study time is severely limited, but I refuse—
Hang on a minute. I just don't see the logic behind your using the city library. Their subscription fee is 3 times what this committee has suggested.
Order, please. Let's all calm down.
Robert, I do sympathise with you and those students who are in a similar plight. However, we're not talking about a huge amount of money here. Something which must be borne in mind is that the fee would be nominal, no more than £20 annually. And if one takes into consideration the fact that profits from the memberships could go towards purchasing sorely needed essentials such as photocopiers, scanners, printers, etc., well then I feel that there's much to be gained from such a move. What's your feeling about that?
It's not fair to be asking us to pay, Professor King, that's all I'm saying.
Not everything in life is free, Robert.
Professor, please don't patronise me.
All right. I think it'd be best if we just went to a vote now.
Exercise 25B, page 34.
Today we're talking about the highly controversial subject of homeschooling. In the studio are Tina Hobbs, author of DIY Education, and David Price, a retired secondary school teacher. Welcome to the show. Tina, teaching children at home is becoming more and more commonplace. Why do you think so many parents are opting to keep their children out of the school system?
Well, Ben, I think basically parents want more control, more input into what their children are learning in today's very complex world. By teaching them at home, they know firsthand what their children are experiencing, both academically and socially, and they can decide on what form that experience will take.
In the home, yes, but these children do venture out of the house from time to time, and they aren't always going to be chaperoned and shepherded by their well-meaning parents. There will come a time when they emerge from their cocooned environment, and they are sure to encounter something which they will then have absolutely no idea how to handle.
David, well-meaning is the key word here. These parents want to help their children, and protect them too. They are not isolating them from the world. They're acting as a sort of a guard against the negative elements which abound in it. And they honestly feel that they can provide a better environment for their children than the average school can. What with delinquency, teacher-student ratios—
Of course, parents do what they do because they believe it is beneficial for their children. And yes, it goes without saying that reduced educational funding means too many students per classroom. But I still cannot accept this as adequate reason to take them out of a real-world situation and force them into a situation where they have no chance to socialise or—
Not that old fallacy, please. Why does everybody think that if a child doesn't put in an 8-hour school day, they are not going to have ample opportunities to make and maintain friendships? Parents who choose homeschooling are only too well aware of the importance of children developing good social skills. And they make a conscious effort to set up playdates for their kids, arrange group outings, enroll them in extracurricular activities, and so on.
But again, these periods of socialisation are somehow false, not real. They have been set up, staged if you like. It isn't going to be like that when these young people become adults. They'll have to meet people on their own, make their own way.
That's all very true, but statistics show that children with a background in homeschooling do just fine. Nothing—
Sorry, Tina. What statistics are you referring to? Is it not true that even the most detailed demographic picture of home educators to date was based on a survey with a response rate of a mere 25%?
The reason for the insufficient number of responses speaks volumes about how intrusive the government can be. Homeschoolers do not want or need any outside assistance or intrusion. Filling out questionnaires to supply information to government and judicial committees is not exactly their cup of tea. Statistics aside, The high level of education they receive at home is evident in the fact that more and more colleges are not only accepting but wooing homeschool students.
Perhaps, but once again, it is still far too soon to see how these children will fare as adults.
Maybe, but I'm quite sure that time will bear out the successful results we've been seeing so far.
Exercise 26B, page 34.
Every day we hear about new technological advances, mobile phones that tell us where the caller is, or smart houses, even smart clothes. And those of you that use the internet may already be familiar with e-books. We have award-winning novelist Jonathan Keane with us in the studio today. Jonathan, can you tell us more?
Well, I can tell you what an e-book is. It's a whole book reproduced on the net which you either download and read, or, if you're lucky, you have a portable reading device like a mini computer screen and you read from there.
As a writer of fiction, how do you feel about this kind of technology, Jonathan?
I'm afraid I have to say that I can't stand it. It takes all the excitement out of reading. At the moment, reading an e-book means choosing from a list selected by the publishers. In a bookshop, you choose. And then, how do you make that choice? You look at the jacket. It's got a cover design that attracts you. You might like the colours, for instance. Well, then you open the book. You read what it says about the author on the inside, or read about the book itself, or what the critics have said. You turn the pages. You read a line here, a paragraph there. You browse. You may meet a friend and talk. That's what reading's all about, isn't it? Now, just compare that experience with reading some pages downloaded from your PC.
Sorry to break in, Jonathan, but don't e-books give writers the opportunity to avoid going through publishers? Isn't it going to make more books available to us at a much lower price?
Well, yes and no. First of all, most publishers won't allow that to happen. And secondly, even if they did, the net would be flooded with writing, and it would be impossible for the average reader to find a good read. In addition, the technology involved isn't fully developed yet, and portable reading devices are very expensive. What publishers and authors are expecting people to do at the moment is to download a whole book or an instalment from the web. And that's where, for me, the whole disadvantage in e-books lies. As I said before, the appearance of a book is part of the experience of reading it. Think of the bedtime story for children, for example. A child wants to touch the book, to turn the pages, to look at the brightly coloured illustrations and to colour them in or add more pictures, or throw the book down if he wants to. A pile of computer printouts just doesn't have the same magic. If we're concerned about literacy levels and we want to get children reading, we need to make reading attractive on all levels, and the materials must be cheap and durable. Books are not just storybooks either. What about school books? Not all children have the financial means to equip themselves with portable reading devices, or even PCs. If we didn't have traditional books, thousands of children would have no access to education. Or gifts. Many books are given as special gifts. Some of them are very beautifully presented editions on art, architecture, or travel, which people use as decorative objects in their homes and pick up now and again to look through. However good the graphics, an e-book can't serve the same purpose. Or reference books. There are many reference works available online, and to be frank, I think this is where e-books work best. But still, when you look something up in a real book, you always tend to read other items around the one you've searched for. So you learn more. Online, you go straight into the information you've requested, and nothing more. What I really feel is that e-books only serve one purpose. That is, providing information, while the traditional book does that and much more. It's part of a social occasion. Paperbacks are light, cheap, and convenient to carry round with us. E-books, on the other hand, are difficult to handle and aren't available to everyone. And for the time being, it requires expensive equipment to be able to access them.
Exercise 27A, page 34.
Timed examinations discriminate against intelligent students who are absorbed in their subject and favour canny students who concentrate on learning how to pass exams. They promote the fluent and glib over the deep and thoughtful, the single-minded over the many-faceted. All are forced into a linear grading system that cannot, by definition, do justice to the different kinds of intellectual aptitude that students, and people in general, possess. 2 weeks of non-stop examinations after 3 or 4 years of study represent a sudden change of pace, a stressful and disconcerting episode that stimulates some, while others are disoriented and defeated. And that's my point. Exams are arbitrary, stressful, and unfair, just like life. Students, welcome to the world. How you respond to the stress of examinations can reveal more about you than a dozen dissertations. Whether you stay up all night revising and fall asleep in the examination hall, whether you make yourself ill with worry and take your exams in hospital, or whether you resign yourself to fate and just cope.
Exercise 28A, page 35.
Hello, Chris. You're looking a bit tired. What have you been up to?
Well, I am tired, actually. I've started going to evening classes 3 times a week and...
Evening classes? But Chris, how can you manage? You already have to put in a lot of overtime at work as it is, without taking up a hobby as well.
Well, it's not exactly a hobby. I'm doing my higher accounting diploma and it's quite a lot of extra work, but, well... You know, I don't like my job, and I've been looking for another one, but everyone wants the higher diploma, so I decided that if I was ever going to get anywhere, I'd better get on and pass a few exams.
Well, good for you. I don't think I'd have the courage to take on any more work at this stage in my life.
I have to. If I don't, I'll be stuck in the same dead-end job for the rest of my life. And actually, I quite enjoy it. The other people doing the course are really friendly and nice, and the teachers are excellent. No comparison with school. I really feel I'm benefiting. I thought I might do a foreign language when I finish this, and then I'll be really well qualified.
Exercise 29A, page 35.
Why is it that we consider mathematics and sciences important, but not music or art? These are equally important in forming one's personality, and are also areas that children take to very easily and unself-consciously, unlike adults. Young children are expressive and uninhibited, and music, drama and painting can help them express what they don't yet have the words for. Let me give you some examples. A child can express its fears through painting a picture, or can reveal problems through acting out situations. This innate creativity in children is so easily developed through the performing arts, and can then lead into other areas, like language development, even science and mathematical skills. But if a child is to develop its creative side, it must be encouraged from an early age, and that means that there should be ample opportunity for creative expression and freedom to try new things, rather than simply imitating what was done in the past. Every single activity, from a sport to working in an office, requires some form of creative thought and expression, the ability to react, change direction, and invent.
Exercise 30A, page 35.
I don't think children today realise quite how lucky they are. Yes, I know there are valid complaints to make, but just compare the freedom they have nowadays with what things were like in the past. What about school 6 days a week? How would they have liked that? No going out after school, of course. No meeting your friends at a fast food outlet. Not that there were any. Well, we weren't given the money anyway, not like now. Or the discipline. We weren't allowed to do anything. There seemed to be hundreds of rules, and any transgression meant a beating, probably at home as well as at school. Now parents discuss everything with their children. In our day, if my father said no, that was that. His word was law. And the uniforms! I still shudder when I think of mine. It was green, yellow and brown. Ugh! The summer version was particularly nasty. In my case, a rather long, skimpy green and white check dress. My friends said I looked like a limp lettuce leaf in it. What I wouldn't have done for the jeans and T-shirts they all wear now.
Exercise 31C. Page 35.
In this part of the test, I'd like you each to talk on your own for about 2 minutes. You should listen to what your partner says because I'll ask you to comment afterwards. Celeste, I'm going to show you a card. There's a question written on the card, and I'd like you to give us your opinions. There are some ideas on the card, and you can use them if you want to. So, here's your card, Celeste, and here's a copy for you to look at, Marco. Don't forget, Celeste, you have about 2 minutes to talk before we join in. Would you like to start?
Well, naturally, schools should offer all students education. I mean, in the old traditional sense of learning various subjects and skills. But of course, any modern educational system recognizes that school should offer you a lot more than that. School doesn't just prepare you for the academic side of life anyway. It prepares you for adult life in general, or at least that's what it should do. Preparing for life at work is a good example. Obviously, schools are obliged to provide children with the chance to learn the skills and qualifications needed to get a job. But this also means learning to get along with other people, accepting responsibility, having good work habits, things like that. It's just as important for schools to make sure that children are competent here as it is to ensure that they should be able to pass exams. It's the same when it comes to many other things adults need in their daily lives. Awareness of social issues, moral values, tolerance, and so on. Some people say school should leave this kind of teaching up to the family. But I disagree. Most parents don't have the time or the talent to teach something effectively. But teaching is what schools are there for, and I think it's especially true for teenagers, who don't accept parental guidance nearly as much as younger children do. Teenagers usually look to their friends. They don't like to admit their own doubts and fears to each other either. So schools, or at any rate school psychologists or sympathetic teachers, should try to help adolescents deal with all the emotional problems they are bound to go through. After all, they are the most well-equipped to do it. They are outside the family. Parents inevitably clash with their children over a variety of different issues. Teachers focus only on the educational side of things and whatever may be interfering with that. There is no emotional involvement, so they should be able to stand back and look at problems dispassionately, which parents, of course, being much more personally involved, can't do. So, yes, there are a lot of things that schools should offer teenagers, apart from a traditional education, and in fact, I think that most schools do try to do this.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to add to that, Marco?
Yes, well, I'm not too sure whether I'd entirely agree that most schools offer these things. I think some schools do, but most of the others concentrate only on traditional education. The old idea of pastoral care, or the school actually having some responsibility for the emotional development of the children in their care, seems to be disappearing.
Thank you.
Exercise 31F.
page 35.
Now, Marco, I'm going to give you your question, so here is your card and a copy for you, Celeste. Don't forget, Marco, that you have about 2 minutes to give us your opinions. There are some ideas on the card, and you can use them if you want to. Right. Would you like to begin now?
The first quality I would look for in a friend is loyalty. There are a lot of people who I am happy to spend time with, but if I am to look upon someone as a true friend, they have to be loyal. Being loyal doesn't mean that they stay friends with you no matter how badly you treat them either. It's a two-way arrangement, and you have to be loyal to them too. Someone I count as a true friend would never repeat something I told him in confidence. I would have to feel 100% secure in the knowledge that what we discussed would go no further. I don't find it easy to talk about problems, and I'd feel abused if I found out that what I said was not handled with discretion. Being a good listener is also important, and, again, it has to work both ways. There are times when you might be called upon to listen to your friend's problems, when you feel that you have problems enough of your own. So the ability to recognize that somebody needs to get something off their chest is important. It's not a true friendship if one person is always doing the talking, while the other one listens and advises. That's just abusing people. I think it goes without saying that I wouldn't be friends for long with someone who was selfish. But there are times in our lives when we are all a bit selfish, so a little bit of flexibility might be called for. If it happens too often, it might be time to cool things off a bit. Anyway, I think it's probably unrealistic to expect a friend to be totally unselfish, if by that we mean they should always put our interests before their own. People can't do that, and while I suppose that considering yourself as someone's friend means that there's a tacit agreement not to betray each other, there is always a selfish element in any relationship. I mean, you think your friend can do something for you, cheer you up because he's amusing, for instance, and he thinks you can do something for him. It's reciprocal, and not necessarily a bad thing.
Thank you. What do you think, Celeste?
I'd go along with what Marco has said, but I'd like to say as well that I think people's expectations of friendship are far too high on the whole. No friend is going to be absolutely perfect, and friendships are like any other relationship. They have their ups and downs. So, I think we have to accept imperfections in our friends.
Thank you.
Sample interview, page 35.
Now, to finish off, we're going to talk about modern life in general. What constitutes quality leisure time?
For me, quality leisure time is when you spend time relaxing and having fun with your friends or with your family, I suppose. Although often going out with your friends can be more fun and make you feel better equipped to deal with lessons on Monday, for example. This can sometimes mean just wasting time, sitting around while everyone tries to agree about what to do. Then it's definitely not quality leisure time, because you end up feeling bored and frustrated. I think I tend to say that it's better to treat leisure time like work time, that is, plan beforehand to exploit it to the full. So, while I enjoy going out with friends, I think there has to be a purpose behind our outings, whether it's going to a film or on a short trip somewhere, in order to get the most out of free time.
But it might differ from person to person. I mean, I spend a lot of my working day with other people, so I find that the best way to relax is on my own, listening to music or watching a video, or getting on with a hobby. When I've had a very busy day, I find that being with a lot of other people makes me more on edge. I need quiet time to unwind and recharge my batteries and build up some energy for the following day by doing something completely different from what I've spent the rest of the day doing.
You can't really objectively define quality leisure time, can you? Different people have different ideas about it. It's a matter of individual taste.
What can be done about the problem of unemployment?
What can be done to fight unemployment? Well, to start with, by improving the educational system, I suppose. That's the obvious answer. It would be an enormous help if the government could somehow make sure that people leave school with the right qualifications to fit into the job market. After all, there are plenty of jobs to be taken out there, and not enough people with the right background. People in the computer industry, for instance, are always complaining that there are simply not enough sufficiently skilled applicants for the posts they need to fill. The root of the problem is probably to be found in schools, which haven't really moved with the times, so it's the educational system we should be looking at.
True enough, but don't forget that the computer industry is only one area of the market. I think unemployment is selective. There are areas where people are desperate to find skilled personnel, and others where there are no jobs at all. The government needs to step in and create more jobs where necessary. After all, not everyone can be computer specialists or investment analysts, which seem to be the jobs with the most demand at the moment. There are too many cutbacks these days too, and by cutting a few jobs, you can deprive a whole community of its livelihood. The government needs to look on job creation as an investment from which it will reap benefits not only in the form of taxes, but in increased prosperity for the country as a whole.
You mean more jobs would give a larger share of the pie to everyone? That would be the ideal situation, of course. Exercise 31H. Page 35.
How easy is it to meet new people nowadays?
It's not particularly easy to meet new people nowadays. I suppose in the past, when communities were smaller and closer, it was simpler. Then anyone new coming into the community was introduced to everyone else as a matter of course. But now, although we should in theory be able to meet a lot of new people, because we live in huge, densely populated cities, people are either very lonely or stay within a small group of friends and actively discourage outsiders from joining it.
Yes, I've come across that. What people have to do is to try to find places, those places where people meet. Do things, do hobbies which make you meet people. As you say, in the community there aren't any groups of people that help us to find new people as we had before. So we have to look out of the community now. Work is a good way to meet people now. In fact, I think most people's life, entertaining, is around their work. It's the same, it's like how children are friends. They tend to meet new people through school, and people who are grown up meet people through work.
It's quite noticeable, isn't it, how few social contacts people who don't work have. Although on second thoughts, perhaps we're exaggerating a bit. After all, we do meet new people, and not just through work or school. What about friends of friends, or people we might meet at parties or when we're on holiday? What we're really talking about, I suppose, is that it's difficult to meet new people if you're on your own, if you're not already part of a social group of some kind.
Perhaps you are right. It is the character, kind of person you are too. Not only what your life is, we do have lots of different groups together. So we do meet new people. It's more a question of if we go on and see them again. After all, just because we find new people doesn't mean that we become close friends. Some people are just not very interested in getting to know new people, while other people are very interested in people and really want to get to know them a lot.
Self-Assessment Module 1. Exercise 8. Page 50.
Now Now, we both learnt French at school, didn't we? And I don't know what your experience was, Tom, but I think mine was an example of how not to learn a language. I mean, all we did was endless and apparently pointless translation, dictation and grammar exercises, which, in retrospect, I see may indeed have served some purpose, but at the time that was never explained.
That all sounds very familiar. And it's not until you acquire some familiarity with pedagogical issues like methods of language acquisition, for example, that it dawns on you what it was all for. But frankly, I'm not sure the teachers themselves had a clear purpose in mind. They just went through the book, page 1 to page 364.
They seem more interested in finding a way of shutting up a potentially rowdy class, rather than actually providing us with the tools for expressing ourselves or functioning in a French-speaking society.
And we never really had any opportunity for oral practice. In fact, I don't think we even knew how to pronounce the words. Maybe the teacher didn't either. I think if I hadn't already been to France and heard real live people speaking French, I don't think I'd have realised from classes at school that it was actually a living language. Imagine. And France is just across the channel.
No, it seemed a bit like Latin, didn't it? And do you remember reciting the verbs off parrot fashion in chorus with the rest of the class? Like chanting. It was quite a laugh, actually. I suppose because it gave us a chance to let off steam a bit.
Well, I missed out on that. Our teachers seemed to discourage any form of expression whatsoever. But it sounds pretty embarrassing.
Oh, no, it wasn't really, as we were all in the same boat, so we all just shouted out the past tense together. It all seemed fairly meaningless at the time, but I must say there are some things, like standard verb endings, for example, that have kind of stuck in the mind for life. Presumably all that repetition just drives it in somehow.
Did your teachers use visual aids at all?
Well, from time to time there were some pictures in the course book, which our teacher would get us to describe, and sometimes they served as a springboard for discussion. It's just a pity there weren't more of them.
Most of ours didn't bother, really. But then I remember this one teacher, who was a bit younger than the rest, I mean in his 30s, I suppose, who decided to liven up the lessons with slides. So he brought in this projector one day and spent some time setting it up in the classroom, and of course we all got quite excited. But when we saw the slides, we just cringed. It was a dated cartoon strip, I think it was Tintin, with really inane captions. They didn't go down well.
Your poor teacher. And I bet he'd made a real effort. He'd probably spent hours preparing. It's things like that put them off for life. But you don't realise that as children, do you? But anyway, when I see what goes on in a language classroom now, it's like chalk and cheese. Group work, pair work, oral skills, communicative strategies, all these things are practised, sometimes at the expense of basic grammar, of course.
Well, from what I see, overall teachers seem to have become conscious that the whole point of learning a language is to be able to use it in some way, whether speaking or writing. But I don't think we should underestimate the importance of grammar. Because, after all, it's grammar that holds the words together, to make meaning come across out of those words.
Unit 3. Extra. Exercise 3. Page 53. In this week's edition of our media programme Headline, we have with us in the studio two old hands at journalism, Jane MacLeod and Matthew Wright. Matthew, let's get the ball rolling by asking you what your opinion is regarding sponsorship of newspapers.
Well, to tell the truth, I can't understand why newspapers have yet to figure out that accepting money, albeit in the name of sponsorship, either from political parties or big corporations, will inevitably lead to their downfall.
What's their alternative? Are they just supposed to call it quits and close down their presses?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes. Just like any other business, if they can't manage to make a profit, then they'll go under. And anyway, how can they not make a profit? They make a fortune out of advertising and...
But our quality newspapers, the Times, the Herald Tribune, to name just two, are national institutions. They're a part of our democratic culture. One doesn't allow a democratic voice to fall silent because they can't pay the rent.
You're taking the words out of my mouth, Jane.
Sorry?
Well, in a democratic country, freedom of the press is a given. Newspapers should be free to express what they feel is the truth. In no situation should they be used as a propaganda tool for this or that particular party. They must be an independent entity. When your man on the street picks up his favourite newspaper every morning, he does so with the belief that what it contains will be as objective and unbiased as can be expected in today's highly subjective world. The reader wants to believe that the lead stories and editorials are uninfluenced by any political pressure or else he'll buy a different paper.
Let's talk about something a little different if we could. Jane, do you feel that the role of a journalist has changed over the years? I mean, do you think that today's journalists are as dedicated as their predecessors were?
Good question. Personally speaking, I wouldn't particularly relish having to cross into enemy territory or go into a war zone to get a story, but then I'm not a war correspondent. I don't think that it's so much that journalists are less dedicated or less courageous than their counterparts of, say, the 40s or the 50s. I think it's more that the face of news stories has changed, or at least the way news stories are investigated has become more...
Speaking of wars and war correspondents, I remember as a young reporter covering the big one, World War II, for you young people who don't know what I'm blathering about. Anyhow, I can remember being told by my editor that what we could and could not say in our columns and stories was strictly controlled by the higher-ups. Now, at the time, I thought that this control, it was censorship really, plain and simple, was justified. I mean, we were at war, and what we reported could be read by anybody, so it would have been rather foolish to print something that could weaken our country's position. Anyway, now that I'm a bit more experienced, I know that any kind of censorship is wrong. It robs the public of a very basic human right.
Well, that is certainly an incredibly controversial issue, and one we could probably argue for hours. But I think the main point here is that nowadays, what with technology and all, a lot of uncertainty has been taken out of our business. I think it's much more difficult for the press to get away with distortion these days. I mean, there are so many sources out there that the press has to stick with the facts, or they'll be caught out for subjectivity and the like.
Now, let's move on to another topic here. Exercise 20B, page 59.
Anything interesting on the telly?
Couldn't tell you. Pass me the TV guide, will you?
Here you are.
Let's see. Well, there's a couple of films we could watch. Have you seen Proof of Life?
What's that about?
Well, it says here it's about an American guy who gets kidnapped somewhere in South America.
An action drama, then. Sounds interesting. Who's in it?
Russell Crowe and Meg Ryan.
Should be fun. What time is it on?
9:15. Oh, wait! Forget Paris is on ITV Plus at 9 o'clock.
Forget what?
Forget Paris, with Billy Crystal. Oh, it's a really sweet romantic film. Shall we watch that?
To be honest, I'd rather watch the other one.
Oh, come on, Peter. We always watch what you want. Every time there's a film I'd like to see, you say you want to watch something else.
All right. Fine. Can I at least watch the news at 8?
Well, I was kind of planning to watch the rest of that video.
Susan?
Oh, OK.
Exercise 21B, page 60.
Satellite broadcasters, telecommunications giants, and hardware manufacturers alike have been striving to be the first to develop a system which will allow limited interactivity with multi-channel television. Now that the goal has been achieved, and interactive TV is making its presence known in many living rooms, there is still confusion over what it actually is and does. Even people in the industry hedge with a swift, "Can I get back to you?" Now, with me in the studio today is Ted Whitehead of the National Broadcasters Association to tell us more about what we're in for. Ted.
Well, in a nutshell, interactive TV makes use of something called a set-top box, a kind of super remote control, if you will. This gadget allows a subscriber access to 4 different interactive services. Firstly, there's what's known in the business as enhanced TV.
Is that anything like cable or satellite television?
Not exactly. Instead of simply giving you extra channels, enhanced TV makes use of a back channel to allow the viewer to join in chat groups and take advantage of interactive advertisements and such things. Then there's limited web browsing, where you can surf the web via your TV, and T-commerce, which is similar to e-commerce, but instead of using your PC to buy things, you make purchases by using the set-top box. Lastly, there's teletext, basically coded information about news and sports which is deciphered and displayed on your TV screen.
Do you think that interactive TV will gradually supersede the internet?
Well, let's put it this way. By combining television, telephone and the internet, interactive television will reach the kind of mass audience that the PC alone never could. Still, the internet is a very basic component in interactive television, so it looks like it will still be with us for a while.
What do you think about internet companies' claims that they are responsible for the ever-increasing rate of homes going online?
Well, to give them their due, they have attracted a great number of users. However, the fact remains that if 31% of UK homes do have PCs, then almost 70% are still managing without them. Even in the US, where numbers show that PCs are found in 50% of homes, it still means that a lot of people are offline.
What part do the interactive companies think they have in all this?
Well, they say that they will accomplish what the internet hasn't. Many of the makers of interactive TV boast that only they have the means to reach the mass market and turn every UK home online. It's well worth remembering that the government plans to switch off TV in its present form sometime between 2006 and 2010. Therefore, interactive TV makers say this will force their service into virtually every home in the UK.
Is it primarily the UK that the interactive companies are targeting?
Actually, no. One IT research company is predicting that interactive television will grow faster than the PC internet in the US. According to a report published last week, the number of interactive TV subscribers will grow by 83% per year, which means that by 2005, IT services will be up and running in more than 46 million homes. It's this optimism which is leading forecasters to believe that the value of goods and services bought via interactive television, or T-commerce as it's called, will actually exceed the value of internet consumer shopping within 5 years.
In your opinion, do you really think that interactive TV is as good as the internet?
Well, as of yet, you can't access news groups or upload content from the net through the set-top box. And a PC screen has many more pixels per inch than a television, which means the images are much better defined on your PC. From personal experience, I can tell you that unless you have eyes like a hawk, surfing the web from the comfort of the settee is not an easy thing to do. To date, there are very few internet websites offering specially configured web pages for the TV.
So, you're going to stay loyal to your PC?
I didn't say that. I feel that interactive TV has a very bright future. I mean, it does let you access your bank details, arrange insurance, and send email. And surfers are becoming more and more choosy about what they watch. Interactive television offers them the option to be selective.
So do you think interactive TV is here to stay?
I'm going to sit on the fence on that one. There's still a lot of confusion in the market. Despite all the bold predictions, the interactive television industry is looking shaky, what with customers not taking to interactive TV as quickly as everyone thought they would. But many of the operators insist that it's still a young medium. Really, something as new as this will take years to assess.
And on that note, I'm afraid we'll have to leave it there. Ted, thanks for coming on the programme.
Exercise 22A, page 60.
Have you ever noticed that every time you turn on your radio, regardless of what station you're listening to, they're all boasting about the fact that they are number one? Have you ever wondered how they can get away with it? It's easy. Not everyone uses the same rating system. OK, all the ratings come from one particular company called, let's say, ABC Demographics. But this company is out to make money, and they do that by making the particular radio station look good. What ABC Demographics does is allow stations to customize statistics to their best advantage. Figures from different survey areas such as age groups, time periods or demographics are compiled and then juggled until a flattering result is found. Effectively, for a fee, the paying customer, the station, can have ABC Demographics make its ratings reflect the numbers the station wants to see, and give numbers which sell. So, when you're listening to your preferred click on the radio dial, beware of the station's claim of popularity. Apart from listening to your favourite tunes, you're probably being fed a line of highly selective statistics.
Exercise 23A, page 60.
I see they're taking on more people at that distribution centre down on the industrial estate, and there's a job going in Abington at the research lab.
Bob, do you have to read the entire situations vacant section out loud? If I really wanted to know what's in the paper, I'd read it myself.
It isn't the newspaper. It's that free trade paper that comes through the door every Thursday. There are a couple of articles on something that is of no concern to anybody, and about 10,000 advertisements. It's free because the advertisers pay a fee for placing their ads.
So why do you spend hours on end reading it if there's nothing in it? If you were unemployed, I could understand it, but you're a successful businessman.
Well, I suppose in a way it does give me a rather good first-hand insight into the economic climate in our little town. I mean, that's what really counts to me in my line of business, not what's happening in government circles. I suppose you could say that it's raw, unedited news.
So what's in it for whoever publishes the paper?
Nothing really. Not that I can think of.
Show me a newspaper publisher without a vested interest, and I'll show you a vegetarian wolf.
Exercise 24A, page 60.
Over the past decade, the term paparazzi has crept into our language and become almost a household word. It evokes many emotions, albeit mostly negative, but from an etymological point of view, the word itself does have a rather interesting background. In its original form, the word paparazzo means a buzzing insect. Many people feel that this is a perfectly apt definition of the contemporary paparazzi, since they view these intrusive freelance photographers as pesky little bugs that they'd like to swat. Perhaps you're curious to know how a word that very few can correctly pronounce, let alone spell, has found a place in our culture so rapidly. The term is actually taken from the film La Dolce Vita, a 1960 Fellini classic starring Marcello Mastroianni. He played Signor Paparazzo, a celebrity-chasing photographer, and from that role came the prototype for our word. It's speculated that the character's name was an Italian derivative of the word razzolare, which means literally to scrape about in debris. The papa sound at the beginning may have been added to simulate the sound of the popping flashbulbs used by photographers of that era.
Exercise 25A, page 60.
It was 1888 when Nellie Bly approached her editor with an idea that would catapult her to international fame. Frustrated one Sunday evening by her inability to come up with a story for the week, she found herself wishing she were anywhere else. Any place would be better, even the opposite end of the earth. The thought quickly took on a life of its own. The next morning, she astounded her editor by proposing that she make a trip around the world. He turned her down flat, claiming that firstly, as a woman, she would need a protector, and secondly, as a woman, she would need to carry so much baggage that she would never be able to make her connections on time. Nellie may have failed that day, but 1 year later, when her editor called her into his office and bluntly asked, "Can you start tomorrow?" she knew exactly what he meant. She took herself immediately to a seamstress and demanded a dress that would stand constant wear for 3 months. She pared herself down to the bare essentials, packing only those items necessary for keeping polite company, regretting only leaving behind her jar of cold cream, which would have taken up more room than anything else in the bag.
Exercise 26B, page 61.
On Sunday, October the 30th, 1938, thousands of listeners were shocked as radio news alerts announced the arrival of Martians on Earth. They panicked when they learned of the Martians' ferocious and seemingly unstoppable attack. Though the audience was actually hearing an adaptation of the H.G. Wells book War of the Worlds, many of them believed they were listening to a factual account. Susan Andrews reports.
Before the era of TV, people would sit for hours in front of their radios listening to music, news reports, plays and various other programs. In 1938, the most popular radio program was The Chase and Sanborn Hour, which was aired on Sunday evenings at 8 p.m. Unfortunately for dramatist Orson Welles, his show Mercury Theatre was aired simultaneously on another station. Wells, of course, tried to think of ways to increase his audience, hoping to take listeners away from the leading competition. For the Halloween show, Wells decided to adapt the well-known novel War of the Worlds for radio. By shortening the story and updating the setting, Wells managed to reinvigorate the book and make it more personal for the listeners. On Sunday, October the 30th, 1938, at 8 p.m., the broadcast began when an announcer came on the air and informed the audience that it was about to hear a version of the famous classic. The play itself opened with Wells coming on air and setting the scene. As he was concluding, a scripted weather report faded in, stating that it came from the Government Weather Bureau. The official-sounding report was quickly followed by a program of dance music, supposedly being broadcast live from the famous Hotel Park Plaza in New York. The music was soon interrupted by a special bulletin announcing that a professor at the Mount Jennings Observatory in Chicago, Illinois, had reported seeing explosions on Mars. The staged dance music resumed until it was interrupted again, this time by a news update in the form of an interview between a newsman, Carl Phillips, and an astronomer, Professor Richard Pearson, at the Princeton Observatory in New Jersey. The listeners who had just tuned in sat in amazement as they heard a running commentary of Martians invading New York. The script specifically attempted to make the interviews sound as realistic as possible. Though the program began with and was interrupted by announcements telling the audience that they were listening to a novel-based story, many people didn't stay tuned in long enough to hear them. At the same time, a lot of the radio listeners who had been listening to other stations turned the dial, just as they did every Sunday during the musical section of the show. On this particular evening, they were shocked to hear news warnings of Martians attacking Earth. Upon listening to the authoritative and real-sounding commentary and interviews, and not having heard the introduction to the play, Many believed the Earth was actually under attack. All across the United States, listeners reacted. Thousands of people called radio stations, police, and newspapers. Many in the New England area loaded up their cars and fled their homes. In other areas, people went to churches to pray. People improvised gas masks. Miscarriages and early births were reported. Many people hysterically thought the end was near. The power of radio had fooled the listeners.
Exercise 27C, page 61.
Now, I'd like you to talk about something together. Here are some pictures on the theme of conflict. First of all, please look at pictures B and D and talk together about the differences and similarities between the two types of conflict depicted. I'd like you to talk for about a minute on this, so if I stop you, please don't worry.
Well, as far as I can tell, the similarities are that both pictures show people in the uniformed services facing a form of conflict. They are both there because they are following orders, but in B they are being used to prevent any conflict occurring, while in D they seem to be acting in the role of the aggressor. They are probably fighting on enemy soil, or they could be trying to defend their frontiers.
Yes, you could be right. I think the most important difference is that B shows the police and D shows the armed forces.
True, there is a difference, but surely that's not the most significant difference.
Okay. Something else to notice is that the conflict is taking place in different situations. One is in a city, whereas the other is in a desert.
So probably the police are dealing with a demonstration, or maybe a football crowd, and they are trying to prevent conflict on their home ground. They might even know some of those in the crowd, or be sympathetic to their cause. On the other hand, the soldiers will be facing opponents in unfamiliar surroundings and have no associations with the people they are fighting.
Thank you. Now I'd like you to look at all the pictures. Imagine that these pictures come from a photographic exhibition entitled News Photography, We'll Always Be There. Together, decide on how appropriate the pictures are for the exhibition, and then select the two pictures you think would be suitable for the poster advertising the exhibition. Please talk about this for about 2 minutes.
In my opinion, I believe the exhibition is going to show pictures to prove how important the photographer is in news journalism and how his job can put his life in real danger. Reporters and photographers are always there in the front line.
Yes, they are very courageous people. Now, Sophia, what about picture C? I think it is an appropriate picture for the poster. It's scary. It's got lots of colors. It's nice. I think people would like this one.
Yes, I agree, Guido. This photograph struck me as having a profound impact on anyone seeing it for the first time. To me, it shows the force of nature and how man, despite the technology at his disposal, has so little control over nature. We often see pictures like these broadcast on the news in the summer, with firefighters battling to extinguish the fires destroying our countryside. And just think what risks the photographer must have taken to get this shot. It would certainly catch the eye of passers-by.
Okay, I agree with you. I also like A. It's nice. It shows happy people who are probably celebrating something. Maybe they have won something. Visitors would want to attend an exhibition with such a cheerful exhibit.
I can see your point. We should try to portray positive features of the news. But do you think this one is suitable for the poster? Personally, I would definitely not include picture A. After all, the picture on the cover should impress the person looking at it, and it should transmit a powerful message instantly. I think this one is a bit too bland for our purpose. Pictures like this are too open in their interpretation of the subject. Surely the exhibition must have a purpose, a clear message to give.
Does it matter if it is open to interpretation? But what if this was a picture of players winning a football match? That would interest and impress a lot of people.
Maybe you are right. I suppose sport is always a topical subject and is enormously popular throughout the world. By putting this on the poster, people who are not so interested in the more depressingly negative connotations of the other photos may be attracted to the exhibition. That's what the poster is for, to encourage visitors to attend the exhibition. This picture may be of famous players who would be instantly recognizable. Then people would be interested in the exhibition.
We can't dismiss pictures B and D either. They too would catch the eye of potential visitors to the exhibition.
Don't you think we see too much of this kind of picture? If we see the horrors of war too often, we become desensitized to what is happening. Also, news photography is most commonly associated with wars these days, so we should move away from that theme. Let's make this poster portray another aspect.
But all these pictures are in the exhibition, so the visitors are going to see them when they go there.
Fine, but I don't think we need to make war photography seem to be the main focus of this event. To me, they evoke really gruesome images, and we shouldn't be using shock tactics to get people to attend. Anyway, I'd like to have pictures A and C on the poster. To me, they would be the most successful in making people interested enough to want to attend. What about you?
So, now we agree on A. However, I beg to differ about C. I feel D should be on the poster. So, I'm going for A and D.
Thank you.
Sample interview, page 61. A.
Now I'd like you to talk about something together. Here are some pictures on the theme of conflict. First of all, please look at pictures B and D and talk together about the differences and similarities between the two types of conflict depicted. I'd like you to talk for about a minute on this, so if I stop you, please don't worry.
Well, picture D shows what is obviously an armed conflict between soldiers, while the other shows what looks like a demonstration involving civilians.
I agree. The main difference is between the people involved in the conflict and where the conflict is taking place. In picture D, the soldiers seem to be in a war zone, while the demonstration is taking place in a residential area.
And despite the police presence, the demonstration appears to be peaceful and well organised.
So in other words, another major difference is the level of violence involved and how serious the situation is.
And probably the cause of the conflict. In most cases, war is a result of conflict between nations, but demonstrations are usually the result of conflict between the government and the public.
But I suppose they are similar in that both kinds of conflict could spring from political issues.
Yes, and we know that a peaceful demonstration can develop into a violent one, and then the possibility of casualties is another factor which is common.
B.
Thank you. Now I'd like you to look at all the pictures. Imagine that these pictures come from a photographic exhibition entitled News Photography Will Always Be There. Together, decide on how appropriate the pictures are for the exhibition and then select the 2 pictures which you think would be suitable for the poster advertising the exhibition. Then suggest one other photograph you would like to see in the exhibition, saying what it would add to the poster. Please talk about this for about 3 minutes.
We'll always be there. I think we need to pick at least one picture that shows the hardships and sometimes the dangers which are involved in being a news photographer.
And that would bring us to a choice between B, C and D, I suppose. I don't think picture B would have a place, at least not on the cover of the exhibition posters. It attempts to show confrontation, but I think that picture D does this more effectively, because it's much more immediate.
Oh yes, picture D would be essential to this poster. It's this kind of on-the-spot reporting that would make people realise just what being a news photographer means.
What about the other 2, B and C?
Well, I think that B attempts to show that domestic issues are just as newsworthy as international affairs, which they are. But I think C does this much more effectively.
And it's sufficiently sensational, isn't it?
Yes, and it's very clear that the photographer who took the picture did put himself in a very dangerous situation. But I do think that we should aim for some kind of balance.
What do you mean?
Well, the exhibition won't just cover the dangerous side of being a news photographer. Perhaps a positive image, such as the golden moment shown in A, would be better.
The 2 footballers? But how does that blend with the title of the exhibition, which implies that news photographers make sacrifices and even compromise their safety to bring us these images?
Well, the phrase, "we'll always be there," might very well be interpreted as meaning we'll be there whether the occasion is a happy one or not.
I suppose if we used C and D, the effect might be a little overwhelming. Make it look as though news photographers believe that they place themselves in as much danger as the soldiers or the firefighters themselves.
Good point, yes. So I think perhaps the picture of the 2 footballers could feature.
Yes, I think I'm inclined to agree with you after all.
Do we agree that A and D would be the best choices then?
A and D it is. What about another photo for the poster?
I think what would be really effective would be a picture showing the collapse of the Berlin Wall or some other turning point in history that most people could identify with. What do you think?
Yes, that would work. The poster would be much better if it were to show an event that most people found momentous and one that is easily recognisable. And that happened quite recently, say in the last 20 years.
Right. What about another picture? Something a little different.
How about having one with a more unusual approach? The poster could show a humorous moment in the life of a public figure or celebrity, when they were unaware that they were being photographed.
As long as the photograph taking is not too intrusive. We don't want to imply that serious news photographers have anything to do with the paparazzi. This exhibition is not dealing with sensationalist issues.
That's true. We'd have to be really careful with that one. No, I think your original suggestion is the best. Something like the Berlin Wall or some historic event of similar importance.
OK, so we'll add the Berlin Wall or a similar recent significant event to give a contemporary feel to the poster, but at the same time showing how news photography records momentous historical events for posterity.
Thank you.
Unit 4. Planes, Trains and Automobiles. Exercise 3A. Page 73.
As far as public transport is concerned, of all male respondents, 33% said that they preferred to use the train to get to and from work, which differs very slightly from a figure of 32% for women. Of course, trains represent only a small part of all commuter services, because the vast majority of people are employed in their own locality. Now, when it comes to that other great British commuting tradition, the bus, 13% of men were willing to queue for the bus, as opposed to just 7% of women. And for those who envisage themselves as needing to travel to work in luxury, taxis polled a mere 2% of male respondents, as opposed to 7% of women who were willing to go to the expense of being driven to work, while the percentage of men that preferred to drive themselves to work was 51, slightly higher than the figure of 49 for women. As for pedal power, men seemed to be more inclined to go to work on two wheels, with 11% of them responding affirmatively to the question as to whether they would be prepared to get slightly breathless on the way to work, with a corresponding figure for women being only 5%. It would seem as though men, at least as far as the results of this survey bear out, are more willing to expend physical energy rather than money on their daily commuting. When it came to the level of general satisfaction with public transport, men were generally very satisfied with the rail service, while women recorded a verdict of moderately satisfied. Buses fared less favourably than trains across the board, with men being moderately satisfied with services in contrast to total dissatisfaction in the case of women. Of course, it can't be overstated that public opinion surveys of this type are extremely susceptible to erroneous results and are rarely a good basis on which to base public transport policy in isolation. There's a whole gamut of social and other factors to be taken into consideration.
Exercise 21A, page 79.
Right, is everyone here? Right. Good morning. My name is Helen Hardy. I'm a driving instructor, and the university you're attending has asked me to give you a few general pointers about what driving in Britain is like, especially when you want to travel fairly long distances. Now, I know that the thought of driving on the opposite side of the road from the one you're accustomed to is rather nerve-wracking, but take my word for it, it's not as bad as you think. After the first few kilometres, you'll be wondering what you were so worried about. You'll take to it like a duck to water. Of course, it makes things slightly easier when the vehicles are all moving in the same direction, as is the case on a motorway or dual carriageway. The basic difference between a motorway and a dual carriageway is that a motorway has 3 lanes, whereas a dual carriageway has 2. The orange-coloured strip on the left of a motorway isn't normally used for driving on and is referred to as the hard shoulder. It's used as a place to stop without obstructing other vehicles in the event of a breakdown, and by the emergency services in the event of the road itself being blocked by an accident. Under normal driving conditions, you should drive in the left-hand or middle lanes. The outside lane is only for overtaking, and you should move back into the middle lane, after signalling of course, when you have overtaken the vehicle in front. Exit and entry points to a motorway are known as junctions and are given numbers to provide points of reference along the motorway. Getting on and off a motorway may be different to what you're used to. To start with, there is always a slip road, a straight road which gradually converges with the main motorway, allowing traffic to speed up or slow down. This system greatly reduces the risk of collision. A feature that greatly improves safety on dual carriageways is a central reservation which separates the 2 streams of traffic. This central reservation greatly reduces the risk of head-on collisions. In the event of drivers losing control of their vehicles, crash barriers are placed along the length of the central reservation. Oh, I forgot to mention that dual carriageways don't have a hard shoulder, but they do have lay-bys, stopping places at the side of the road. These are provided so that people can stop to rest, let's say, without blocking traffic.
Exercise 21B, page 79.
Now, as I said previously, you should only use the outside lane of a motorway when you want to overtake. I know you're used to overtaking on the left, but this is not the case in Britain. You can only overtake on the right of the slower vehicle, using the middle or outside lane. If you do use the outside lane to overtake, you must leave it and return to the middle lane as soon as your manoeuvre is complete. In the event that you need to stop on the hard shoulder or at a lay-by, you need to let other drivers know by using your hazard lights. Hazard lights should also be used when you see any kind of trouble ahead of you, a traffic jam perhaps, or the scene of an accident. In this way, you give warning to the people driving behind you about the need to slow down. When leaving a motorway, you should indicate your intentions well in advance and exit using the slip road. As soon as you're on the slip road, take your foot off the accelerator and reduce speed immediately. Some of them suddenly become quite narrow and windy. They can give you a nasty surprise if you're still going at motorway speed. Whenever you change lanes, regardless of whether you're overtaking another vehicle or exiting a motorway, always remember to signal. Switch on the indicator and let it flash 3 times before you make your move, so you can be sure that everyone behind you is aware of your intentions. The speed limit on British motorways and dual carriageways is 70 miles per hour, which equates to about 120 kilometres per hour. If you're ever in a born-to-be-wild kind of mood, just bear in mind that if you're caught speeding, the least you can expect is a heavy fine. And don't assume that you can drive as fast as you want just because you don't see any police cars. There are thousands of speed cameras scattered along British motorways. So if you don't want to find a note from the police in your mail, always drive at 70 miles per hour or slower. A final note. A good driver is not an arrogant driver. A good driver is a polite, considerate, and careful driver. Whenever possible, give way to other drivers. And most importantly, never assume other drivers are as good or as careful as you are. Expect the unexpected and drive defensively.
Exercise 23B, page 80.
Most of us dread the thought of that inevitable day-to-day grind of getting to and from work. We either risk our lives on the overcrowded motorways or waste precious time on the none-too-efficient public transport system. Well, I think there might be another alternative. Today, we're talking about carpooling, a relatively new, convenient way of getting to work. With me are 2 very experienced commuters, Stan Ryan and Marie Sachs. Stan, how do you normally get to work?
Well, Connor, I live quite far away from my office, and for years I travelled by public transport. First I'd have to walk to the nearest bus stop, transfer twice, and then take the train for the rest of my trip. It wasn't so bad in the summer, but when it was raining or snowing, you can just imagine what I had to go through. Anyway, just recently I started carpooling with some colleagues from work. I can't begin to explain how much time and money I've saved, not to mention that it's less stressful. Carpooling lets you get to work without all the hassle.
I have to travel a fair distance as well each morning, and I'm sure that psychologically, sharing the drive into the city must be far more relaxing than taking the bus or the train. But is it really more economical? To begin with, you need extra insurance coverage.
Not necessarily. My regular insurance policy covers me and my passengers in case of an accident. The only time I've ever heard about somebody's coverage going up was if they were receiving petrol money or taking a fee from the occupants of the vehicle, but then that wouldn't really be carpooling. You'd be acting as a kind of chauffeur. I do think I'd increase my medical payment coverage if I was, say, carpooling kids at the weekends, though.
I would as well. It really speeds things up in cases where there's a question of accident liability. Always better safe than sorry. To tell the truth, last year I did give some thought to driving into work with a co-worker of mine, but the deciding factor was that I could never find a convenient place to leave my car. I'd end up paying an arm and a leg to park it in a public car park, or risk having it clamped and towed.
Initially that happened to me too, but the municipality where I live just constructed a huge park and ride. It's located fairly close to my house, and believe it or not, it's free.
Oh yes, one of those big parking areas. Unfortunately, there aren't any of those near me. In fact, though, the company where I work has just introduced a plan where those who carpool get preferential parking in the company garage. I really think it acts as an incentive to get people to leave their cars at home. Schemes like that are really necessary, regardless if you're a die-hard public transport fan like me or a carpooler like yourself, Stan. There can never be enough done to create ways to help the environment. I feel that by taking the bus every day, I'm doing my little bit to help good old Mother Earth.
You've obviously never been stuck behind the number 45 to Covent Garden. A gas mask would have been in order. Until the government puts some money into upgrading public transport vehicles, I'll stick with getting a lift with a friend.
Exercise 25B, page 80.
Earth is a big place, and there are lots and lots of beautiful and interesting places to go on holiday. But if this planet's attractions are too mundane for your taste, you might soon be able to get away from it all like nobody has done before. Jeremy, what's all this about holidaying in space?
Thank you, Brian. Yes, this really is something for the novelty seeker, although we'll have to wait a while for it to become reality. I think I should really start by giving a little bit of background. I expect most people will have heard of the Russian space station Mir. It was launched in 1986 as a space base for Russian cosmonauts and was equipped with workrooms and living quarters for the crew. Apparently, all the cabins were painted in light pastel colours. There were carpets on the floors, dark green in the workrooms, and pictures on the walls to make it feel like home. Originally, the space station was supposed to last for 5 years, but in fact it remained in operation for 14, by which time it had suffered a series of mishaps. In 1997, there was a fire on board, a crash with another unmanned craft, and a computer failure. The various crews, by this time consisting of Americans and Europeans as well as Russians, coped with disaster after disaster. It culminated in 1999, when oxygen started to leak into space, and the final trio of cosmonauts closed down the station, locked the door behind them, and left. And that's where private enterprise stepped in. In Russia, the space station had symbolic value, and there was a great deal of resistance to proposals to scrap the station and, well, for the super-rich, space is the ultimate frontier. A Dutch-based company was raising money to, among other things, use Mir as a space hotel, and to keep Mir going for expensive space tours. Their first customer was American millionaire Dennis Tito, who is reputed to have paid out $20 million to be the first space tourist, and who spent $1 million on special training to prepare for the launch. James Cameron, the director of the film Titanic, is also rumoured to have been interested.
So, should we expect to see space tours happening soon?
No, not for some time, I don't think. The Russian government disappointed entrepreneurs and would-be space travelers when it decided the station was too unsafe to remain in space and brought it down to Earth last year. But the idea's still there, although I don't know how much people will enjoy it once the novelty has worn off. It's not easy living without gravity, and American astronauts could not tolerate more than 2 weeks in orbit, although the Russians stayed longer. The body stretches in space and muscles atrophy. Some astronauts have to be carried out of their capsules when they return to Earth, because they haven't got the strength to cope with gravity anymore. Then there are everyday problems, like the ultimate in travel sickness, space nausea, or what has been described as sleeping on the wall and eating upside down above the table. In fact, British astronaut Michael Foale described his sojourn on Mir as being like a very dirty and grimy camping trip in an old car. So I think the facilities will have to be smartened up a bit, and obviously the price will have to come down before we can say the place to holiday this year is outer space. But it will happen. Exercise 26A, page 80.
My father used to take me down to Brighton on the Charabanc when I was a small boy. In those days they had a big boot at the back, and everyone used to take their own packed lunch. Instead of stopping at a motorway rest area as people do today, we'd stop at the roadside and have a picnic. The Charabancs were open top and were rather breezy, even in the summer. The day trip was, for many people, the closest thing to a real holiday. The group often consisted of colleagues from the same factory. The atmosphere was akin to that which you experience on a school outing. Everyone would join in with the singing and joviality, a totally different experience to sitting on a train or plane, in more or less total silence, with a lot of strangers you'll never see again. At the end of the trip we'd return home tired, but with a feeling of fulfilment that I've never been able to recapture until this day.
Exercise 27A, page 81.
Hi, Andy. How was the trip to Los Angeles?
Don't talk about it. It was a nightmare.
Oh, why?
It was the jet lag. I was there for 3 days and was jet lagged the whole time. I felt drowsy, but I couldn't sleep at night. I had trouble remembering the smallest things, like whether I'd taken the right papers with me in the morning. It wouldn't have been a problem if the negotiations hadn't been so important. I really found it difficult to concentrate. We brought it off, but only just.
Look, next time you go, you'd better take some precautions. If I were you, I'd read up on it a bit. There are things you can do. There's a homeopathic pill on the market, I think. Why don't you ask the chemist? Then they say you should be as rested and relaxed as possible before the flight. Exercise as much as possible during the flight, too. Cramped conditions can lead to circulation problems.
Thanks for the tips, but I'm not sure I ever want to fly again.
Exercise 28A, page 81.
I'm not one of those people who can spend hours stuck in front of the computer screen. In fact, I've been holding out against using computers. I declined to buy one when my children waved advertisements about special offers under my nose. You know, like those people who wouldn't allow a TV into the house. Well, I was one of those technology dinosaurs. And as for the internet, just the word was enough to set me off. Danger to the eyes, isolating, hackers, used by criminal organizations, no control over the kind of information sent out, tricking people into buying rubbish and then getting their credit card numbers and charging up huge amounts, and more. But I have to admit that I've become hooked. You see, I've discovered that you can book trips over the internet, flights, hotels, everything. And you can get the lowest prices. It's wonderful. I've even overcome my worries about using my credit card. What I haven't done, though, is admitted this to the children. They have no idea. But the owner of the local internet cafe is getting to know me quite well.
Exercise 29A, page 81.
We started the company about 5 years ago, and originally we set it up as a straightforward agency specialising in the slightly more unusual destinations, and still do. However, we began to notice that we were getting more and more requests from people wanting to take their pets with them, either on holiday or because their jobs were taking them abroad and they didn't want to leave the animals behind. It's not easy to travel with a pet. There's an enormous amount of paperwork involved, since different countries have different health and safety requirements. So we take care of all of that. And then, since most of our clients are travelling by air, we deal with the airline's requirements. Depending on its size, the animal may be able to travel in the cabin with its owner, but if it is very large, then it must go into the hold as cargo. Whatever the case, it needs a special airline-approved container which must be clearly marked with its owner's name and address. It's developed into such a successful line of business, in fact, that we're thinking of diversifying into the pet care business.
Exercise 30C, page 81.
In this part of the test, I'd like you each to talk on your own for about 2 minutes. You should listen to what your partner says, because I'll ask you to comment afterwards. Maria, I'm going to show you a card. There's a question written on the card, and I'd like you to give us your opinions. There are some ideas on the card, and you can use them if you want to. So here's your card, Maria, and here's a copy for you to look at, Alex. Don't forget, Maria, you have about 2 minutes to talk before we join in. Would you like to start?
Well, travelling can help a person develop in many different ways. First of all, there's no doubt that travel of any kind exposes the traveller to a variety of new and exciting experiences, and these experiences will undoubtedly have a profound effect on the traveller, and in most cases, this will be a positive one. Of course, there are many factors that affect the nature of the experience and its long-term consequences, such as the nature of the journey itself, the length of time spent in each location, the location itself, and your travelling companions. For example, a week's package holiday in a luxury hotel with your young kids is going to be an entirely different experience from hitchhiking round Europe on your own. But I think that at the most fundamental level, any traveller will gain some kind of experience of alternative lifestyles and culture. It may not be a very profound insight. Indeed, it may be quite superficial. But even so, such a glimpse into the alien lives of those living in different parts of the world must have some sort of effect. A person who spends some time in another country, or perhaps another continent, cannot fail to become aware that his own culture is not the model upon which the rest of the world is based. And it may indeed come as quite a shock to the first-time traveller to realise that his own is not the only, or even the most desired lifestyle, that there are a multitude of different ways of thinking, of behaving, of eating, and generally of living. And I believe that generally, the more you travel, the more you begin to question your own place in the world and the significance of your own country in the grand scheme of things. And it's also true that the longer you spend in any one country, the more likely you are to accept its culture and become a little less smug about your own. Now, in my opinion, this is actually very healthy, because it is this very act of questioning that may lead the more discerning traveller to realise that the differences between the people of the world are really quite superficial, and that underneath lies human nature, which does not differ so much from one country to another. And if everyone had such an open mind, I really think there would be far less conflict in the world today.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to add to that, Alex?
I agree that it's wise to keep an open mind when travelling, and that the type of journey I think you're describing definitely requires one. But people travel in different ways. I'm not convinced, for example, that holiday makers on a 2-week package tour are likely to undergo a period of self-assessment and return home with a deeper understanding of anything. But they are still travellers. I think most people just want to have fun when they travel. I suppose it all depends on what kind of travel you have in mind.
Thank you.
Exercise 30F, page 81.
Now, Alex, I'm going to give you your question. So here's your card and a copy for you, Maria. Don't forget, Alex, that you have about 2 minutes to give us your opinions. There are some ideas on the card, and you can use them if you want to. Right. Would you like to begin now?
There's no place like home. Well, yes, I definitely agree with this. Basically, the implication of this saying is that our home is a place where we feel better, more secure, more comfortable than anywhere else. And this is natural because usually at home we are surrounded by our families and we are in a familiar environment, so we can relax fully. But actually, I think most people who have this love of home are probably people who don't, in fact, spend very much time there at all. I mean, for example, busy professional people who work long hours at the office or perhaps travel on business and who have to undergo stress and pressure on a daily basis. These are the people that I can imagine saying with relief at the end of the day, "There's no place like home," meaning that at last they can take off their smart, maybe uncomfortable clothes, sink into a hot bath and unwind. Chat to their families, perhaps read, watch TV, do some gardening, or otherwise potter around. But I think someone who spends the best part of their day at home, such as, for instance, a mother with young children, may think of home in rather a different light. After all, she's probably desperate to get out of the home and may regard her house as something of a prison. I think this is a particularly common problem for women who have perhaps given up a high-powered job to do the right thing for their children, to give them full-time maternal care, as these women have to cope with a loss of professional and social status, as well as the problems of isolation and frustration that may result from being housebound with only young children to talk to. So, for women in that situation, home is probably the last place they'd rather be, given the choice. And quite understandably, in my opinion. And I'd like to add that, for the rest of us, however much we may love our homes, we shouldn't be afraid to leave them at least for a while, and to gain a wider experience of the world, by travelling, for example. So I don't think it's healthy to be so attached to and dependent on your home that you're homesick whenever you're away from it. because then you're missing out on the fun and excitement of exploring new places.
Thank you. What do you think, Maria?
Well, basically I agree with everything Alex has said, and I think that for the majority of people there really is no place like home. It constitutes a very basic resource in terms of human need. True, we are social creatures, but home also provides privacy, a hiding place, and a venue in which we have the power to allow or deny access. I can think of few other places where such fundamental human requirements are met.
Thank you.
Sample interview, page 81.
Now, to finish off, we're going to talk about travelling in general. Why do we need holidays?
Oh, I think there are a lot of reasons why holidays are essential. Firstly, we are not machines, and simply cannot work non-stop, week after week, month after month, without a break. I think we would most probably start getting ill if we tried to, and if not ill, at least underproductive, which wouldn't be to anyone's advantage in the end. Sometimes things can get quite tough at university, with the stress and anxiety of lengthy examination periods, and what keeps me going through all that is the thought that there will come a time at the end of the year when I'll be free to switch off and relax.
It's exactly like that when you have a job, too. Knowing that I'm going to go away for a month in the summer can be what gets me through the hard times. So, indeed, it's a motivating factor. But it's not just the rest that you need and benefit from during the holidays, but the change it involves as well. Even if you don't go away anywhere terribly exotic, there's a huge difference between your life during the holidays and life at work, and I think that change of activity and focus is really rejuvenating. I know when I go back to work after the holidays, everyone says I look years younger.
Yes, I think we all feel invigorated and refreshed after a holiday.
How important is it to speak the language of a country you're visiting?
In my opinion, it's absolutely essential if you want to gain any meaningful insight into the mentality and culture of the country. I mean, obviously, many tourists have perfectly enjoyable holidays without even speaking a word of the local language, but they are really missing out. Because if you do make the effort to at least have a working knowledge of the language of the country you're visiting, you will be rewarded by being able to enter into conversations with local people and begin to learn how their society works, how their minds work, and so on.
Well, actually, I don't see that it's always necessary. I mean, nowadays, English seems to have become the international language of communication, whether we like it or not, and basically, you can get by in most countries if you know English. I don't mean that you'd be able to have a deep, intellectual discussion about the meaning of life, but if you're just going on holiday for a couple of weeks, there's no point in spending months trying to master the language.
But I do think it makes a positive impression on locals if you at least try to use a few simple phrases in their language, instead of arrogantly assuming that they can make the effort to speak English or your language. It somehow shows a certain respect towards their culture.
That's true, I suppose, and I admit that when I travel to foreign countries, I do make sure I have a phrase book with me. But I have noticed in some countries that locals are keener to try out the smattering of English they've picked up than to listen to my stumbling attempts at their language.
Exercise 30H, page 81.
What is the difference between a traveller and a tourist?
Well, to start with, a traveller might be travelling for various different reasons, mightn't he? I mean, travelling might be part of his job, if he's a travel writer, for example. In which case, he'd have a totally different attitude from a tourist, who is basically just on holiday and out to have a good time and relax, while a traveller would probably be trying to gain some kind of insight into the way of life and culture of the place he's in.
Yes, a typical tourist, on the other hand, at least in my experience, tends not to be that interested in learning. And though he might visit historical sites, he's probably more interested in taking some nice snapshots to show people at home than in actually finding out about the historical background and civilization of the place he's visiting.
Exactly, though it does of course depend on the individual. I mean, perhaps that's a bit of an overgeneralization. After all, not every tourist is necessarily a typical one, is he? Indeed, I myself have met some very well-informed and conscientious tourists who have immersed themselves in the local culture during their stay.
Yes, I admit there must be exceptions, but my idea of a serious traveller is somebody who would first of all stay away from home for quite a substantial period of time, compared with the average 2 or 3 week package holiday that a lot of tourists have. A traveller may well be on the road for months, even years, and during that time clock up a wealth of experiences that enrich his mind.
Self-Assessment Module 2. Exercise 8. Page 96.
My wife Verilyn and I have just completed the classic coast-to-coast walk from St. Bees on the west coast of England to Robin Hood's Bay on the east coast. This is not an official trail, but a combination of public footpaths and country roads. The total distance of the coast-to-coast trail is 190 miles. But we reduced the hiking mileage to 120 miles by driving across the less scenic farming areas while hiking through 3 national parks: the Lake District, the Yorkshire Dales, and the North York Moors. For the active walker, England is just short of paradise, with a lifetime of destinations. Post a map of England on the wall, close your eyes, and point to any place on the map, and you're likely to be only a stone's throw from a public pathway. England and Wales alone, not including Scotland, offer some 135,000 miles of public footpaths and bridleways for walkers, horseback riders, and bicyclists. Our coast-to-coast walk generally followed the route pioneered by A.W. Wainwright, first published in book form in 1973. After walking the Pennine Way, which involves walking 252 miles, Wainwright set out to plot a long walk, partly because the growing popularity of the Pennine Way indicated that many people of all ages welcomed the challenge of a long-distance walk, and partly because he wanted to encourage in others the ambition to devise, with the aid of maps, their own cross-country marathons, and not be merely followers of other people's routes. After plotting his coast-to-coast walk, Wainwright concluded, and I quote, "Surely there cannot be a finer itinerary for a long-distance walk. Few other walks in England, apart from the Pennine Way, offer such variety of landscape, and in terms of sustained beauty, it puts even the Pennine Way to shame." Since Wainwright first published his guide, many British and foreign hikers have hiked all or a good portion of the coast-to-coast trail. They have experienced the exhilaration of crossing the high ridges with expansive views, now brilliantly clear and then shrouded in fog, wind-swept moors, soggy peat bogs, deep forests. rushing rivers, and manicured farmlands. They have hiked through England's diverse culture, walked in the shadow of Wordsworth and Harriet, viewing the ruins of a 12th century abbey, old castles, old Roman roads, and sturdy stone walls stretching in all directions. And when the hiking day is done, the coasters can spend the evening enjoying the good cheer of the village inns, and bed and breakfast in the simple comfort of stone farmhouses. This is long-distance hiking at its best. Anyone wishing to hike the coast-to-coast walk can obtain a vast amount of material to plan the trip. Wainwright's A Coast-to-Coast Walk is the best place to start. Since it was published in 1973, the guide was reissued with minor changes in 1995 and 1998. It features interesting pencil drawings and map segments of the route, and is meant to be used in conjunction with Ordnance Survey maps. These maps, plotted on a scale of 1 inch to 1 mile, show a tremendous amount of detail, including the placement of farm buildings. The maps are indispensable as you plot your course from Rostwaite to Grassmere, or to any other villages along the trail. Rather than describe this walk in detail, I will reflect on some interesting aspects of hiking this trail. Our trip was a package arranged by Wilderness Travel of Berkeley. The trip was 16 days, which included 12 days of hiking. Each day we walked about 6 hours and averaged about 11 miles. The high point on our hike was 3,118 feet elevation on top of Helvellyn Peak. While this was not high by California standards, most trails start from near sea level, so your final elevation is all gain. Our cumulative elevation gain was 16,300 feet, or about 3 miles, the equivalent of hiking to the bottom of the Grand Canyon and back again 3 times. Our most aggressive hiking day was an ascent and descent of 2,300 feet. We had 2 fine guides, Hugh Westacott, this was his 24th coast-to-coast hike, and Peter Goddard, a veteran of 15 trips. And this is the way it was.
Unit 5. The Science of Life. Exercise 3B, page 99.
In my career as a doctor, spanning almost 30 years, I've witnessed many changes in the diagnosis and treatment of disease. As a GP, I come up against everything from ingrowing toenails to cancer, and it never ceases to amaze me how much ill health there is around. Speaking of cancer, nowadays we can cure about 1 in 3 malignant cancers outright, and in addition to this, there are many other cases where we achieve what is referred to as a 5-year cure. It's never easy to predict the future, but I'd say that given the breakthroughs now taking place in the realm of genetic engineering, we could well see 100% cure and/or prevention rate within the next 30 years. Infectious diseases spread by vectors such as mosquitoes are still a major source of ill health in many parts of the world. Most governments have measures in place designed to limit and eventually wipe out these vectors, and the malaria and sandfly fever along with them. Within our lifetime, we should have seen the last of them. That's hopefully in about 25 years in my case. While I'm on the subject of longevity, the average life expectancy for someone who today is in their youth, provided they take care of their health, is around 82. With any luck, by the time their grandchildren are pensioners, that figure may have reached the magic 100. That's about 100 years hence. In 1982, the world was hit by what was dubbed the last great scourge of the 20th century, AIDS. Scientists around the world are working feverishly in an all-out effort to find a vaccine that will either cure people who have the virus that causes AIDS or provide immunity from it. At the rate things are advancing, we can expect to see a vaccine by the end of the decade. The aptly named common cold is one of the earliest recorded diseases and is mentioned by Hippocrates. Because the virus causing the illness keeps mutating, the cure for the common cold remains elusive. I'd hazard a guess at half a century if you were to ask me how long before a cure is discovered, but don't hold your breath. Now, I have many patients who come to see me with one thing or another wrong with their heart. The prospect of having to have heart surgery frightens the life out of many people, but often they're amazed to hear that their operation involves no incisions, no pain, and no blood. This is because an increasing number of procedures are carried out using minute probes which are inserted into blood vessels in the top of the leg and manipulated towards the heart by the surgeon. I wouldn't be at all surprised if at least 80% of heart surgery were to be performed in this way within the next 5 years.
Exercise 3C, page 99.
The medical advances I've mentioned so far are all directly or indirectly dependent on research involving the use of animals. Speaking as a scientist and a doctor, I have seen with my own eyes the enormous benefits to people such research can bring. If there were another way of achieving the same gains without the use of animal trials, believe me, I'd be wholeheartedly in favour of it. Unfortunately, for the time being at least, no such alternative exists. People who vandalise research establishments, so-called animal rights activists, succeed only in slowing up progress and achieving the results we're after. The only other thing they achieve is to attract media attention. The media, in turn, take the opportunity of creating a human interest story out of the issue. Conversely, when a medical breakthrough, such as a new development in transplant surgery, is announced, it gets a passing mention on page 4 in one column near the bottom. One can only assume that this reflects the general public's lack of enthusiasm for news of such importance to them. I'll never understand this. Of course, apathy is also a trait of governments when it comes to reacting to demands for better state health provision. They tend to meet demands for increased funding with calls for belt-tightening. They're telling us that we must break out of the nanny state mentality has also become commonplace.
Exercise 19A, page 105.
5 o'clock is a bit late. Have you got anything earlier?
Let's see, I can give you an appointment at 4:15. How does that suit you?
Graham, hi, Linda here. Listen, about meeting you tomorrow, something's come up. I'm afraid I can't make it.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, maybe next week then.
I'll try.
OK, Linda, never mind then. Thanks for letting me know.
Is there an earlier appointment?
Well, I can fit you in at 11:30. How's that?
So, has he got any free time today?
I'm afraid he's booked solid today, Ms. Clarkson.
Hello, I would like to make an appointment to see the manager, please.
Certainly. May I ask what this is in reference to?
Good morning. My name is John Bart, and I have an appointment with Dr. Robson.
Certainly. Why don't you have a seat and I'll let him know you're here.
Brian, hi, it's Patricia.
Hi there.
Listen, I'm stuck in terrible traffic and I'm late for picking up my son. Can we move the appointment to sometime tomorrow?
Exercise 20B, page 106.
Once again, Filipino psychic surgeon Gary George Magno is in the headlines. This time, however, it is neither because of his supposed ability to cure terminally ill patients, nor is it the recent spate of publicity over his claimed supernatural powers. Instead, this week his American wife, Terry Lynn Stanley, was arrested by immigration agents in their home in Malate and later deported to the United States for the fraudulent practice of medicine. With us to shed some light on the credibility of these so-called miracle workers or faith healers is Sean Flint, leading psychologist at Glen Haven Psychological Institute. Sean.
Thank you, Graham. The practice of working miracles, faith healing, or performing psychic surgery was developed in ancient or prehistoric times and is still used by primitive cultures as a means of coping with sickness and death. The shaman, or witch doctor, would palm bits of one thing or another and pretend to pull them from the patient's body. Now, what he was doing was totally staged, but it was not done to intentionally deceive anybody. The idea behind the production was that the miracle would relieve anxiety and bring peace of mind to both the patient and his loved ones. Today's faith healers, such as the gentleman and his wife whom were referred to earlier, are frauds, plain and simple. And the reason behind what they do is even simpler. It's a good way to make money. Although it's commonly believed that psychic surgeons don't charge for their services, the facts say otherwise, as the luxurious lifestyles of several healers clearly show. This is not the first time psychic surgeons have been exposed as fakes. In February 1989, Baguio-based healer Placido Palatean was arrested in Oregon for the same offense. And in March 1987, Brother Jose Bagarin, who operated in Sacramento, California, was arrested for quackery and the illegal practice of medicine. He was sentenced to 9 months in jail. The arresting officer who frisked him found several red-coloured cotton balls in his left rear pocket. Healers use these balls, nicknamed bullets, to create the illusion of blood at the appropriate time during sham surgery. Even though there have been numerous documented cases of such trickery and subsequent harmful results, people still believe in and seek out miracle cures. The myth still persists, and this is due largely to unscrupulous agencies that promote these wonder healers and the testimonies of patients who assume they have been cured. Most of the time, the people who respond to psychic surgery are those suffering from psychosomatic illnesses, disorders that are caused or aggravated by prolonged stress. This does not mean that the patient's problem is psychological. On the contrary, such disorders can produce physical symptoms like acne, eczema, arthritis, headache, and backache, among others. In chronic pain disorders, for instance, the person has episodes of chronic pain that may last for months, yet no underlying cause is ever found. As with other psychosomatic ailments, these symptoms are the result of stress, and are the patient's way of getting the attention and sympathy of others. As soon as the stress is gone, as soon as the person's anxiety is relieved, these symptoms disappear. Despite the fact that most of these cases are self-limiting and clear up regardless of the treatment offered, patients attribute their cure to their psychic surgeons, and the faith-healing myth is further propagated. Exercise 21B, page 106.
In today's edition of Careers Today, we'll be examining jobs in healthcare provision. And with me to discuss the various aspects of them is John Wilkinson of the National Health Worker, the healthcare industry's periodical. John, I know that there are more professions in the healthcare industry than most of us realise. Can you tell us a little about them and the kinds of skills and aptitudes that are required for some of them?
Well, Kathy, as you just reminded the listeners, there's more to health than just doctors and nurses. As techniques of medicine and caregiving progress, the number and variety of specializations increase too. Increasingly, much of the daily business of healthcare provision is in diagnostics. Some of the tools available to doctors have been with us for some time, such as X-ray photography, while others are on the cutting edge of technology. For example, nuclear magnetic resonance imaging. Almost all of the high-tech diagnostic techniques are the responsibility of the health physicist. His or her main concern is with ionizing radiation, and the safety of both patients and staff hinges on the health physicist's expertise in the area of radiological protection.
What other jobs are there in the area of technology?
More than most people realize. Hospitals these days are full of all kinds of high-tech gadgetry that, just like the human bodies it's designed to treat, has the propensity to malfunction. A hospital can't rely on outside contractors to the extent that you or I rely on various repairmen and the like to come and sort the problem out for us. It has to have in-house expertise to cope with any eventuality. Then there's the routine maintenance of things like kidney dialysis machines that have to be stripped down and refitted out for each patient. Even down to the fitting of new batteries and a hearing aid. Nothing is too big or too small for the teams of highly skilled technicians.
I've never had to go into hospital, apart from visiting other people. Is the food as bad as everybody makes it out to be?
I'm glad you asked me that, because that's one of the areas I was going to touch on. Dietetics. It's no secret that the real key to a long and healthy life lies in what we eat. And it's the job of the hospital dietitian to devise eating regimes for both the needs of people with complaints such as renal failure, sugar diabetes, cardiovascular problems, and for the general health of both patients and staff. It would be mortifying for a dietitian having advised a patient to avoid fatty foods to then go into the hospital cafeteria only to find that sausage and eggs was the first thing on the menu. And just to answer your question, no. Hospital food isn't as bad as some people would have us believe.
Could you tell us a little about the ambulance service and what skills are required?
Certainly. The mental picture that everyone has of ambulance personnel is somebody driving a white van at a diabolical speed, making a terrific noise in the process. Well, they sometimes do that. But their work is generally much more complicated. The paramedics, men and women well versed in a wide spectrum of life-saving procedures, are often the first on the scene in many medical emergencies, be it a motorway traffic accident or a domestic emergency. It's often their ability and cool-headedness that make all the difference at critical moments. They radio ahead details of a patient's condition to the hospital casualty department so that the trauma team can be in readiness to administer the appropriate treatment on arrival. I'd say that the aptitude that is required for this kind of work is an ability to keep calm under all conditions and to be able to maintain a totally detached attitude towards the job.
John, I keep hearing the term hospital social worker being used, and I'm ashamed to say that I really don't know what a hospital social worker does.
Well, hospital social workers fill a key role in what is referred to as continuing care. To explain what I mean, I'll give you an example. Let's say a senior citizen who lives alone has a spell in hospital and is subsequently discharged. There would be little wisdom, after curing them of their illness, in sending them home to an empty house with no food in the fridge and perhaps not being in a condition to do any shopping or cooking. It would be the hospital social worker's responsibility to ensure that the person's situation is such that they are able to fend for themselves or, in the event of them not being able to do so, to arrange for meals to be delivered to the person's home, and for care workers to visit them, to ensure that their needs are being met. As I said, this is merely an example of what a hospital social worker does.
Well, I for one feel that I now know more than I did about the functions of the people who provide such an invaluable service to our country, and I'm sure that our listeners feel the same. Thanks for joining us.
Pleasure.
Exercise 22A, page 107.
The postmodern era has brought about changes that were unimaginable just a few years ago. Knowledge, it seems, not only advances but also accelerates, and suddenly it seems safe to say that absolutely anything is possible. Back in the age of discovery, when good old know-how seemed to be the panacea we all thought would provide limitless energy, resources, wealth, and, yes, life, it never crossed our minds that one day we ourselves would come to the point where we would say that enough was finally enough. When the cloning of animals became a reality, the world was captivated by the possibilities, and suddenly we all had the opportunity to be in on a world-changing event. Just as the previous generation had witnessed the discovery that threatened ultimate destruction, so we too had come to the threshold of the secrets of life. Then, in the batting of an eye, we had passed emergency legislation banning experiments into human cloning, lest we fall into the trap of confusing the roles in the grand scheme of things and become not just masters of our own destiny, but also our own creators. What is the reason for our reluctance to push beyond our role of world changers and undertake the role of life makers? Maybe we are precocious adolescents, overstepping our level of responsibility, not yet mature enough to don the mantle of parent, preferring to sidestep our duty. Maybe it is just a case of too much, too young.
Exercise 23A, page 107.
What on earth is that?
It's my biology project. I've got to monitor the growth of cultures of microorganisms over the weekend. It's what you might call a cultural weekend.
Very funny. I hope that stuff isn't dangerous. You can't be too careful, you know. Anyway, just how are you supposed to monitor the growth of microorganisms without a high-powered microscope?
Voila! The last word in optical microscopes, complete with student-friendly carrying case. It's got a magnifying power of 5,000.
I say, that's very trusting of the school to let you take the microscope home for the weekend.
Dad, it's not the microscope, it's my microscope. We're all issued with one at the beginning of the school year. Of course, we're expected to look after it until the time comes to hand it in. It wouldn't be possible to do weekend projects if we didn't have the equipment now, would it?
Suppose not. Things have progressed somewhat since my school days, that's for sure. We used to have the books provided and sometimes the odd musical instrument, but we usually had to share it with somebody else. You don't realise how lucky you are.
Lucky? What are you talking about? Measuring the growth rate of microbes all weekend isn't exactly what I'd call lucky.
I give up.
Exercise 24A, page 107.
If there's one thing that sticks out in my mind from my childhood, it's all the time I had off from school because of my ears. I had some kind of recurring ear problem that I was always being dragged off to the doctors with, and I was excused from swimming on more occasions than I care to remember. As I remember, there were always a lot of children off school. Somebody was always coming down with something or other. In my job as a teacher, I've gradually seen the amount of absenteeism due to illness decline over the time I've been in the profession. Some of my colleagues took the time to look into whether the apparent decline in childhood illness could be put down to the general improvement in the nation's health, or whether there are other factors at play. Of course, it's very difficult to separate all the variables, but one possible alternative explanation that they came up with was that the level of childhood illness has, in fact, remained static, and that the fall in numbers of children off school is explained by the fact that because there are more and more families where both partners are in full-time employment, there's simply no one at home during the day to take care of a sick child in any case. If this is indeed the case, the implication is that we have sick children in the classroom who, firstly, can't concentrate fully on the lesson and become disruptive, and secondly, in all probability, will bring the rest of the class down with whatever it is they have. This is a wonderful example of how what appears on the surface to be an improvement is, in fact, a worsening situation when looked at in more detail.
Exercise 25A, page 107.
The soaring autumn sales of vitamin C supplements conjures up mixed emotions for a dietitian. On the one hand, I am relieved that the correct nutritional message is getting through. Vitamin C can help prevent and reduce the severity of the common cold. On the other, though, loading our bodies with vitamin C tablets is not always necessary, and sometimes it can cause damage. The recommended daily intake of vitamin C for adults is 60 milligrams, with children needing roughly half this amount. Despite popular belief, consuming more than 1,000 milligrams a day is of no real benefit. Vitamin C is water-soluble. Therefore, the body will simply excrete what it doesn't need. I sometimes find that people who take excess vitamin C in the form of supplements suffer from sensitive and irritable stomachs and mouth ulcers. However, the reasons for making sure your body gets enough vitamin C are many. Also known as ascorbic acid, vitamin C helps the body absorb iron, a very important mineral necessary to ensure growth in young children, among other essential functions. It is also one of the best antioxidant vitamins, a group of nutrients that help prevent heart disease, premature aging, and cancer. Furthermore, it is needed for growth and healthy body tissue, and is important in the healing of wounds.
Exercise 26D, page 107.
How about including a picture of a pregnant woman smoking? There's a poster like that. It's one that's often displayed in hospitals and clinics to put across the message that smoking can harm the unborn child. If one of these were to be included, it would broaden the scope of the leaflet.
Yes, I had seen that image, but wouldn't you to say it's a bit overused? It is no doubt it delivered its message too effectively in the past, but overexposure to an image desensitizes the people for whose it is intended, and I doubt if it would have had the same impact today that it had previously.
Well, all right. But while pictures A to D all show how smoking can affect the individual, they don't show how smoking can be a danger to non-smokers, which is something which needs to be pointed out in this kind of publication. After all, a smoker makes his own choices, but those around him are the ones whose health will also be affected.
You're meaning passive smoking. That's a so valid point.
Passive smoking isn't represented among the pictures, yet it's certainly a controversial issue in today's society. Perhaps the image you mentioned of the pregnant woman could be altered. She and her baby could depict the victims to passive smoking. Rather the smoker could be her husband.
Yes, that would be much more effective.
Sample interview, page 107.
Now I'd like you to talk about something together. Here are some pictures on the theme of health. First of all, please look at pictures A and B and talk together about which picture you think sends out the stronger message. I'd like you to talk for about a minute on this, so if I stop you, please don't worry.
Well, let's start with picture A, shall we? A photograph of a skull with a lighted cigarette hanging out of its mouth. Horrific, really, isn't it?
Yes, it's obviously designed to shock. The fact that the skull has been stained a tobacco brown makes it even worse. The other one is less obvious. What do you think it is?
Yes, it's been puzzling me a bit too. I think, though, that it must be something medical. Perhaps 2 lung x-rays showing the effects of smoking on the lungs. You know, how tar clogs up the lungs.
Ah, yes, I see what you mean. Which one do you think has the stronger message? I think I'd go for picture A. I mean, everyone knows that smoking is bad for you, but they don't like to face up to the fact that it can kill you.
Yes. Picture B just shows a condition, without any comment, no indication of how bad it is, or whether it's a reversible or incurable condition, while A really makes you sit up and take notice. I'd go along with you there, I think.
Thank you. Now I'd like you to look at all the pictures. Imagine that 2 of these will be selected to go on the front page of a government publication entitled Smoking Kills. Together, decide on the 2 pictures you would use. Say why the pictures you have not chosen do not do the job as well, and then suggest 1 other photograph that you would like to see on the cover. Please talk about this for about 3 minutes.
Right. Now, pictures to go on the front of a government anti-smoking publication. I suppose we should start by thinking about who the publication is directed at. That will help us choose the pictures.
Well, I'd say that it should probably be directed at young people and sent round to schools. After all, they're the people the tobacco companies are targeting in their advertising campaigns, so they're the people at risk.
In that case, I think we should discard picture B. I don't think it's the kind of picture to make much of an impression on young people. It's too scientific, and, as we said before, it doesn't make the point very strongly.
Yes, but remember it is a government publication. They tend to avoid sensationalism, so perhaps in this case it would be better to have the X-rays on the cover rather than the skull.
I am not so sure about that, but if we do choose the X-rays, then I think the other picture we choose has to be more descriptive. I tend to prefer picture D to picture C.
Picture C is quite dramatic, but it could be any medical emergency. It doesn't necessarily indicate smoking. As well as that, it shows someone being rushed into hospital from an ambulance. And if you are taken to hospital, the implication is that you're going to recover. So the message, smoking kills, isn't put across very effectively here.
No, it isn't, which is why I prefer picture D. It shows a young woman in a haze of smoke, but it's not a glamorous image, as cigarette advertisements tend to be. She looks as if she can't breathe and is choking on the smoke. She's definitely suffering from that cigarette. Actually, I'd like to go back to what I suggested before. Despite it being a government publication, there should be a strong message conveyed. Pictures A and D really underline the title. I think I'd say they're dramatic rather than anything else.
Okay, point taken. Particularly since we've decided that the publication is directed at young people. So we need something that attracts attention and relates to them in a way like the picture of the young woman. So we've chosen A and D.
Yes, that's right. Now, another photograph. It might be a good idea to include a photograph showing the effects of passive smoking. What do you think?
Yes, people are inclined to feel that it is only the smoker, him or herself, that is at risk, when in fact it is everybody in the immediate vicinity as well. Young children are particularly vulnerable.
So we could include a picture of a family at home, the parents both smoking, and their children sitting in a smoke-filled environment. Something like a mother feeding her baby while she's smoking?
Or a pregnant woman smoking. According to statistics, children born to women who smoked during pregnancy are likely to be underweight and to be far more susceptible to chest ailments.
Yes, both of those would be good. Which one should we choose?
I think the picture of the family would probably be the best. That moves the whole question away from just the individual and makes us think of the bad effects on society, especially on those closest to us.
Thank you.
Unit 6. The Art of Entertainment. Exercise 4. Page 119.
I think I'd say that I always keep my audience in mind. It's important not to underestimate them, but you shouldn't overestimate them either. I mean, we're not making a picture for university professors, we're making it for ordinary people, the people we pass in the street every day. What I really want to say, I suppose, is that we shouldn't bore them or give them subjects too far from their own interests.
I've got a rather different point of view, I think. To be honest, I'd rather do what I want to do and what's interesting for me, something that breaks new ground, than make a film just because it's commercial and will go down well in Hollywood. The result may not have crowd appeal, but it makes a contribution to the development of film as an art form. In fact, I always make low-cost movies. If you're on a small budget, you're not answerable to anyone else, and you can do what you like.
But who's going to go and see them? There has to be an audience. And that audience must be made to laugh or to cry, enjoy themselves, to feel that the money they handed over for the ticket was worth it.
Entertainment takes different forms, though, doesn't it? You can be just as entertained by seeing something a bit different and which makes you think as you can by laughing your head off at a comedy. They're just different aspects of the same thing.
Exercise 14B. Page 122.
Personally speaking, I am a member of the school of thought that insists on inwardly comprehending art before it's possible to truly appreciate what the artist intended to convey when painting it. It is also important to bear in mind something of the background of the individual. This is never truer than in the works of John Singer Sargent and René Magritte. Magritte's The Lovers, too, is a fine example of the often challenging images that stem from his revelations of the mystery of the visible world. To him, this world was a more than adequate source of lucid revelations, so that he didn't need to draw on dreams like other surrealists. He remains one of the art world's most obscure figures. But those who find him obscure shouldn't forget that he had turned his back on the fantastic and on the immediate world of dreams. He didn't seek to be obscure. There are many who fail to see what it is about this particular piece that made it so well known. John Singer Sargent's famous painting Carnation, Lily, Lily, Rose is in complete contrast to The Lovers Too, in that it has a light and innocent quality which gives those unversed in his work the impression that he was shallow and lacked the philosophical depth of the surrealists. Sargent, however, predated the surrealists, and closer examination of his work reveals elements of movement which helped define the surrealist school of painting.
Exercise 27B, page 126.
Good evening, everyone. This is Friday Night Blues, and I'm Shona Kennedy. Now, there are so many wonderful young jazz musicians around, but every now and then you get one who is more than just a success. In fact, the one I have the honour of having with me tonight is a young saxophonist who's made such an impact that Patrick Wilson himself went so far as to suggest he is the most important new musician in 20 years. Jonathan Redgrave, welcome to the programme.
Thank you, Shona.
Now, I understand that your first contact with jazz music was John Coltrane's A Love Supreme. How much do you think this particular album has influenced your music?
Well, I can remember looking at the album cover and hearing that music when I was 3 or 4. It's hard to say what effect the album had on me, because that was music for me. In other words, A Love Supreme, along with a few other records, were my first exposure to music, so they were kind of the definition of music to me. And I think the thing that always amazed me about that album was just the intensity and the force of the music and the soulfulness of it. I think that is the case for most people when they hear that record. They may not have any understanding of what's happening musically, the incredibly deep and complex musical concepts that Coltrane is working on, but I think the conviction and the intensity and the passion and the sincerity, the honesty, you feel these qualities when you hear this record.
Do you ever feel Coltrane's music can be a little inaccessible?
No, I certainly don't. Coltrane, in a certain way, is a paradox, because he is one of the most elusive and one of the most uncompromising artists. Everything that he did was all about music and all about artistry. No concessions were made to commercial issues. Yet at the same time, he is one of the most compelling, and in some ways one of the most accessible artists in the history of jazz. There are people who own Coltrane albums, and those are the only jazz albums they own, or they are the only jazz albums that they like. But I certainly don't think that any kind of jazz is inaccessible. For example, if I put Ornette Coleman on for some people, and don't tell them it's Ornette Coleman, or don't tell them that it's free jazz, sometimes they love it, and they can relate to it because there is melody, there is deep feeling, there is an incredible sense of humor. Sure, some people understand jazz better than others, because they've listened to more of it, or they've read about it, or I don't know what, but you don't have to be a member of that club to enjoy jazz.
You were commissioned by a playwright to create a piece of music that would be used in her play. Tell us a few things about that.
Yeah, that was Mary Whithaven. It was a year or so ago. She wrote a play called Moving House, and she wanted me to create a piece of music that put the audience in a state of uncertainty, where things are unclear in a time of change. That was a lot of fun to do, because I had to work on the compatibility of the music with what went on stage. I actually went to many rehearsals, and I even videoed one of them and would write music at home watching that video.
And would you say the music you wrote for that play is also influenced by Coltrane?
His influence can never be that far away. No matter what you do, music is a part of your identity. But it's very dangerous for me to compare myself to Coltrane while I am doing my own work, because if I do that, I am basically going to stop playing. I am never going to sound as good as John Coltrane. I am not going to come close to achieving what he did, so I basically try to put him and his music completely out of my mind when I am doing my own stuff, because otherwise he will be like this ghost that is haunting me.
Tell us a little bit about your new album, The Open Sea, is it?
Well, that's right. The Open Sea is my latest work. It contains 12 saxophone pieces, and I've got some very highly esteemed musicians playing with me. Luke Palmer at the piano, Neil Conway playing the bass, and Alex Fielding at the drums. And 4 of those 12 pieces are actually live recordings from the handful of gigs we did in London last summer. But my focus when playing remains the same as it was on my previous 2 albums, and there won't be any surprises for people who have listened to my music before. I'm still committed to making good, mellow, approachable jazz.
Well, shall we perhaps listen to one of the songs?
I don't see why not.
Exercise 28B. Page 126.
Today we continue with the next segment in our series on famous entertainment spots. This afternoon we're travelling to America, to sunny California in fact, to talk about Grauman's Chinese Theatre. We're lucky to have in the studio Jill James, manager of this illustrious theatre. Thanks for coming, Jill. Why don't we begin with a bit of historical background on the theatre?
That's as good a starting place as any. Well, Grauman's Chinese Theatre was opened over 70 years ago by legendary showman Sid Grauman, the man who also built the nearby Egyptian Theatre and the $1 Million Theatre on Broadway. The theatre was renamed Mann's Chinese Theatre after it was purchased by Ted Mann in 1973. But by any name, it's still the same grand landmark. The Chinese Theatre has been the site of more gala Hollywood movie premieres than any other theatre in the world. In 1939, for instance, over 10,000 spectators showed up for the world premiere of The Wizard of Oz, and back in the 1940s, Grauman's Chinese Theatre hosted the annual Academy Award ceremonies.
Why is it called the Chinese Theatre?
That's because of its architectural design. Sid Grauman had a flair for the dramatic, and he was the one who came up with the idea for the unique Oriental theme. The ornate exterior of the theatre is almost as enticing as its celebrated forecourt, which we'll talk about in a bit. Resembling a giant red Chinese pagoda, the theatre's architecture features a huge dragon snaking its way across the front, 2 stone lion dogs guarding the main entrance, and the silhouettes of tiny dragons racing up and down the sides of the theatre's decorative copper roof.
It sounds wonderful. What could we expect to see inside the theatre?
As a matter of fact, you'd be in for quite a surprise. You might suspect that after 7 decades, the theatre's interior would be dilapidated, like many of the other older theaters in L.A. But in fact, the Chinese Theatre remains in surprisingly good condition. Its interior decor is a dazzling blur of exotic Asian motifs, and the lobby boasts elaborate wall murals depicting life in the Orient, and a colossal, intricate Chinese chandelier. In the lobby's west wing is a glass case containing 3 wax figures wearing authentic Chinese costumes. Movie makers used to consider it good luck to come to the theatre and touch these wax figures before embarking on a new film project.
You were going to tell us a bit about the forecourt.
That's right. This renowned forecourt represents a virtual who's who of Hollywood greats, with its extensive display of footprints, handprints, and autographs immortalized in the legendary cement. There have only been about 173 star prints made so far, and the remaining empty space in the courtyard is scarce, so the honor is now reserved solely for true Hollywood superstars.
Gosh, we're nearly out of time already. Any last words for our audience, Jill?
Yes, actually, a bit of advice for those who visit the theatre in person. Near the forecourt, you'll find that the tourist business, with all its inherent evils, is thriving. Beware of the booths set up hawking various guided bus tours of Hollywood and the movie stars' homes. More often than not, the tours are incredibly high-priced and not worth half of what the guides are charging. Also, even though the outdoor courtyard is open 24 hours a day, be warned. Hollywood Boulevard can be a rough place at times, especially in the late hours. Use common sense, stick with a group, and come at a sensible hour.
I'll certainly bear that in mind.
Exercise 29A. Page 126.
People have always found strange ways of spending their free time, but origami is one of those things that outsiders find very difficult to understand. Folding paper is the usual response to an admission that your hobby is origami. What on earth is so interesting about that? In fact, origami is practiced the world over among an enthusiastic group of people and is increasingly being considered an independent art form. It originated in the Far East, supposedly in China, where simple designs were made. In the 6th century, when paper was introduced into Japan and integrated into the culture, being used in architecture and in many aspects of daily life, origami developed there. Designs were transmitted via an oral tradition, with the recreational designs being passed from mother to daughter. Meanwhile, paper folding was also being developed by the Moors in Spain. In this case, the designs made a study of the geometrics inherent in paper, since the creation of human figures in art was forbidden. Origami, therefore, is not just a modern fad, but an activity with a long and varied history. Exercise 30A, page 127.
Jack was a good friend and an outstanding artist, and I can still remember him almost 45 years on. We were in the same year group together at the Art Students League in New York. He was starting to be influenced by the Mexican muralist painters and a little while later by certain aspects of surrealism. By the mid-1940s, he started to paint in a completely abstract manner, and it was around that time that he developed his drip and splash style that he became renowned for. He would put his canvas on the floor and pour his paint from a can. Instead of using brushes, he manipulated the paint with knives and trowels and anything else that came to hand. This action painting was supposed to result in a direct expression of the unconscious moods of the artist, and he became its best-known practitioner. As I recall, it was around this time that his name became associated with the introduction of the all-over style. This avoids any points of emphasis or identifiable parts within the whole canvas, and therefore abandons the traditional idea of composition in terms of relations among the parts of a painting. One thing that perhaps not many people know is that the design of his paintings had no relationship to the size or shape of the canvas, and this was often cropped to suit the image subsequent to the work being painted. Neat trick, I always thought.
Exercise 31A, page 127.
There's actually quite a funny story behind this song. This was written especially for a performance I was doing last summer down in Cornwall. Sarah Dunnage was supposed to be coming to the gig and singing a couple of songs with me, but I gave her the wrong date, you see. People that know me are not surprised when I tell them this. Anyway, I'm talking to Sarah on the phone 3 days before the gig, and at some point I said something to the effect of, "I'll see you in 3 days." So there's this long pause, and then she says, "You mean next week?" And I say, "No, I mean this week." Anyway, that's how the mix-up came to light. She says, "Well, I'm sorry, Bob, I'm playing in London on Wednesday." So, resourceful guy that I am, I had this great idea where we would hook up during the concert through the telephone lines, and we would do a song together which would be heard at the same time in Cornwall and London. And Sarah loved the idea. And so we started talking about which song to do, and at some point I suggested that I should write a song for the occasion and call it Long Distance, which I actually sat down and did that very evening. The next thing I did was I got my brother, who's a bit of a computer freak, to record the song and encode it into MP3 on his computer. And I emailed it to Sarah, and so she was able to rehearse and become familiar with it. So, on the day of the actual concert, the guys from BT came along, and they were extremely helpful, and I was talking to Sarah and hearing her from the speakers in no time. And when it finally came to playing the song live, well, the audience absolutely adored it in Cornwall, and Sarah tells me that it was extremely well received in London too. And there you have it. Who said rock and roll can't be high-tech?
Exercise 32A, page 127.
country far away, where three brothers live who just...
Isn't it wonderful the way we have music in the streets now? You're sitting at home and you can hear old songs drifting up from the street below and see people leaning over their balconies to listen.
Well, yes it is, if you look at it like that. I can't help thinking about the musicians. The reason they're doing it is obviously because they're desperate and they've no other means of making money. I don't know how many streets they have to walk through or how long they have to go on for, and here we sit in our nice, comfortable houses. The other night I was at the cinema, the late show, and when we came out there were people busking in the foyer, all trying to look as happy as possible, but no one was giving them anything. People just put their heads down and scurried off.
Well, maybe, but I'd say that on the whole they make quite a lot of money. Look how many buskers there are in the main shopping streets.
True, but...
Exercise 33C, page 127.
In this part of the test, I'd like you each to talk on your own for about 2 minutes. You should listen to what your partner says, because I'll ask you to comment afterwards. Pierre, I'm going to show you a card. There's a question written on the card, and I'd like you to give us your opinions. There are some ideas on the card, and you can use them if you want to. So, here's your card, Pierre, and here is a copy for you to look at, Joanna. Don't forget, Pierre, you have about 2 minutes to talk before we join in. Would you like to start?
As far as I am concerned, art is all around us all the time. Everywhere we go, we hear music blasting out of car stereos, radios, and sound systems. Sometimes this can be irritating. For example, when we are in a cafe, trying to have a quiet chat over coffee with a friend, and the music is so loud that we cannot hear what the other is saying. We often feel stressed. At other times, however, music can provide a soundtrack to our lives and contribute to our memories of certain events or occasions. For instance, we may associate an event in our lives with a song that was playing at the time, and every time we hear that song in the future, it will evoke the feelings we had at the time we first heard it. The music we hear as we go about our daily business can also affect our mood and make us feel happy, sad, or energetic, depending on the rhythm and tune of what we hear. I always listen to the radio when I'm getting ready for work in the mornings, and the songs I hear influence my mood for the rest of the day. Especially as I tend to get songs stuck in my head and hear them over and over again in my mind. And then there are books, which we use all the time. I think that reading can be very relaxing, especially after a stressful day at work or school. When you immerse yourself in a novel, you escape your daily routine and enter another world, encountering fantastic characters and locations. The same applies to films. Everyone now can watch any kind of film at the cinema or on a video at home. Although when watching a movie, you do not have to use as much imagination as you do when reading. The stories told in books take place in your mind, whereas stories told in films are the product of someone else's imagination. When watching a film, we are completely passive. I think that is why many people find watching films more relaxing than reading. They don't have to make any effort and can just lose themselves in the plot and imagery. In my opinion, it is wonderful to have so much access to art in our daily lives. Music, books, and films can relax us and help to bring color to our lives.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to add to that, Joanna?
Yes, I agree with what Pierre says about being constantly surrounded by music and having plenty of access to books and films, but I don't think that any of these necessarily fall into the category of art. I think that if we are going to describe something as art, then there has to be some sort of criterion of quality involved, and not many of the books and films, or much of the music for that matter, which we are exposed to would accord with that.
Thank you.
Exercise 33F, page 127.
Now, Joanna, I'm going to give you your question. So here is your card and a copy for you, Pierre. Don't forget, Joanna, that you have about 2 minutes to give us your opinions. There are some ideas on the card and you can use them if you want to. Right. Would you like to begin now?
Art can play a great role in helping children to develop their personalities. When children become involved in an artistic project, they learn how to express their inner feelings through different mediums. By painting or drawing, they can show their moods and thoughts. This can give them a sense of freedom and can also help others to understand their frame of mind. There are plenty of child psychologists, for example, who ask children to draw or paint an episode or person in their lives in order to get an idea of what is on the child's mind. Sometimes the child may not even be aware that they are trying to express anything, but art nevertheless provides an outlet for their feelings, unconscious or otherwise. Children can also experience a sense of achievement when they take part in an artistic activity. They feel proud of the things they create, particularly when their handiwork is displayed in a prominent place by their parents or teachers. This can help to build their self-confidence and help them to overcome shyness, as they feel that others appreciate their creations. Another important way in which art can aid children's personal development is by teaching them to be creative. Having the freedom to paint or draw whatever they like gives children the opportunity to use their imagination and come up with original ideas. Through being able to choose their own colors, shapes, and styles, they learn different ways of creating pictures and patterns and learn new artistic skills. Personally, I think that it is essential for every child to be involved in art in order to acquire creative skills, a greater self-confidence and self-awareness. All children should experience the feeling of possibilities which a blank sheet of paper and a box of colors can offer, and not only develop their personalities, but open up a whole new area of satisfaction and fulfillment. It's something like being able to play a musical instrument. It provides the child with a great source of enjoyment.
Thank you. What do you think, Pierre?
I feel that art is very valuable to children. But I think it's a mistake to think that it's only small children who are going to derive any benefit from painting and drawing. After all, older children and adults have the same need to express themselves, and it is still easier for many to do that in the more concrete form of a painting. I would say that schools should regard art teaching as just as important as any other subject in the school curriculum.
Thank you.
Sample interview, page 127.
Now, to finish off, we're going to talk about the arts in general. Do some artists earn too much money?
Well, certainly some artists earn a lot of money. But whether it's too much money depends on your opinion of their work. It's difficult to be objective about it, particularly if you're talking about something like abstract art, which arouses greatly diverging feelings. Some people think it is brilliant. Others think that they could do just as well themselves, and it's worth nothing. Then again, people we now consider some of the greatest artists of the modern world, like Picasso, for example, could hardly give away their paintings when they began. But later, could almost ask any price they wanted, so if they ended up earning a lot, well, perhaps that was compensation for the years with nothing.
It also depends on how you view art, doesn't it? If you consider the acquisition of works of art to be an investment, as many people do, then in a sense it suits you that artists should be able to ask high prices, because it means your investment retains its value. But if you consider painting or sculpting to be a kind of higher vocation which should never be associated with money, then of course you think that artists are belittling themselves by asking for a lot of money. You feel that they are giving in to commercial pressures.
It's just a matter of market forces. There's no moral question here.
How can governments encourage people to enjoy art?
Well, I'm not so sure how much it has to do with governments. It's got more to do with schools, really, and educating children to appreciate and enjoy art and the arts in general. I suppose where governments come in is in setting up the initiatives. I mean, they are the ones who direct school policy in the first place. So they could make sure that all schools go on theatre visits or to galleries, and that, as we've said before, art is taught, or there are pottery classes or photography classes or whatever. Perhaps it's not enough to leave it up to the individual schools, but to put the schools under an obligation to promote the arts of all kinds.
Yes, the government's role is in providing funding, but I think we have to look beyond schools, although they are important, to a whole range of things like providing the means to set up museums, galleries, theatres, and so on in the first place, and then to subsidize events. Governments need to establish a grant system whereby performers or organizations can apply for financial help. Then they have to have a policy of making all these events and organizations accessible to the general public, which means putting on productions and shows that people will enjoy, as well as sponsoring arts festivals of various kinds.
And, to go back to schools, one of the things that governments could sponsor would be theatre companies touring schools and putting on productions for the children, or art competitions for school children.
Exercise 33H, page 127.
How important is art in your community?
Well, I come from a big town which prides itself on the contribution it makes to art and the arts. There is a very lively art scene with a number of different things going on. Then every summer we have an important music festival to which people from all over the world come. What makes it particularly interesting is that it doesn't just feature international music, but owing to our area being one of the richest sources of folk music in the country, it also has a strong local element. It could be said that none of these reflect the interests of the inhabitants, of course, yet in fact the majority of people in my city, whether they have an artistic background or not, are involved in the arts in some way or another. People are always putting on their own productions or forming clubs to promote some aspects of the arts, for example, and events are always full. Bookings have to be made well in advance. I don't think I could imagine living in a place without this sort of artistic life.
Try my town. I'm the opposite. I come from a small town. It's a village, really. The arts do not play a significant role because people in the village are extremely busy. They have to work in the fields and maintain their farms. There is little time for the theatre or the cinema and galleries. I imagine we could call the agricultural festivals a kind of interest in the arts. Every year there is a 2 or 3 day festival when the whole village celebrates and people take time off. This celebration usually consists of inviting a well-known performer to come and sing. The audience sing and dance until the early hours of the morning. It's great fun, but not really artistic. Your town is much more impressive in that respect.
I know that other places in the area have developed more of an interest in the performing arts or in painting, but not in my village. TV takes priority.
But were someone to initiate some other events, I'm sure people would be interested.
Self-Assessment Module 3. Exercise 8. Page 142.
Hello and welcome to the show. Tonight, we're doing a special feature on the nature of pain, its causes and how it can be measured, and more importantly, how it can be controlled. I have with me in the studio this evening eminent physiologist Dr. Clive Liddell, who's going to shed some light on this biological mystery for us. Clive?
Well, before I begin, I just want to say that while none of us welcome pain, it is nonetheless crucial to our survival. It protects us from serious injury and death and alerts us to illnesses and diseases that require treatment. As to its nature, I'm afraid I can't do much more than scratch the surface in the short time allotted us, but I'll do my best to dispel a few myths and answer some of the more frequently asked questions. The problem with pain, apart from the fact it's unpleasant, is that because it is intangible, a blood test, scan, or any other diagnostic method cannot be used to measure it. Therefore, in order to remedy it, doctors have to listen to their patients' descriptions to understand what's causing it. Now, this is where the problem begins. Deciding on the cause, and ultimately the remedy, is difficult because people's experience of pain differs widely and often depends on their situation. For example, pain is worse when you're tired or anxious. It can also be masked temporarily by the adrenaline rush caused by fear, joy, or anger. Then there are some people who seem to be impervious to pain, such as the pain of a heart attack. Electrocardiograms show that the damage caused by so-called silent heart attacks, in other words, heart attacks that the sufferer is unaware of, is no less than that caused by attacks described as agonizing. Even more interestingly, pain thresholds tend to vary according to the patient's cultural background. In experiments, for example, Mediterranean people had a vastly different reaction to high temperatures, which they considered pleasantly warm, to that of Northern Europeans, who described them as painful. However, it seems the significance we attach to pain depends more on our social conditioning. In other words, people who have been brought up to keep a stiff upper lip are less likely to seek relief from pain and thus determine its cause, often to the detriment of their health, I might add. As to how pain works, well, the way in which the brain interacts with the body to produce pain is so complicated that it is still far from being understood even by modern science. What we do know is that there are masses of nerve endings scattered throughout the body, which are programmed to respond to stimuli such as pressure, heat, cold, etc. When stimulated, these nerve endings send a message to the brain via the spinal cord. When it reaches the brain, it is at this point that we register we are in pain. Fortunately, there are many ways of controlling pain. In fact, no one should have to put up with it at all these days, because there have never been so many methods of relief, from herbal remedies to designer drugs to mind control, not forgetting the body's own natural painkillers, endorphins, which shouldn't be underestimated. Tests revealed that one of these endorphins is 100 times stronger as a painkiller than morphine. Unfortunately, they are usually only released in extreme cases, such as battle and other traumatic circumstances, which is why you still have to reach for the aspirin when you have a headache. In fact, analgesics have long been the mainstay of pain treatment, and are very effective, mainly because they work in one of two ways. Either by stopping the pain signal production at the site of the damaged body tissue, or by blocking the signal transmission to the brain. However, as I said, drugs are not the only way of controlling pain. Chinese doctors have used acupuncture to treat pain for more than 2,000 years.
Sorry to interrupt, Clive, but does it actually work?
Apparently so, although it's not fully understood how. It's believed that the needles somehow release endorphins, or that they block the signals the nerve endings are attempting to send to the brain, but, well, nobody really knows, and...
Unit 7. Born to Win. Exercise 1C, page 145.
The 400-metre hurdler Sally Gunnell achieved a personal best and world record of 52.74 seconds at the Stuttgart meeting in 1993 and was one of Britain's greatest track athletes. Prior to Stuttgart, in what was probably the pinnacle of her career, Sally claimed the Olympic gold in '92. Jonathan Edwards, whose personal best of 18.29 metres in the triple jump gained him the world record in the 1996 Olympic Games, finally lost his world title to a Cuban competitor at the August '97 World Championship in Athens. He was disappointed not to hit gold, but was still delighted to have come away with a silver medal. Scoring in his Liverpool debut at Wimbledon in 1997, Michael Owen became the hottest property in the British game and one of the brightest talents to emerge in soccer for many years. In 2001, while in red-hot form, he scored a hat-trick, his best performance to date, against Germany in Munich, when England historically triumphed 5-1 in a World Cup qualifier. The last Englishman to have scored 3 against Germany was Geoff Hurst in the 1966 World Cup final at Wembley. He was the youngest player in the 20th century to play for England, making his debut against Chile in 1997 at the age of 18 years and 2 months. Quite a claim to fame.
Exercise 20C, page 151.
In my view, a swimming pool would bring more people to the centre.
Yes, but it is terribly expensive. What about spreading the money over more items?
I don't think we should dismiss the swimming pool idea. It will attract families and generate a lot of revenue, which means that we can use the money to develop other facilities.
You're right, but I believe it would be a good idea if we spent some money on a medical centre. The clients would feel safe and we wouldn't have to worry if people were injured.
Yes, but there is another option. We could spend the money on a 5-a-side soccer pitch and a grandstand. That would cost £100,000 and we would still have money left over to do something else.
I still think the first idea was the best. Why don't we go for some cheaper items like the switchboard and the soft drinks dispenser, and then choose the one expensive item that we think will generate the most income?
Well, if you want something that will provide a steady income for the centre, surely that facility would be the swimming pool.
Actually, now I think you're probably right about the pool. And I agree with the drinks dispenser, but I believe that as aerobics is such a popular activity, we should have the synthetic flooring.
OK, let's go for those 3 facilities. And an added bonus is that we'll have £5,000 left over. Any suggestions on how we could use that?
Exercise 22C, page 152. You're listening to Planet Sport Radio 97.8. This is Football on Sunday, and I'm Rob Elliott. If you've just joined us, today I am joined by sports journalist Jill Wilson and former Nottingham Forest striker Gary Hill. So, Jill, before the break you were saying that the huge amounts of money footballers are earning today are actually bad for their form, but how can that be?
Well, actually, that's not exactly what I said. A young footballer can be earning a lot of money and be a perfectly conscientious sportsman. But sometimes it goes the other way. Imagine a 20-year-old kid who grew up on pocket money of £5 a week and had to do a year of paper rounds in order to buy a games console or something. Suddenly that kid is earning thousands of pounds a week. I think it's logical that he will want to go out and party, buy a fast car, go to fancy restaurants, take his friends to nightclubs, and all of that is just not good for an athlete of any sort.
I think you're quite right, Jill. Young kids who are just making it into the world of professional football do come up against that sort of temptation. But that's why they've got coaches like me to help them resist it and focus on their game. I'm proud to say that most of my lads are doing just fine, and anyway, I don't see how earning less money would enable them to focus better.
But do you think it's fair for a society to allow some kids that work all day and all night to be earning £150 or £200 a week, while some others are earning 100 times as much? What I mean is, what about a little bit of perspective here? From 1985 to 1995, footballers' average earnings went up by about 1,600%. Why this massive inflation? Aren't you worried that this inequality will eventually generate a lot of social discontent towards the game of football as a whole?
Why should we be looking at why footballers earn a lot of money and not at why other professionals earn as little as they do, Jill? So you're saying that everyone should be earning as much as footballers? That's a little far-fetched, no?
Gary, that's definitely not what I said. Look, I'm not saying footballers shouldn't get paid well. After all, how long can anyone play professional football for? 12 to 13 years if they're very lucky.
Exactly.
But why not apply a little bit of restraint here? Why does it have to be £30,000 a week for some of these lads? Why not £5,000 a week? I mean, even that's about twice the salary of a top nuclear physicist.
It's the way the market works, isn't it? There's more demand for star footballers than there is for nuclear physicists, so that's just the way it goes. They get more money.
Unfortunately, you're right. That's how our national economy functions. But it doesn't make it fair. And how about the kids playing in lower divisions? Do you know what the difference is between the earnings of a Premiership player and a lad who plays in Division 2 or 3? Massive! You're talking thousands of pounds a week.
Now, you've certainly touched upon something I feel very strongly about too. The difference is completely unjustifiable. I'm not saying that lower division players should be earning quite as much as their Premiership colleagues, but certainly not as little as they do now.
You see, Gary, it's all part of the same thing, though. If footballers' salaries were more in proportion with those of other professionals, then there would be less of a discrepancy between salaries in higher and lower football leagues.
I don't quite see the connection.
I'm saying it's a social issue and not something to be examined as a football phenomenon only.
I can't say I'm following you.
Maybe this is a good time to have a short commercial break, and we'll be right back to this most interesting discussion. Exercise 23B, page 152.
We're well aware of the fact that the coverage of sporting events is not what it used to be. What with interactive television and the like, gone are the days of one camera, one commentator broadcasts. The latest development in sports coverage technology can be seen in the fully interactive, highly informative websites that are built to host detailed live information as an event takes place. A prime example is the website of the forthcoming New York Marathon. Susan Bates reports.
Just weeks after the Baseball World Series brought the attention of legions of sports fans to the Big Apple, Participants and spectators from all over the world will gather in the city on the 5th of November for the New York City Marathon. Not only will approximately 30,000 participating athletes from 100 countries and more than 2 million spectators fill the streets of New York, but the event is also expected to draw a record number of visitors to the marathon's website. As the last Olympics recently illustrated, a corresponding internet presence has become a vital source of information and entertainment for major sporting events. New York City Marathon organizers this year boosted the marathon's web capabilities with new real-time data feeds from the course and, more importantly, personalized athlete tracking features. This means that you can log on to the site, key in your favorite runner's name, and get all kinds of detailed statistics about his or her performance. At the 10-kilometer, half marathon, and 20-mile points in the race, data will be collected from the runners using a timing system from Championship, a company based in the Netherlands. Championship makes mats that are placed at the finish line and other locations throughout the course to record a runner's times. High-speed transponder chips attached to the shoes of runners transmit the recorded times to antennas within the mats. Marathon organizers plan to use wireless data services to relay this information from the course to the internet. The tracking system will allow web-based spectators to follow runners in real time as they move through the 5 boroughs. By entering a runner's name, web spectators can create a personal tracking page for an individual runner. A real-time tracker will appear in a separate window which will regularly receive updated content. There will be a huge peak of web traffic on Marathon Day. The organizers are expecting hundreds of thousands of people to watch the progress of people they know over the internet. For this reason, the New York Roadrunners Club, which is a non-profit organization that sponsors the marathon, strengthened the website's underlying infrastructure with a content delivery service designed to accommodate the expected increased number of page views. The NYC Roadrunners Club gets a few thousand hits during an ordinary day. During the 5 days around the marathon, it could be millions of page views a day, and the website is bound to get hammered in the hour of the finish. Without changing hardware or software, the new content delivery service gives the club the capacity to service millions of requests at the same time. Mirror Image, the company who are behind the development of the website, as well as the new content delivery system, are excited not only about trying out the new technology on such a huge sporting event, but also about the future prospects of the whole endeavor. As home computers and modems become capable of higher transmission and reception speeds, the content delivery system will be able to go one step beyond transmitting performance statistics. Live camera feeds taken from TV camera cars following the course will also become available, so the benefits of interactive TV will become available on the net, with the added bonus of the viewer being able to choose the athlete or athletes he wants to follow.
Exercise 24A, page 153.
One of today's foremost 100-metre runners has no feet. That may be a little hard to believe, but it's true. 25-year-old Tony Volpentest, who was born with neither hands nor feet, nevertheless came within 1.5 seconds of Olympic gold medalist Donovan Bailey's winning time, 9.84 seconds. Volpentest went to Atlanta having already bagged 2 Paralympic gold medals and a silver in Barcelona. Volpentest ran on carbon graphite feet bolted to carbon composite sockets that encased his legs. The arrangement acted like a springboard. With each step he punched the track, catapulting himself forward more efficiently than if he were running on 2 feet. It isn't only in track and field that amputees are making an impact. On the 27th of May 1999, Tom Whittaker became the first physically challenged person to reach the summit of Mount Everest. The 49-year-old mountain climber is an instructor of adventure education in Arizona, where he also teaches skiing, kayaking, rock climbing and caving. Whittaker made his historic climb on a leg which had been custom-made and designed by a specialist company in America. So, will physically challenged athletes one day outstrip their able-bodied peers? Some people hold that given the right conditions, they already can. The technical advances that have been made in materials, coupled with the sheer tenacity common in paraplegics and amputees, make for a truly winning combination of man and mechanics.
Exercise 25A, page 153.
I see that new Smart Arena's won yet another architectural award.
Which arena's that then?
Saitama Super Arena in Japan. Apparently it converts from an intimate concert hall into a fully fledged stadium in less than half an hour, using what's known as a movable architectural block. It can host exhibitions for 27,000, an American football game for 36,000, or a concert for 5,000.
So what? The Colosseum could hold 50,000 and could be converted from an outdoor venue to an indoor one using rigging that operated a series of awnings. And it's still one of the most aesthetically pleasing buildings in the world, 2,000 years after it was opened.
Well, Saitama isn't exactly ugly, you know. It's got a gleaming silver exterior, and there are large areas of glass that allow natural light to illuminate the pathways.
That's probably done just to make it energy efficient. I wouldn't call it aesthetic, not a patch on the Colosseum. And I bet Saitama wasn't a gift from the government to the people.
No, I don't think it was.
And I bet it won't be functioning 500 years after it was built.
Point taken.
Exercise 26A, page 153.
Do you still feel scared when you jump?
Oh, yeah. If I wasn't scared, I wouldn't get the adrenaline rush, and what fun would that be? All it takes is being away from jumping for even a few days, and the fear is back, especially at a new jump site. After one jump, though, I could jump all day and just enjoy the flight, even off a 200-metre bridge. Fear's a good thing. It keeps you from doing stupid things. Courage isn't lack of fear, it's the conquering of it.
And after you jump, how do you get back on the bridge?
Well, either a rope is dropped and you're pulled back up, usually by your fellow jumpers through a pulley system, or you and the bungee cord are lowered to the ground or a boat on the water.
But what I don't get is how you actually compete.
You do stunts. A bit like the ones they do in springboard diving, except you have the opportunity to do tricks on the first few rebounds as well as on the initial jump.
Well, maybe I'll come and watch you one day.
Exercise 27A, page 153.
It was good of you to rearrange your day to fit me in, Sarah. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have you to iron these things out. I don't trust anybody else.
Believe me, there's nothing I can do that any other sports injury specialist couldn't sort out. Just because we play a few games of squash together doesn't...
Ouch!
Sorry, Mike. I was just trying to assess the degree to which the joint can be bent before the onset of pain. Not very much is the answer to that one. Did you carry on with the workout when you felt it go?
Yes, I thought I'd just muddle on through and the pain would sort of just wear off. If I stopped my routine every time I got a slight twinge, I'd never make any progress. It's slow enough as it is.
You're suffering from the same thing that almost everyone I see suffers from.
What's that?
Chronic impatience. When will you get it into your cranium that fitness doesn't just happen overnight, no matter how hard you train? In fact, by overdoing it the way you do, it takes even longer because now, for example, you won't be able to do anything for at least a month.
I don't get it. I've been progressing so well. Why me? Why now?
OK, I'll tell you why. You've made some muscular gains in the few months you've been training. The problems you're now encountering are because it takes a lot longer for your bones to get stronger to cope with the extra load you're putting on them. Try using less weight and doing more repetitions. When your arm's better, of course.
Isn't there anything you can give me to speed things up a bit?
I'm in favour of letting nature take care of things, you know that.
Exercise 28D, page 153. A.
Now, I'd like you to suggest 2 other photographs you could put in the same leaflet. You have about a minute for this.
So, Linda, can you think of any other pictures we should have in the leaflet?
What about a football team with the company logo on their shirts, holding a cup for a tournament they have won?
Ah, that's a good idea. Apart from having the opportunity to bond in the training sessions, when they win, it would give them more pride in the company.
Yes, and that would make them feel more personally involved and motivate them to work harder. Let's find another photo for the leaflet. Why don't we have some people boxing to show how strong and healthy sport makes you?
The general idea would be appropriate, but I hardly think boxing is the kind of sport we should promote. It's too brutal and violent. Perhaps we could come up with a more sociable sport.
OK, you're probably right, John. How about tennis or badminton?
Tennis is preferable as it is usually played outside in the fresh air. We could have a couple of fit players at the company's sports ground, maybe coming off the court smiling.
That would definitely be an example of bonding. But does it show motivation?
Remember, Linda, they do say a healthy body is a healthy mind, so if you do sport, you should feel fitter and so have more energy for your work. You can concentrate on what you're doing and produce work of a higher quality.
That's true. When I am fit, I feel more disposed to hard work and, in fact, take more interest in my job.
Good. So we've decided on our extra pictures, the football captain and the tennis players.
Thank you.
B.
Now, I'd like you to suggest 2 other photographs you could put in the same leaflet. You have about a minute for this.
Well, Kathy, we should have a photo of a football team with the company logo on their shirts and the captain holding a cup.
Why, Nick? I can't see the point. Let's have a picture of some people boxing.
How can you even suggest that? It's a ridiculous idea. Boxing is not a suitable sport for the company to promote. What we could have is a photo to show people who get fit through sport, and that would encourage them to work harder and be more productive. If we had a sport like badminton or squash, or maybe tennis or basketball, well, these are sociable sports. That's my opinion, of course, but I think I'm right, and I suppose they demonstrate how the employees could bond with each other. Or maybe horse riding or golf. I like those sports. Or perhaps water polo would be okay. I play it in the summer. It certainly keeps me fit, not that I am a particularly competent player. Do you agree?
Possibly basketball is...
Actually, no, you're wrong. Tennis is the best sport to have in the leaflet.
I don't agree.
Well, in my opinion, we should have the photo showing the footballers and the other with the tennis players. What do you think, Kathy? OK, we'll go with my choice, shall we? Shall we, Kathy?
I suppose so.
Thank you.
Sample interview, page 153.
Now I'd like you to talk about something together. Here are some pictures on the theme of people involved in sports. First of all, please look at pictures A and C and talk together about what the photographer is trying to portray in each photograph. I'd like you to talk for about a minute on this, so if I stop you, please don't worry.
In my opinion, the photographer in picture C is trying to portray the idea of physical equality between the genders.
Do you really think so? To me, the woman seems to be winning, and so appears stronger. You can see this from the posture of the man. He's bending backwards as if he's being pushed over by the force of the woman's grip. Maybe the photographer is trying to show that women can be considered physically strong.
Sorry, I don't agree. I believe from the expression on the woman's face, she's smiling, that this contest is just an example of friendly rivalry. But what about A? I'd say that the idea that comes across most vividly is the concept of how we enjoy ourselves when we feel part of a team. Yes, that's it. He's trying to emphasize the idea of working together.
I hadn't thought of that. But yes, everyone in the photo appears to be having fun being together as a team. Also, the clear blue sky gives a positive feel to the photo, so the photographer wants to show us feelings of fellowship and solidarity.
Thank you. Now I'd like you to look at all the pictures. Imagine that these pictures come from a leaflet entitled Sport Can Make Us Better. Together, decide on the two pictures which best show how sport can instill motivation and team spirit, and then suggest two other pictures you would like to have seen in the leaflet. Say what they would have added to the leaflet. Please talk about this for about 3 minutes.
Personally, I'd have chosen photos A and D as the best examples of trying to instill motivation and collaboration in people. Photograph A is good at this because the whole scene looks like fun and we're usually motivated by things that we enjoy doing. It's a lively picture, full of action, and that is motivating.
Yes, it would make me want to take part in something with other people too. It's a really positive, bright, colourful picture. But as the most graphic image of collaboration between individuals toward a common goal, I'd have chosen photo D. It epitomizes the concept of team spirit, working together hand in hand, and it implies that success is based on mutual effort.
I agree with you on that score. The interracial theme is a good way to emphasize the concept of collaboration between individuals from possibly different backgrounds or cultures. That is really important in multicultural societies.
I wouldn't have selected photo B because it involves too much of the idea of struggling, and the whole scene looks rather messy and not at all appealing. It's a bit too aggressive for me.
I'd agree to a certain extent, but it is a team game nonetheless. I know it appears to be rather aggressive, but they do have to cooperate to win the game. It's just the nature of this sport which makes it look messy. Personally, I would choose this photo. However, I think that photo C perhaps mistakenly raises the issue of physical differences between the genders, such as strength. I think that this particular aspect of gender difference and similarity is best not touched upon when you are trying to instill team spirit. It's altogether another issue.
Yes, especially since the emphasis is on cooperation. We shouldn't introduce the idea of conflict between the two sexes. We've got to have a powerful visual image of something positive in order to encourage team spirit. We should avoid anything that could give a conflicting message. So, which pictures should we select?
Well, for me, I'd like to have pictures A and D.
I'm not sure. I like A, D, and B. It's difficult to choose. Shall I also have A and D? No, I think B and D are the most appropriate photos.
Fine. Let's now think about two other photos we could put on the poster. A possible addition might be a photo showing a group of people engaged in a common effort such as rowing, the vessel being symbolic of the whole. The people all rowing together, each contributing whatever he or she can to propelling the vessel forward, regardless of differences of race or class. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts could be the theme.
Along the same lines as that, we could have a photograph of a Formula One racing car in the pits, being serviced by the pit team. This would provide a perfect visual metaphor for the same concept, everyone having to work together to get the car back into the race.
They have to work quickly too, don't they? So this picture is good for motivation. Working quickly but also having to work efficiently together to fix the car. But are there any other sports which we could include?
Possibly more team games, like basketball or hockey.
I suppose so. Actually, I was thinking of including a picture of a businessman playing squash. This always seems to be a sport where you have to have strength and use speed and tactical skill to win. I always associate squash with dynamic, successful businessmen.
True, but it's a sport for individuals, so in actual fact it contradicts the messages we're trying to give.
Yes, of course, you're right. So what about choosing pictures of a rowing crew and the Formula One team?
OK, our original choices seem to be the best.
Thank you.
Unit 8. Respect. Exercise 2A, page 165.
A year everyone in Europe remembers is 1914, which marked the outbreak of the First World War, also known as the Great War. It lasted until 1918. Involving most of the great Western powers, it was the largest war the world had ever seen, the worst, and some say the most gruesome, characterized by more sophisticated weaponry than ever before. A conservative estimate of the total losses is about 10 million dead and 20 million wounded or maimed for life. When it ended, the immense suffering it had caused gave rise to a general revulsion for any kind of war, and a large part of mankind hoped that this was the war to end all wars, a view which was, however, belied by subsequent events. Indeed, the conditions of the peace treaties resulting from the Great War were largely responsible for World War II. A key year for women in Britain was 1928, the year when Britain granted women the right to vote. This did not happen without a struggle. The question of women's suffrage had been an important phase of feminism throughout the latter part of the 19th century, but the movement had made no real headway. At the beginning of the 20th century, a militant suffrage movement emerged under the leadership of Emmeline Pankhurst and her daughters. Determined to keep their objective prominent in the minds of both legislators and the public, the suffragettes used high-profile methods such as heckling political speakers, street meetings, chaining themselves to railings, and hunger strikes, and were frequently imprisoned for inciting riots. One important financial event which had severe, widespread and long-term repercussions on society in the United States and Europe was the US stock market crash of 1929. This precipitated the severe economic crisis in commerce, finance and industry that is known as the Great Depression. There had been other depressions, but this one was unprecedented in its length and in the wholesale poverty and tragedy it inflicted on society. The economic disaster, with its soaring levels of unemployment, numerous bankruptcies, and resulting social dislocation was to last for more than a decade. August the 6th, 1945, marks one of the most controversial decisions in military history. It's the date when an atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, Japan, levelling 90% of the city. 3 days later, another one was dropped on Nagasaki. It is generally recognised that this helped to bring World War II to a speedy close, but there is still considerable debate about the need for the use of weapons of such unparalleled destructive power. The bombs caused widespread death, injury, and devastation, with the scourge of radiation and its horrific effects remaining to haunt the survivors for decades. This was the first and last use of atomic weapons in combat. Looking at another, arguably more constructive use of 20th century technology, the Russian astronaut Yuri Gagarin was the first man in history to be rocketed into orbital space flight. His flight in the Vostok on April the 12th, 1961, lasted 1 hour 48 minutes, and it circled the Earth once. The success of this flight may be said to have begun the modern era of man in space, paving the way for further space exploration. 8 years later, many of us remember watching televised film footage of American astronaut Neil Armstrong walking on the moon, the first person to do so, uttering his now famous words, "One small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind." Another great achiever of the century was Dr. Martin Luther King, who, in 1964, was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. An important American civil rights leader in the battle to assure African Americans an equal political and legal status, and to grant them full constitutional freedoms and rights, he attained national prominence by advocating a policy of passive resistance to segregation. Thanks partly to the pressure of the civil rights movement, a new Civil Rights Act was signed in 1964, making segregation in public facilities and discrimination in employment illegal. The struggle for full equality, however, was not over, and Martin Luther King was assassinated in 1968.
Exercise 18A, page 171. Extract 1.
When I first heard about the plan to install closed-circuit TV cameras at strategic points around our small town in Warwickshire, I nearly fainted. "Where do you think this is?" I said. "Los Angeles?" It did seem a bit over the top at the time. Crime wasn't unheard of in our parts, but it wasn't widespread either. My next-door neighbour had a lawnmower nicked about 5 years ago, but that's as far as it went. Of course, that was the whole point. Crime wasn't obvious. Who'd expect it to be? I mean, you don't really see people with bags on their back saying swag, do you? Anyway, when the police installed them, there was a public outcry. The inhabitants were up in arms. Not surprising, really. I mean, it is an infringement on our privacy, in a way. But then again, they're not in private areas, they're in public areas, so I suppose that argument doesn't really hold. The thing is, if you're not doing anything wrong, what have you got to fear? Big Brother? They're there to protect the law-abiding members of the public, like you and I. They can help catch offenders and deter would-be criminals at the same time. I suppose they could also be of use in proving your whereabouts at a given time. Anyway, all I know is that I feel a lot better about walking home through the park late at night these days. I used to think that somebody was about to jump out and mug me.
Extract 2.
When Mum came out of hospital, she was even frailer than she was before she went in. We were called to the hospital before she was discharged to discuss what arrangements needed to be put into place for when she came home. I explained that she'd lived alone for quite a while, and she had friends and neighbours who dropped by to see how she was. She didn't have to worry about cooking at lunchtime, because she had meals on wheels every day except Sunday, when she has lunch with my brother and his wife. The rehabilitation unit had assessed that she was able to cope on her own to an acceptable degree, and that she wouldn't need to leave her home and live in a residential home, which was the alternative. More and more old people live in their own homes these days. The quality of life is much higher when they're able to be in familiar surroundings, with access to friends and neighbours whom they have known for years. They tend to live longer too. Perhaps there is a possibility that they may fall over in the bathroom, but this falls within what they refer to as the limit of acceptable risk. We don't go through life cocooned in cotton wool, and old people don't want to be treated as if they're useless. Apart from anything else, these residential homes are ridiculously expensive to stay in, so Mum can spend her money on things that she wants, like that new DVD player she keeps going on about.
Extract 3. Every night when I get home from work, I put some old clothes on, and when it's starting to get dark, I go down to the garage, grab my can of spray paint remover, and I'm off on one of my nocturnal wanderings, cleaning up the neighbourhood. Graffiti pollution has reached an all-time high where I live. Now, I'm not talking about the fantastic works of art that you see in some countries. I mean just wanton vandalism born of the lack of respect that a mindless minority show. More often than not, the only thing they can think of to spray is their names, and therein lies the possible solution to stamping out the graffiti problem. If the police would only keep a record of graffiti offenders, I'm sure that we could root them out. Of course, it might be a bit demanding of police resources. I'm not sure how many hours of police time they'd be willing to devote to it. Even if it failed, it would be an incentive for the midnight marauders to write something else apart from their names. I don't know, though. My wife tells me that graffiti was found on the walls of Pompeii, so perhaps it'll take more than my personal crusade to stop it. Besides, who knows what else they'd go and do if they didn't write graffiti? Exercise 20C. Page 172.
Good evening, and welcome to tonight's edition of Collage, the programme which really looks into social issues. With me tonight is leading sociologist Martha Nesbitt, and together we're going to talk about a very large subject, prejudice. What is it? Where does it come from? And how can we deal with it? Martha, welcome to the programme.
Thank you, John.
So what are the sources of prejudice?
Prejudice is created by many factors, some of which cause more extensive damage than others. Often, prejudice is easily erased unless originally prompted by a traumatic experience. However, when cultural attitudes are strengthened by real experiences, prejudice is much more difficult to remedy. Some of the factors that strengthen prejudice are fear, guilt, and shame.
But why is it that prejudice and discrimination are so prevalent in society?
Well, John, prejudice and discrimination result when any individual or group of people see themselves as being different from another individual or group of people. Because a group feels that their beliefs and ways of doing things are correct and unquestionable, they cannot condone another group believing or behaving in a different manner. Discrimination is often strengthened when a group feels threatened by outsiders. While solidarity is often a good thing, in this particular instance, it can lead to groups forming and maintaining negative stereotypes of another group and discriminating against members of that group based on those.
I see. Martha, I understand that you are involved in various workshops which aim to reduce discrimination and prejudice in certain societies. Could you tell us a little about them?
Certainly. These workshops are based on a Freudian theory, in which prejudice has an aim and an object. The object of prejudice are those people who are seen as inferior to one's own culture, while the aim or purpose of prejudicial behavior and attitudes is to discharge feelings of rage or hatred which stem from personal experiences of hurt or pain caused by the object of prejudice. In other words, basically, we discriminate against others because we ourselves are frightened or inadequate.
Do the workshops utilize any specific methods to dispel these feelings?
Well, we concentrate first on asking participants to focus on how they feel about themselves and about other groups. Next, people are divided into pairs and asked to react spontaneously to a word repeatedly thrown at them by their partner. Just for example, one person might repeat the word poor, unemployed, or immigrant over and over again, and the other person offers a spontaneous verbal response. This exercise is then brought back to the whole group and discussed in the context of honesty and feelings evoked by hearing prejudicial statements about others, and more specifically about one's own cultural group.
Sort of an open discussion.
Exactly. People have the opportunity to air their feelings and to vent any negative emotions they may have. The next step is the formation of small groups made up of people from similar cultural backgrounds. The people in each group discuss similar life experiences, including hurtful experiences brought on by prejudice or discrimination they have had to deal with. Finally, these small groups come together in one large mixed group and share their personal ordeals, particularly the hurt caused by prejudice.
Some of these discussions must become very heated.
They can, and very often do. But the process helps people to shed their defensiveness, to let their guard down, so to speak. By doing this, they can understand that everyone has both experienced and participated in prejudice, and they are given the opportunity to reflect on any hurtful, prejudice-related experiences they've had. It also allows people to discuss personal experiences and hear the life experiences of people from culturally different backgrounds. After these steps, if those involved have participated with open minds, they should be ready to turn inward and deal with their own feelings of hatred and fear.
Well, the important thing is that the issue is finally being addressed, and not before time either.
Exercise 21B, page 172.
Hello, welcome back. You're listening to Talk Radio 98.7, and I'm John Rollins. If you just joined us, with me in the studio tonight are Claire Furness, Editor-in-Chief of an Internet magazine of employment questions, and Philip Carpenter, Head of the organisation Fair Play, which deals with equality issues. Claire, just before the break, you mentioned the expression glass ceiling. What does the term refer to exactly?
It is a term which is used to describe those invisible artificial barriers which prevent women from reaching top positions in companies, not because they can't do the job, but because of male prejudice against them. And unfortunately, whichever way we look at things, these are not perceived barriers, but real ones.
The glass ceiling really is something that concerns us in Fair Play, Claire. And I think you're right when you say that it really does exist, and it's not something that comes out of a feminist activist's imagination. However, when you look at the statistics, you can see a vast improvement in the position of women in the workplace over recent years. More women are in the workplace than ever before, and they are better educated and better qualified than they used to be. As a result...
While this is true, if we look at the statistics closely enough, we'll see that this improvement largely concerns low-level or middle-level management positions, Philip. Secretaries are now called executories, and their role in the success of a business is much greater than it used to be, but it is still at best a middle management job. Sure, there are childcare facilities, maternity leave, flexible working hours, and we're very happy with it all. But all these things are not really relevant when a woman works hard in order to get to the top.
I think what we're dealing with here, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, is a social issue rather than simply a work issue. Looking at the same set of statistics, we can see that in the United Kingdom, only 10% of the women holding higher corporate positions are married, while for men in similar positions, the figure is 95%. And that says something. Women need to stop work at some point, have children, then raise those children. Men can call home and say they'll be a couple of hours late because there's an emergency meeting going on. Women cannot. But that's more to do with the way society functions rather than the way in which companies function.
I do agree that the issue has several social facets. How could it not? It's true that women cannot simply stay an extra 2 hours at the drop of a hat, but that doesn't mean that the company has fewer things to gain from a female high-level executive. This is a very old-fashioned way of thinking, and perhaps the major source of glass-ceiling situations. No, the benefits of allowing women to reach the top are there. They're great. They're mutual to the company and the female executive, and companies simply must begin to consider some organisational restructuring in order to accommodate the needs of the female executive.
I think what you're describing as an old-fashioned way of thinking is business people's appreciation of commitment. How can we blame them for it? What if you had your own business? Wouldn't you hire people whom you know you could call upon at all times? I know I would.
Actually, you're making a very important point there, in that high-ranking executives want their colleagues to be like them, someone who will fit in, and since most of them are male, they're biased in favour of the male candidates. Qualifications and experience are, unfortunately, not the only factors involved. And the only way to solve the problem is to push for the organisational changes which will allow more women into the boardroom.
But pushing for this change must be done carefully, Claire. Sudden and poorly thought out organisational changes can upset the very finely balanced workings of a business with disastrous effects.
I believe it can be done swiftly and safely.
Well, I think this is a good time to take a short commercial break, but we'll be back with your calls and emails to Philip and Claire, so...
Exercise 22A, page 172.
My name is Paul Townsend. I know that. You think that you know that. And since I'm the only one who can confirm the fact, you'll just have to take my word for it. Whenever new identification measures are proposed, the emphasis has been on privacy and libertarian values such as the right or freedom to travel, associate, reinvent ourselves through aliases and new names, or simply be anonymous. Any call for a mandatory national identification card has always been political suicide in this country. But life's increasing complexity means that many new ID measures have been proposed. Some have called for a mandatory national identity card, others for optional or service-specific ID cards, and some for enhanced usage of existing types of ID card. There are some compelling reasons to rethink our identification systems, one of the most pressing being the fraud and misrepresentation problems plaguing the development of e-commerce and the Internet generally. Yet the largest single obstacle to strengthening our identification systems may be the belief that any such strengthening must be a trade-off between freedom and privacy on the one hand and security and convenience on the other.
Exercise 23A, page 173.
You sometimes hear people saying they don't know why people bother to go on protest marches. They point to all the protests about globalisation and third world debt and say nothing has changed at all. And in fact, according to this point of view, because some protesters caused trouble, all protesters are labelled hooligans. When people say things like this, I always point out that there are a lot of very peaceful protests, which don't make the TV news, of course, but which have an effect. Take debt relief, for example. It moved from being a marginal issue to getting global attention in just 3 years. That there's been a pledge from the industrial nations to reduce third world debt is due to peaceful protest. 70,000 people forming a human chain outside the conference headquarters in one case, or 24 million people signing a global petition. We must always remember that protest does make a difference, but to be effective, it must be peaceful protest.
Exercise 24A, page 173.
Universities have become very keen to attract mature students onto their courses, with many of the newer universities offering special access courses to those returning to study, some even accepting appropriate work experience instead of more formal qualifications. One of the reasons for this is, of course, financial, in that universities are constantly seeking to fill their places in order to qualify for subsidies. But there is another, more pedagogically correct reason, and that is that older students, particularly those who have retired or have come late to education, bring with them a wealth of experience, both world knowledge and professional knowledge, that makes for much more informed and lively debate. A further advantage is that it brings different generations into touch with each other and promotes better understanding, or at the very least, forces them to argue out their differences and come to terms with the fact that another opinion is possible. It's a very welcome initiative on the part of the universities, since the sad fact is that in our society we tend to dismiss anyone over a certain age as useless, and fail to take advantage of what the elderly have to offer.
Exercise 25A, page 173.
Did you call Julie?
Nope.
What happened?
What happened? It's broken, that's what happened. It's smashed to bits. Soon there won't be one single public telephone in this town.
Oh dear. Well, that's okay. I'm sure Julie will be here soon.
I suppose so.
Are you okay?
Yes. No. I mean, what kind of person does that? What kind of spoilt little brat has so little to do with his life that he smashes up public phones for fun? I don't get it. What kind of pleasure can possibly be found in such an act?
I don't know. I don't think they really do it for pleasure. I think they're trying to say something, get a message across.
What? What message? The only message I'm reading from this is, I'm spoilt rotten and have nothing to do.
Well, kids are not inherently bad. Something drives them to behave like this.
Oh, I'm sure we can come up with hundreds of excuses. Boredom, difficult teenage years, inability to express frustration and anger. Of course we can. Still, I felt frustrated and angry, but I never got out and started smashing up telephone booths.
It really annoys you, doesn't it?
Well, doesn't it you?
Sure it does. I've learned to live with it, though. That's the city for you. Its pros and its cons.
Sometimes I wish we were back in the country. There may be no theatres and no fancy restaurants, but you can at least find a public phone.
Come on, don't let it spoil your mood. I think I can see Julie coming, by the way.
At long last.
Exercise 26C, page 173.
In this part of the test, I'd like you to talk on your own for about 2 minutes. You should listen to what your partner says, because I'll ask you to comment afterwards. Omar, I'm going to show you a card. There is a question written on the card, and I'd like you to give us your opinions. There are some ideas on the card, and you can use them if you want to. So, here's your card, Omar, and here is a copy for you to look at, Christina. Don't forget, Omar, you have about 2 minutes to talk before we join in. Would you like to start?
Well, in my opinion, without a doubt, more people are leaving their own countries for social, political, and economic reasons and moving to more prosperous areas, particularly Western Europe. Countries like France and Germany. They are probably reluctant to do this, but have little choice in the matter if they are to survive. They can't find jobs in their own countries, so they have no means of supporting their families, and so they emigrate. However, I believe the consequences of this mobility are felt by not only the immigrants, but also the natives in the country they go to. One plus factor, I think, is that societies becoming multicultural creates a cultural diversity, which can be seen as an advantage, not just a problem. A mixing of nationalities can promote, or at least provide an opportunity for, cultural exchange. We can learn so much from the immigrant cultures and enrich our own without ever having to go abroad. So often, I believe, we are taught about our own history in detail and barely cover that of other nations, so we tend to think that we are more important and played a greater role in the world stage than others. Sometimes this creates exaggerated feelings of nationalism and can lead to conflicts with other countries. If we have greater contact with more nationalities, perhaps we could see ourselves in a more realistic light and accept that all nations have a part to play in the world scene. However, I really feel that things are not always easy for immigrants. I know migrants, particularly refugees and illegal immigrants, often live in terrible poverty, and if they are not allowed to work, cannot improve the situation. Sometimes their situation is worse than in their own country. They are often exploited by employers keen to maximize their profits, so the workers are paid a pittance and do not receive any welfare benefits. I suppose the migrants are prepared to tolerate this in the hope that their children will be educated and be able to better themselves in their employment prospects in the future. There is a more positive aspect of migration. I know for those citizens within Europe, they now have the opportunity to work in other EU countries with a minimum of red tape, so theoretically, the EU should become more of a united whole, and all workers have the ability to move from country to country to develop their careers. I suppose, on the face of it, life should be better with increased mobility, but I believe, in reality, xenophobia is increasing nowadays, particularly in places with large numbers of incoming immigrants. Some natives resent the influx of foreigners and worry that their own culture will disappear. In my opinion, often ignorance of the lifestyles of the immigrants helps to create a divide between the two groups, and support for nationalistic political parties is on the rise. We tend to fear that which we do not understand. We also are less prepared to adopt liberal attitudes to other people in times of economic recession, when we feel less secure about our jobs. In times of prosperity, xenophobia does not rear its head quite so frequently, but we all have to remember that this increased mobility has given many people the opportunity to lead better lives, and that just because you were born in an underdeveloped country, it doesn't mean you can never improve your situation.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to add to that, Christina?
I tend to agree with what Omar has said, but I would also like to add that I think the press has helped to exacerbate the anti-foreign lobby by always reporting negative stories about refugees and immigrants. We are always reading about old ladies who have been mugged by refugees, rather than presenting a more positive image of them, such as how they have brought traditional work skills to the country, which have, to a large extent, died out in Western Europe. I also think that some people are afraid that if they accept too many immigrants, that their country won't have sufficient resources to cope with the expanded population. This is something that has to be considered, as some countries do have larger immigrant populations than others. For myself, I want to say that I welcome the opportunity to move to different countries to expand my own career horizons.
Thank you.
Exercise 26F, page 173.
Now, Christina, I'm going to give you your question. So here is your card and a copy for you, Omar. Don't forget, Christina, that you have about 2 minutes to give us your opinions. There are some ideas on the card, and you can use them if you want to. Right. Would you like to begin now?
I am personally very happy that the role of women has changed since my grandmother's time. Being a female is undoubtedly so much easier for me than when my grandmother was a young woman. There was no question of my brother going to university and not me. It was just accepted that I would go on to further education, whereas 70 years ago, you would have been in the minority as a female at a university. I expect you probably would have been thought of as an oddity, rather bohemian, and would not have been expected to get married and have a family. You had to make a choice between having a family and a career. It was not acceptable to have both. Luckily, it is very different nowadays. I now have a responsible executive post and earn more than my husband, who is employed in a similar field. Many men are still opposed to women enhancing their careers at the expense of the male employees, but at least nowadays it is possible for women to be considered for management posts. And, in fact, some women do have positions that were once considered only as male domains. I'm thinking of being the head of a national airline or head of the Secret Service. Women in Britain have these jobs now. But my grandmother never had this chance to work and develop her potential. She was only expected to be a housewife and a mother and to obey her husband. She could never have left her husband as she was dependent on him financially. She was trapped for life. She could never have left him as she would have been destitute. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not opposed to the concept of marriage. In fact, I'm happily married and would like children one day. I'm sure I will be able to combine being a mother and a professional. Yet many of my female friends have chosen their careers over marriage and children. They want to go as far in their careers as they can, without the restrictions that married life can have. Some have even said they would be prepared to become single parents and raise their children alone, without a partner. This would have been a scandalous idea when my grandmother was a young woman. Yet I can't ignore the fact that even though women do have more opportunities, there are still so many barriers that have to be overcome before they will be truly equal with men in all aspects of life.
Thank you. What do you think, Omar?
Well, in my opinion, the role of women has not changed a great deal since my grandmother's time. I believe that progress in my country is much slower than in Europe, and although there are more educated women, there are very few in high positions, other than the traditional female jobs, such as primary education. We all have to remember that factors such as religion and tradition play a part in female development, and that progress for women will vary according to country. Still, I want to add that in some third world countries, women have achieved more than their Western counterparts, as there have been more female prime ministers in those places than in the West.
Thank you.
Sample interview, page 173.
Now, to finish off, we're going to talk about social problems in general. What kind of attitude should we have towards old people?
Of course, the obvious answer to that is that we should show respect and offer everything they need to make their final years as comfortable as possible. In reality, I'm afraid, here in the West, we do not take care of our senior citizens as we should.
That's true. So often we read of old people who die from the cold or neglect. It must be terrible for them to be so alone when they most need help. I believe that there must be more emphasis placed on the welfare of old people.
Yes, we should employ more specialist social workers to deal with their needs, and also the government must make sure that they have adequate pensions to cover their expenses. Sometimes they don't eat a healthy diet, as their financial resources are so limited.
Healthcare is something that should be addressed too. Sometimes old people are not given the treatment they require just because the hospital thinks they should spend the money on patients who will benefit for a longer time.
So, we should treat the elderly with more respect and make sure they are financially secure.
Yes.
What can we learn from experiencing other cultures?
Most of us are inclined to think that what we know is best, that the way things are done in our own culture is superior to the way it is done anywhere else. Which is a very natural reaction, of course, because usually we don't know anything else. It's only when we are exposed to other cultures and other ways of looking at the world that we can make comparisons. We can stand back a little from the way we do things, and very often the realization hits us that there is more than one right way of carrying on daily life. One example would be the custom of sleeping in the afternoon and working in the evening. To people living in cold climates, this is just an instance of idleness. But to those living in extremely hot climates, the only sensible thing to do is to rest during the heat of the day.
Yes, and recognition that the world is multicultural and no one culture is superior to any other all the time, that all cultures have their oddities, is the first step towards truly understanding the way people from different cultures think and react, and so perhaps the first step towards establishing a truly global community. It's not necessary for all cultures to be melted down into one indistinguishable whole, as some people seem to think, but rather that we should become more tolerant and understanding of each other's differences.
Which is easy to do if we try to experience other cultures and not cut ourselves off from them. Exercise 26H, page 173.
Now, to finish off, we're going to talk about social problems in general. How can social inequalities be redressed?
Well, these days, every society faces social inequalities, and some of its citizens do not enjoy all of the benefits it offers.
Yes, but hasn't that always been the case?
I suppose we've always had a distinct social class system, but now we have more groups associated with the underclasses, such as refugees, asylum seekers and women.
I don't think women are an underclass, but yes, refugees and asylum seekers definitely are. So how can we redress this situation?
The government must ensure that all asylum seekers have regular language classes, because if they are not proficient in the language of their adopted country, then they will face discrimination and exploitation in the workplace. They'd be taken advantage of by unscrupulous employers willing to make a profit at their expense.
They mightn't even get a job in the first place if they can't speak the language, and they wouldn't be able to find anywhere to live, or they might have to pay huge rents to landlords who could rip them off and they could do nothing about it. They probably wouldn't have sufficient language to ask for help from places like the Citizens Advice Bureau.
Apart from the language, they should be given equal opportunities to be educated, and maybe even subsidized housing while they establish themselves. Not until they are provided with decent housing would they be able to feel an established part of their adopted community.
But what about trying to redress the inequalities by educating the ordinary people, not just the refugees? We can't expect the government to do everything. We should try to get people to ask for lower taxes for the poorer classes, no fees for kids wanting to attend university, and build houses for them with cheap rents.
Yes, subsidized accommodation would help, and if the ordinary citizen pressed for a fiscal policy which would benefit the less comfortably off, then the workers would have more disposable income to enhance their lifestyles. And more financial support for the less advantaged in further education would enable them to acquire qualifications which would enhance their career prospects.
So we agree. Better houses for the poor, fewer taxes, and more language classes. All these things would enhance the lifestyles of the poor and so reduce social inequalities.
Thank you.
Self-Assessment Module 4. Exercise 7. Page 188.
Kevin Keegan and Manchester City are back in the Premier League and, as usual, it promises to be entertaining. Richard Carson has the report.
With the wounds from his spell as England coach still healing, Keegan made a shaky start as manager of Manchester City. But after finding their feet in Division 1, the main road outfit stormed to the title in true Keegan style, scoring over 100 goals. Kevin Keegan not only wants the players to win, but he wants them to win with intelligence and flair. He likes to have more and more attacks for the fans. If his team can score 5 or 6, all the better. He wants everyone, from the attackers to the goalkeeper, to play football. But he has been criticised for his cavalier football. Unsurprisingly so at times when playing tactics are more conservative than ever. But in the end, it's results that count. And this year, Keegan's tactics helped his team back to where the fans want it, in the country's topmost football league. When asked about his ambitions for the coming season, he insists that City are not back in the Premiership just to struggle for another year, only to find themselves relegated again next May. To his mind, his current Manchester City side is better than the Newcastle side he helped to promotion a decade ago. He would never admit it himself, but apart from Peter Beardsley and Barry Venison, that Newcastle team had hardly any Premiership-class players. With his current City side, however, you cannot question that players like Ali Bernabia, Steve Howe and Richard Dunn will feel perfectly at home in the Premiership. And his high hopes of a highly competitive season for City might be well justified when one takes into consideration his own experience in English football's top flight. Talented though his squad is, he has already confirmed that he will be delving into the transfer market, with shiny names such as Stefan Effenberg and Edgar Davids among his targets. Robbie Keane and Ian Walker are other names linked with a summer move to Manchester. But the first arrival is an ex-Manchester United legend, goalkeeper Peter Schmeichel. Despite Keegan's lofty ambitions, City fans would probably settle for a good run, which will keep them in the Premiership for the next season, wary that they've twice been relegated from the Premiership. The fact that the manager's ambitions are greater than those of the fans is reminiscent of another time in football, one when belief in the self was often more important than tactics. So, if City fans are looking for a manager who doesn't get carried away, they've got the wrong man.
Unit 9. Another day, another dollar. Exercise 3. Page 191.
I don't know. I've chatted with all sorts of advisors and friends, and they all seem to come out with the same stuff. Just because you've got a degree, it doesn't mean that you'll land on your feet, job-wise. The job market's changed. Employers are on the lookout for skills, not knowledge per se.
Tell me about it. I don't care what anybody says. If you're going to spend 40-odd years in whatever, you'd better hope and pray that you like doing it, regardless of whether it's very lucrative. That's what my dad's constantly drilling into me anyway.
To be honest, I'm not sure I want to think about the next 40 years all at the same time. Seems a bit of a mountain to climb, doesn't it? No, I think the ideal career path is one that provides the scope for you to grow along with the job. Nothing stays the same forever. That's the same for people and jobs.
I think the work environment plays an enormous role in how satisfied with your job you are. I mean, if you don't feel at ease in the place you're going to spend such a large part of each day, how can you be expected to be creative and feel fulfilled by what you do?
I'm so glad we see eye to eye on that score. You know, if you don't feel that you're achieving things in your professional life, you feel like nothing. Worthless.
Totally. And if you were to ask me the best way of assuring job satisfaction, I'd say it's to be number one. I think it's the only surefire way of getting that feeling. I never want to play second fiddle to anyone.
Exercise 22A. Page 197.
Right then, who's first on your shortlist?
Kevin Westwind. You know, the chap on the first floor?
Oh, yes, I know who you're on about. So what does he have going for him?
Well, he's quite good at empowering people. He's always telling people that he believes that they've got what it takes to get a job done. He gives effective coaching, which facilitates the personal and professional development of the members of his team.
OK. What about the downside?
The downside is that he's not really a forward thinker, if you know what I mean. Things have a nasty habit of cropping up out of the blue and taking him by surprise.
That's OK if he can go with the flow. What's her name?
Alison.
Jones, isn't it?
James. And she's big on interpersonal awareness. She can anticipate how others will react to a situation. She's also strong on fostering innovation, and she often proposes new approaches and methods. But to tell you the truth, she doesn't fare so well in the stress management department. She gets somewhat hot under the collar under pressure.
It's something we're all prone to from time to time. That's Simon, what's his name?
Right, aptly named too. Simon's forever sending out memos. Don't get me wrong, being able to write well is very important. He has the added advantage of being able to spell things correctly, which is quite an achievement for a science graduate.
OK. I understand that his technical expertise is good.
Yes, he keeps abreast of new developments in IT. He's oozing with self-confidence, and he knows how to instill it into the members of his team. It's an important ability.
I know, that's why we employed him. Now, who's the last one?
Gary Wilson, my personal favourite for the project leader.
Gary's been here longer than I have. Is it true that he started off making the tea?
That's right. He's got the personal credibility that's all important in this role. He's always honest and forthright with people, and he's got the right degree of flexibility that we're looking for. That lets him see the merits of ideas other than his own. I think his ability to cultivate teamwork is second to none.
What about his lack of formal qualifications? I mean, surely that's got to be taken into account to a certain extent.
Exercise 24B, page 198.
Casual attire has replaced traditional business dress at least once a week for 90% of businesses, and over 55% of workers are dressing down daily for work. Looking casually powerful is trickier business than achieving that blast of mightiness with an Armani suit. With us today, we have two top dress consultants who are going to give us their expert advice on what goes and what doesn't for those casual Fridays. Sarah, over to you.
Personally, I love this new trend that is taking the business workplace by storm. But the problem is that the majority of working people confuse casual wear with loser wear.
All of us are grappling with what Casual Friday means, dress-wise, and as you say, an incredibly high number of us are losing the fashion battle.
It seems to me that if people just followed a few simple rules of thumb when choosing what to wear at the office, the problem would be solved.
But there are so many different situations to consider. Do you work in a part of the office where you are visible to the public? Do you often meet with clients and customers? Does your job require you to attend business luncheons or dinners? Each and every one of these situations has to be considered carefully before deciding on that dress or those chinos. Contrary to popular belief, women can sabotage themselves just as well as men when it comes to casual power dressing.
If not better. When will women realize that jeans or even jean skirts are a no-no? Not even if you wear a $100 pair of designer jeans can you get away with it. The office is off limits for any kind of jean garments, full stop.
That applies to men too. Many males think that if they top off those well-pressed dungarees with a snazzy jacket or blazer, they'll make the grade. Not so. Cotton chinos are fine if worn with a good shirt, but jeans are just too casual.
In my books, leather is taboo as well. You would think it would go without saying that leather miniskirts should be left hanging in the cupboard till the weekend. But no, Women still cram themselves into them and think they look professional.
Leather jackets, the dressy ones, are a nice touch, especially worn with a button-down shirt and mesh tie. For men, of course.
Maybe if you work for or interact with excessively casual companies like Internet or .com. Otherwise, best leave it for the ranch.
Oh, that brings up a point. Boots. Footwear in general. You can judge a man by his shoes. If you want to give the John Wayne kind of impression, go ahead and wear those cowboy boots. Otherwise, stick with polished leather loafers or brogues.
And no sandals. If you can wear something to the beach, you can't wear it to the office. That includes short-sleeve shirts and blouses. To create a good impression, wear a long-sleeve shirt with sleeves rolled up.
Just the right mix of businesslike and casual. The important thing to remember is casual dress does not mean anything goes. It simply means that you don't have to wear a dress suit.
When you look in the mirror on Friday morning, ask yourself, could I meet a managing director today and feel comfortable?
You dress for the part you aspire to, Sarah. If someone aspires for the gardener's job, well, why not a pair of Wellingtons?
Exercise 25B. Page 198.
I can sit in this claustrophobic recording studio and speak live to millions of people because I'm used to it. It's the job I've been trained to do, and I employ certain relaxation techniques to help with the butterflies in the stomach. To be honest, I quite like the feeling I get when the red on-air sign lights up, and I feel the adrenaline level peak as the producer points at me from the other side of the glass and says, "Cue Sarah." Someone else put in the same position might well faint from the stress. With me today is Timothy Fry, a stress management expert. Timothy, what exactly is stress, and what can cause it?
The way we use the word in everyday life, you would be forgiven for believing that stress only has the negative connotation commonly associated with it. A helpful definition of stress is anything that stimulates you and increases your level of alertness. Life without stimulus would be incredibly dull and boring. Life with too much stimulus becomes unpleasant and tiring, and may ultimately damage your health. Too much stress can seriously interfere with your ability to perform effectively, which is what you were referring to when you mentioned fainting. The art of stress management, as distinct from stress elimination, is to keep yourself at a level of stimulation that is healthy and enjoyable.
And just how does one pull off such a balancing act?
Well, most people realize that aspects of their work and lifestyle can cause stress. While this is true, it's important to know that it can also be caused by your environment and by the food and drink you consume. All in all, there are 4 major causes of stress. At the top of the list, there's survival stress. This may occur when your very survival is threatened, or when you experience some challenging event. Your body produces adrenaline in readiness for flight or fight. Then there's internally generated stress that comes from worrying about events beyond your control, from a tense, hurried approach to life, or from relationship problems caused by your own behavior. Third, there's environmental and job stress, where your living or working environment causes the stress. It may come from noise, untidiness, distractions, or events at work. Last but not least is fatigue-induced stress that builds up over long periods. This can occur when you try to achieve too much in too little time.
Fine, but why is it that some of us seem to thrive on stress, like entertainers, for instance, while others avoid it like the plague?
Your personality can affect the way in which you experience stress. You may be familiar with the idea of type A personalities who thrive on stress and type B people who are mellower and more relaxed in their approach. The increased levels of certain substances in the brains of type A persons can give a feeling of confidence and elation. They can therefore subconsciously put off things until the last minute to create deadline euphoria, or can create a stressful environment at work that feeds their enjoyment of the situation. The downside of this is that they may leave tasks so late that they fail when an unexpected crisis crops up.
So what's the difference between stress and anxiety?
Anxiety occurs when you are concerned that circumstances are out of your control. In some cases, being anxious and worrying over a problem may generate a solution. More often than not, it just results in negative thinking. For example, it's unrealistic to want the love and admiration of those around you all the time because we have no control over other people's minds. They have off days and cranky moods. Another big mistake is to desire to be thoroughly competent at all times. This is unrealistic because you can only achieve competence at a new level by making mistakes. Everybody has bad days and can make mistakes. But perhaps the greatest mistake made by all of us, and I'd include myself here, is to believe that external factors cause all our misfortune. Often, negative events can be caused by our own negative attitudes, what's referred to as a self-fulfilling prophecy. Conversely, your own negative attitudes can cause you to view neutral events negatively. Associated with this is the desire for everything to turn out the way we want them to, and that people should always do what we want. We have to remember that other people have their own agendas and do what they want to do.
So, out of what you have told us today, to what should we give the most emphasis?
It's paramount that you realize that you are responsible for your own stress. More often than not, it's a product of the way you think. Learn to monitor your stress levels and adjust them up if you need to be more alert and down if you're feeling too tense. By managing your stress effectively, you can significantly improve the quality of your life.
And being powerless over the passage of time, we'll have to leave it on that note. Timothy Fry, thank you for joining us.
Exercise 26A, page 198.
Tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor, rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief, goes the old nursery rhyme. The question of what we're going to become upon leaving school was for many years a question to which the answer was predetermined not by one's academic achievements but by one's gender and the status of one's family. Things have changed. Now young people have equality of opportunity and the right to self-determination. In short, they have the chance to be whatever they want to be. And the question, what do you want to be, has changed to, who do you want to be? The issue of finding out who we actually are in the sense of self-discovery is now of more concern to our youngsters. If I had had the benefit of having a school counsellor when I was younger, I'm sure I wouldn't have had all those feelings of self-doubt and inadequacy that plagued me all through my adolescence. We spend more than a quarter of our lives at school, and yet we look upon the day we leave as the day when everything will suddenly fall into place. We think we will mysteriously know how to handle situations that we've never encountered before. When we come to the realization that we can't, there will most likely be no one to call on for advice. For this reason, I've recently set up a Saturday morning drop-in advice centre at the school where I'm the counsellor. Recent school leavers can drop by and have a chat about anything they want. As a result, young men and women are helped through the transition between school and life after school. But perhaps the biggest advantage is that it gives a breathing space to people to perhaps decide whether to go on to higher education or not, while they still have access to someone they trust who can provide information and advice. I hope it catches on.
Exercise 27A, page 199.
So have you got a quote from the training specialist yet?
Yes, a bit steep.
How steep?
£4,000.
£4,000? Helen, there's no way we can afford that. I think we'll give the computer courses a miss for this year.
I think it's worth it.
What?
Well, think about what kind of investment we're making here. I mean, think of the increase in productivity. Think of the returns.
I know, but...
Think about it. We've got 39 people working for us, only 14 of which can use a computer properly, with another 25 people producing the same amount of work.
But how do you get that? Are you saying that the 14 people who are fluent computer users are producing twice as much as their other colleagues?
Maybe not quite, but close.
Don't you think we need to look into it before we make the investment?
Sure, I could get Rob to do a report for us.
With proper measurements?
Of course.
Without treading on anyone's toes?
Absolutely.
Then do so. And if things are as you say they are, we'll consider it.
OK.
Exercise 28A, page 199. I'm 23 years of age, a university graduate in science, and I recently attended an interview at a well-known research institute in central London. The job sounds really interesting, and Professor Newman, the head of department, seems to think that I'm just what they're looking for. The thought of living in London is really exciting, a lot more appealing than my boring little town in the provinces. But there's a catch. In actual fact, it's a catch-22 situation. The salary they want to pay me as a fresh graduate is less than I'd need to live on in London, where rents, transport and even food is more expensive than elsewhere. I live with my parents at the moment, so I thought that I could commute by train into work every day, but even with a season ticket, the cost is about the same as if I lived in London. You can't win. I've been thinking about the deeper implications of this, and it seems to me that what's happening is that jobs for graduates in London are, in effect, only open to those who already live there. The capital city will be, for all intents and purposes, another country. Who knows where all this will lead? Will we ever see the day where the rich South wants independence from the burdensome North? Will we see a return to a patchwork of separate states and a balkanization of Britain? Who knows? Exercise 29A, page 199.
One of the peculiarities of the British school system is the hierarchical structure that exists, not as one would imagine amongst the staff, but within the school body. At the top of the hierarchy are the head boy and head girl. They are chosen by the teachers according to criteria based mainly on academic performance. Then there are the prefects. They are also appointed by the staff and are given the responsibility of maintaining order amongst their peers and generally setting a good example. Finally, there are the monitors. They are given minor responsibility for things like fetching the register from the secretary's office and the like. In the past, there were hierarchies within hierarchies, such as those found amongst the servants in the mansions of the gentry. The butler, himself a servant, was in charge of the housekeeper. She in turn would head the army of cooks, kitchen staff, gardeners, chauffeurs and valets, which itself encompassed sub-hierarchies. Even at sea, on board pirate ships, there were strict chains of command, from the ship's captain to the ship's cat. Small wonder then, with such an educational, social and historical tradition, that even in our modern management structures we reproduce the pyramids of power, which have become almost universal in our culture.
Exercise 30C, page 199.
Now, I'd like you to look at all the pictures. 2 of these pictures will be used in a seminar for businessmen entitled, Is Your Staff Motivated? The organisers have asked you to select 2 photographs to be used on the cover of the seminar notes that will be handed out. Together, decide on the 2 pictures which you feel are most suitable. Please talk about this for about 2 minutes.
Well, it seems to me that we can divide these pictures up into 2 quite distinct categories. The positive ones, that is pictures A and B, and then the negative ones, pictures C and D. So I suppose the big question is what sort of message we want to give.
In the first picture, these 2 men, businessmen probably, are looking very happy or excited about something, so they could be a good example of highly motivated staff. We don't know exactly what they're looking at, but if it would be sales figures, for example, then we can see that they feel involved in the company's success. So I think we should to use this photo on the leaflet.
Yes,
In the second picture, we can to see a businesswoman in her office, and from her appearance and expression, I would said She is contented and successful in her job, and therefore another good example of motivated staff. In the third...
Well, yes, I agree that the first two pictures are, as I said before, more positive, but I think it would be a good idea to decide first what message the seminar wants to get across and how it wants to convey it. Do you think that showing examples of motivation in the office is enough?
In the third picture, there's a man who he is sitting in front of a really impressive computer.
Yes, but what I'm suggesting is that just showing examples of staff who are motivated may not actually help businessmen to learn anything at all. Perhaps two photos showing quite opposite ideas might make businessmen think a little bit about the contrast between motivated and unmotivated staff. In this respect, the picture...
The man might had fallen asleep at his desk because he's tired, or perhaps because his work is so boring. And if you would be sitting all day working on computer, it would get pretty monotonous. So I think this man lacks motivation and might had been happier in another type of job altogether.
Oh, indeed, I'm sure he would. But I think this would be quite a suitable picture to use on the seminar notes, because it might serve to underline to businessmen the result of failing to make any attempts to motivate your staff. If you don't give them incentives, rewards, or other forms of encouragement, they tend to just stop trying. What do you think?
In the last picture, we see another rather disgruntled-looking office executive. I don't really think he's very motivated.
No, well, he might just have had a really difficult interview with an uncooperative person. Anyway, we need two pictures, so personally I'd choose A and C to show the contrast between staff with and without motivation.
Picture A and B show motivated staff, so if I must choose only two, I'd chosen them.
Thank you.
Sample interview, page 199.
Now I'd like you to talk about something together. Here are some pictures on the theme of work. First of all, please look at pictures A and D and talk together about what might have happened just before the pictures were taken. I'd like you to talk for about a minute on this, so if I stop you, please don't worry.
Well, in picture A, the two men look as if they're in an office, and they both look pleased, don't they? So we can assume that they've had some good news. They may have just heard that they've pulled off a successful business deal, for example.
Yes, that's possible, and that would give them a sense of achievement. Or else one of them might have just learned that he's been given the promotion he's been waiting for, and being friends, they're both excited about it.
Yes, that's an idea. What about picture D? This man must also be at work, judging from his smart clothes. But the situation must be quite different.
Yes, he looks as though he's frustrated or annoyed about something. He might have just lost out on a deal, or he may have just been told that someone else has got that promotion he was after. It might even be related to picture A in that case, as they could all be working in the same company and might have all applied for the position of manager or something like that.
That's certainly a possibility. But I get the impression that this man is looking at someone else, in which case that other person, a colleague perhaps, may have just been rude or uncooperative, or even insulted him, and he is feeling exasperated about that.
Thank you. Now I'd like you to look at all the pictures. Two of these pictures will be used in a seminar for businessmen entitled Is Your Staff Motivated? The organisers have asked you to select two photographs to be used on the cover of the seminar notes that will be handed out. Together, decide on the two pictures which you feel are most suitable, and then suggest one other photograph which you would like to have seen on the cover of the leaflet. Please talk about this for about 3 minutes.
I think that picture A would be great to use in a seminar called Is Your Staff Motivated? As we said before, both men look very happy. I think that the younger man could be the company manager, and another interpretation of this situation is that he's showing the older man some figures or something on a computer screen. The figures might show the company's profits, which would explain why they both look so pleased. Working for a successful company and knowing that you have contributed to its success can be very motivating.
Yes, I think you might be right. They also seem to have a very good working relationship. The younger man has his hand on the older man's shoulder, which shows that they are friends as well as colleagues. In my opinion, it is extremely important for staff motivation to have a friendly atmosphere in the workplace. However, I would prefer to use picture B, as the woman in the picture seems to be very satisfied in her work. She appears to be relaxed and looks as though she is enjoying the conversation she is having. I think, therefore, that this picture best portrays a motivated employee.
That's true. It is important to get pleasure from your work. On the other hand, perhaps it would also be a good idea to show the drawbacks of having unmotivated staff. In that way, the businessmen at the seminar would realize how vital staff motivation is. I would quite like to use picture C to show that when staff are not fulfilled or motivated, they become bored and tired of their jobs, and so do not have any energy to achieve their objectives.
Yes, I like that idea. And the man in this picture, who has literally fallen asleep at his desk, really illustrates boredom very powerfully. I think having one picture of motivated staff and another showing unmotivated workers would get the message across very effectively. So we can use picture C to convey the dangers of having an unmotivated workforce, and either picture A or B to show how much more efficient people can be when they are motivated.
Exactly. Personally, I prefer picture A to picture B because I think it shows quite clearly how people can be motivated by friendly managers and a sense of involvement in the company's success, whereas picture B does not give such a clear message.
Yes, I see your point. OK then, let's use pictures A and C for the seminar. Now, what about another photograph to put on the cover of the leaflet? Perhaps we should focus on a different working environment. I mean, all these pictures show typical business people in offices.
Yes, that's true. So what about factory workers? You know, workers on an assembly line, who would presumably be looking pretty fed up and tired and generally demotivated from doing such monotonous work.
Well, yes, they would, but that's more because of the nature of the work, isn't it? Rather than because of what their employers do or don't do to motivate them. I think it would be better to show a staff meeting in a company of some kind with everyone looking interested and involved.
Oh yes, I like that idea. Because a very important factor in motivation at work is feeling part of the company that you work for and being involved in the decision-making process. So staff meetings where employees are informed, encouraged and praised, and also asked their opinions, can be really useful. So the meeting in our picture would have a very positive atmosphere, with no hint of it being used as a forum for criticism of the staff.
Absolutely. Criticism at work can be truly demotivating, can't it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Unit 10. Our Planet, Our Home. Exercise 3B, page 213.
In all probability, the radio you're listening to came in a cardboard box that was made from pulp, whose origin was undoubtedly organic, and we all know what that means. It means that even a product that could well be ecologically sound in that it may be wind-up or even solar-powered, still requires the destruction of timber resources for its packaging and sale. The total forest area destroyed annually surpasses that which is subject to reforestation by a factor of 32. And again, when we're not chopping down living trees, we're digging up fossilized ones in the form of coal and oil, both on land and under the sea. The squandering of fossil fuels was, to an extent, to blame for the 15% rise in the incidence of cancer on a worldwide scale in the 1990s, the remainder being largely attributed to a sudden upsurge in cigarette smoking. And it isn't only man's activities under the sea that continue to give rise to concern. Something like 2,000 species of sea life became the permanent inhabitants of history books and encyclopedias during the 1990s, just because we thought it was a good idea to get rid of something by chucking it into the sea. Air pollution, too, particularly in the cities, continues to be a problem. Although air quality in general has got better, on a bad day in London a pedestrian can inhale pollutants equivalent to smoking a packet of cigarettes a day. Britain is also seeing its beaches gradually washed away. Unusually violent storms, a consequence of global warming, have inflicted erosion damage on 15% of the coastline. And if that's not something to shout about, did you know that UK city councils get about 100,000 noise complaints each year? Not bad for a reserved people.
Exercise 21A, page 219.
Now, as you can see from the chart, recycling isn't the haphazard process that many of you may think it is. You can't just assume that someone is going to sort through all the stuff that you send for recycling to make sure that it's free from items or substances that would render the whole thing a waste of time. So, bearing this in mind, as far as glass is concerned, only glass containers that are intact are really suitable for recycling. Items such as light bulbs and other household items, including mirrors, aren't of any use. The ceramics used as insulation contaminate glass. On down to plastics. And we can see from the chart that the recycling symbol, with which you're all familiar, should be printed or embossed onto the item you wish to recycle. Conversely, any unmarked material should be disposed of by an alternative method, with the proviso that it isn't burned. The tiniest trace of unsuitable plastic can ruin a melt, and that's why it has to be thrown away. Paper of various kinds, unsolicited mail, computer printouts, dry newspapers and newspaper inserts and cornflakes boxes are all candidates for recycling, with the exceptions being things like paper that has become sodden or mouldy. Also stickers, milk cartons, and laminated paper, such as that used in some fast food containers and foil, cannot be recycled. Newspapers should be bound together with natural twine and stored somewhere where they're not going to get wet, as I just mentioned. Finally, we come to metals, and in particular aluminium. Scrap aluminium, including old garden furniture, window frames, and the like, along with soft drink cans, caps, lids and foil, are all recyclable. Metal parts that may be magnetic or spray cans that may have contained paint or hazardous material are not. The way to tell if something is aluminium or steel is to use a magnet. Aluminium isn't attracted to magnets. Labels or bands need not be removed from containers before recycling, as this is burnt off when the material is melted down. Before I finish, I want to make a special plea to everyone to be vigilant in keeping used motor oil and lead from polluting the environment. If you need to get rid of car batteries, please call your local council to arrange collection and disposal.
Exercise 22B, page 220.
Now, as every school pupil can tell you, as long as an object is above the last traces of Earth's atmosphere, it will stay in orbit for thousands or even millions of years. Eventually, a month or a millennium after launch, it will hit one of the millions of other objects orbiting the Earth. That collision will generate new fragments that will go whirling around the planet until they too are involved in collisions. Over time, everything in Earth's orbit will be ground into celestial scrap. With me in the studio is Dr. Frank Novak of the European Space Agency, who is going to tell us more about space junk. Dr. Novak.
Well, venturing into space is inherently risky, and orbital debris is just one of the many hazards that a space traveller faces. But the debris hazard is unique in being a product of our own environmental negligence. After a mere 40 years in space, we have seriously polluted the final frontier. Valuable orbits are peppered with debris that threatens the operation of satellites and the lives of astronauts. A small group of orbital debris experts have been concerned about this problem for years and have slowly gained the attention of the government agencies and commercial enterprises that are now leading the way into space. Yet every 4 days, on average, another rocket will be launched into space, making the problem worse. Space may seem remote, but it's really not that far away. If you could drive your car straight up, in just a few hours, you'd reach the altitude at which the space shuttle flies. The popular orbits for satellites begin twice as far up, about 400 miles above our heads. Since 1957, there have been over 4,000 space launches. The leftovers from these launches, used-up satellites, the rockets that carried these satellites aloft, equipment from aborted scientific experiments, form a sort of orbital time capsule, a mausoleum of space technology. In 1963, 400 million tiny antennas about the size of needles were released into orbit in order to see if radio waves would bounce off them. Communication satellites soon made the antennas obsolete, but they still float in lethal clumps 1,500 miles overhead. In 1965, the astronaut Michael Collins lost his grip on a camera while on a spacewalk. Many spacecraft shed debris, bolts, lens caps, equipment covers, the way children shed toys. Even the paint on spacecraft has a tendency to erode in the harsh environment of space, creating a cosmic grit that now pelts everything in orbit. Many of the objects released into space, like Collins's camera, have fallen back to Earth. The upper atmosphere, where the space shuttle flies, gradually slows objects down. They re-enter the atmosphere and burn up within a few months or even years. But a few hundred miles higher, the atmosphere is so thin that it is ineffective for cleanup. spacecraft that are launched into orbits at this height will stay in space indefinitely. Especially troublesome are pieces of the more than 100 rockets and satellites that have exploded in orbit. At the end of their useful lives, spacecraft typically contain some fuel left over from the launch. The fuel tanks deteriorate over time or are punctured by debris. The leftover fuels mix together and explode. In the worst case on record, the explosion of a European Ariane rocket produced more than 500 pieces of debris big enough to disable the spacecraft. Eventually, the number of explosions will diminish, but by then, spacecraft will be breaking up for another reason. As more objects go into orbit, spacecraft will begin colliding with and being shattered by debris. Furthermore, collisions beget more collisions in a process known as collisional cascading. Once cascading begins, the number of objects in a particular orbit will gradually increase, and the risk to satellites and manned spacecraft will rise accordingly. A team of researchers in Italy have calculated that enough objects are already present in 2 popular orbits for cascading to begin. By the time the cascades have run their course, in 100 years or so, even small spacecraft will suffer damaging collisions after just a few years in orbit. Human societies have done plenty of things that we, or our descendants, may someday regret. At the beginning of the atomic age, we seriously polluted vast tracts of land that will take years to clean up. We have increased the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, despite a scientific consensus that global temperatures are rising as a result. In 1987, the World Commission on Environment and Development defined sustainable development as meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. In space, we are failing the sustainability test miserably. 100 years from now, when our descendants want to put satellites into orbits teeming with debris, they will wonder what we could have been thinking. The simple answer is that we weren't thinking at all.
Exercise 23B, page 220.
And in the light of the controversial new measures to limit the amount of litter and noise pollution on city streets, I have with me in the studio the Right Honourable Graham Busby, MP for Cheltenham, who brought this whole issue to Parliament 3 weeks ago, and Elaine Richardson, a civil rights advisor from the Citizens Advice Bureau. Mr. Busby, I would like to start with you, if you don't mind. We all feel better when our environment is clean and tidy, no argument there, but you're proposing a £500 fine if your rubbish bin leaks on the pavement. Somewhat over the top, don't you think?
Not at all, Steve. I think we grossly underestimate the possible consequences of such an offence, and as a result, such a fine looks a bit steep. But the truth is, it is a very serious issue. Apart from a leaking rubbish bin being unhygienic and unsightly, consider the possibility of an elderly person walking on the grease, falling and hurting themselves. It really is a matter of making it very clear that there simply is no choice but to be considerate of our environment and our fellow citizens and find a way to...
If I may just cut in here, Mr. Busby, I think you're quite right to point out the possible consequences of leaky rubbish bins, or the fact that the point needs to somehow be hammered home. But the penalties you are suggesting simply do not fit the crime. I mean, if we start fining people £500 for a leaky rubbish bin, what are we going to fine them for other more serious offences, like driving too fast, for example? Right now, the fine...
Well, no. These measures cannot be seen as the beginning of a series of tougher measures across the board. These measures are to do with public cleanliness and respect for our environment. This government has been trying for a very long time to convince citizens not to throw litter on streets, to make sure that their rubbish bins are in good condition, not to allow their dogs to foul pavements and parks, to sound their horns only when truly necessary, and we simply have not got through. The result is noisy and dirty cities across the country. With things like the highway code, there is no need for stricter fines because people respect the highway code, feeling that violating it endangers their very lives. We've got to find a way to convince them that the environment, that it is just as important to respect the environment.
I'm pretty sure there are plenty of other ways to convince people to respect the environment. More effective ways, in fact. For example, why not adopt the same method that the previous government did 3 years ago when they wanted to make sure that drivers wore seatbelts? There was no increase in fines. Rather, through a well-organised and very extensive information campaign, the government managed...
Of course, information campaigns can be very effective at times. But I must say again that convincing people to drive safely is a whole different story. It is their very lives that are put at risk when they don't wear seatbelts, and this is easier for them to understand. Keeping our streets clean and healthy is harder to look upon as a life-or-death issue, although it undoubtedly is. So we have to do something as a government, and introducing heavy fines is the only option we have.
But the fines you're proposing have made people think that all the government is after is more money in the kitty. You realise that this is going to make people resent the whole business.
Miss Richardson, I think the British are a very responsible people. And the vast majority of us need no government interference when it comes to keeping our streets and our neighbourhoods clean. The monetary fines are there as deterrents. And I'll tell you one thing. This government will not consider these measures a success if they bring us huge amounts of money. Rather, we will feel that we have really accomplished something if the few people who pollute our cities through irresponsible behaviour are brought round to respecting the place where they live and the other people that live there. The measures will be successful only when we can fine nobody for littering.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Time flies. We've got to go to the 1 o'clock news and we'll be right back. Exercise 24A, page 220.
As more and more people fall victim to food poisoning, reports show that standards of food hygiene are steadily dropping. Since the 1980s, reported cases of food poisoning in England and Wales have risen 7-fold, with increases in Scotland and Ireland too. Experts are unable to come up with a clear explanation for this, but there has been speculation that as the population increases and the demand for food grows, there are likely to be lapses in hygiene in food processing. Another reason that has been put forward is the trend towards eating out and snacking rather than eating home-prepared food. With most foods vulnerable to contamination, such as chickens and turkeys, consumers can protect themselves by taking care that the food is always carefully cooked and refrigerated. Fresh items, such as fruit and vegetables, must always be well washed. However, it seems that little can be done about shellfish, except to avoid them entirely, since these creatures feed off the waters in which they live, and, given the high levels of pollution in our seas, inevitably absorb bacteria and viruses from their environments.
Exercise 25A, page 221.
Listen to this. It says that children from local schools have volunteered to form groups to clean up the beaches before the summer comes. Isn't it wonderful that they should do that?
Yes, of course it is. And thank goodness for their enthusiasm. We should feel very guilty as adults that we just sit by and do nothing. We're very good at complaining, of course, but not much good at getting things done.
Well, that's for the kids, isn't it? They are at a time in their lives when they can see what is wrong and they want to change things. After all we've managed to do is talk about the environment.
Exercise 25A, page 221.
There are likely to be lapses in hygiene in food processing. Another reason that has been put forward is the trend towards eating out and dropping. Since the 1980s, reported cases of food poisoning in England and Wales have risen sevenfold, with increases in Scotland and Ireland too.
More money in the
kitchen for this. Food poisoning.
A kind of fur, with all the luxurious softness and realistic movement of real fur. Everyone knows it isn't. And it's a statement, both fashion and ecological. It says you don't have to kill real animals to look great. That statement was in evidence at the show sponsored by PETA, the People for Ethical Treatment of Animals, in New York for Manhattan Fashion Week, with fake versions of the old-style fur coat. Perhaps they're aiming at the young market, which is all set for retro, combing market stalls and charity shops for second-hand furs, of both varieties, setting a trend for tattered luxury. Exercise 27A, page 221. With all the luxurious softness and realistic movement of real fur, everyone knows it isn't. And it's a statement, both fashion and ecological. It says you don't have to kill real animals to look great. That statement was in evidence at the show sponsored by PETA. The point about fake fur is that it is blatantly fake. It's a bit wild, definitely over the top, in electric blue or shocking pink. Its attraction lies in the fact that while it is recognisably a kind of fur, with all the luxurious softness and realistic movement of real fur, everyone knows it isn't. And it's a statement, both fashion and ecological. It says you don't have to kill real animals to look great.
Made by the people.
Their lives when they can see what is wrong and they want to change things. After all we've managed to do is talk about the
inevitably absorb bacteria and viruses from their environments. As more and more people fall victim to food poisoning, reports show that
if the few people who pollute our cities through irresponsible behaviour are brought round. Miss Richardson, I think the British are a very put at risk when they don't wear seatbelts, and this is easier for them to understand. Keeping our streets clean.
Rather, through a well-organised and very extensive information campaign, the government managed...
Of course, information campaigns can be very...
the environment, more effective ways, in fact. For example, why not adopt the same method that the previous government did 3 years ago when they wanted to make sure that drivers wore seatbelts? There was no increase in fines. Rather, through a well-organised and very extensive information campaign, the government managed...
Of course, information campaigns can be very effective at times. But I must say again that convincing people to drive safely is a whole different story. It is their very lives that are put at risk when they don't wear seatbelts, and this is easier for them to understand. Keeping our streets clean and healthy is harder to look upon as a life-or-death issue, although it undoubtedly is. So we have to do something as a government, and introducing heavy fines is the only option we have.
But the fines you're proposing have made people think that all the government is after is more money in the kitty. You realise that this is going to make people resent the whole business.
Miss Richardson, I think the British are a very responsible people. And the vast majority of us need no government interference when it comes to keeping our streets and our neighbourhoods clean. The monetary fines are there as deterrents. And I'll tell you one thing. This government will not consider these measures a success if they bring us huge amounts of money. Rather, we will feel that we have really accomplished something if the few people who pollute our cities through irresponsible behaviour are brought round to respecting the place where they live and the other people that live there. The measures will be successful only when we can fine nobody for littering.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Time flies. We've got to go to the 1 o'clock news and we'll be right back. Exercise 24A, page 220.
As more and more people fall victim to food poisoning, reports show that standards of food hygiene are steadily dropping. Since the 1980s, reported cases of food poisoning in England and Wales have risen sevenfold, with increases in Scotland and Ireland too. Experts are unable to come up with a clear explanation for this, but there has been speculation that as the population increases and the demand for food grows, there are likely to be lapses in hygiene in food processing. Another reason that has been put forward is the trend towards eating out and snacking rather than eating home-prepared food. With most foods vulnerable to contamination, such as chickens and turkeys, consumers can protect themselves by taking care that the food is always carefully cooked and refrigerated. Fresh items, such as fruit and vegetables, must always be well washed. However, it seems that little can be done about shellfish, except to avoid them entirely, since these creatures feed off the waters in which they live, and, given the high levels of pollution in our seas, inevitably absorb bacteria and viruses from their environments.
Exercise 25A, page 221.
Listen to this. It says that children from local schools have volunteered to form groups to clean up the beaches before the summer comes. Isn't it wonderful that they should do that?
Yes, of course it is. And thank goodness for their enthusiasm. We should feel very...
Except to avoid them entirely, since these creatures feed off the waters in which they live, and, given the high levels of pollution in our seas, inevitably absorb bacteria and viruses from their environments. And the demand for food grows, there are likely to be lapses in hygiene in food processing. Another
for littering.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Time flies. We've got to go to the 1 o'clock news and we'll be right back.
We have.
But the fines you're proposing have made people think that all the government is after is more money in the kitty. Seatbelts. There was no increase in fines. Rather, through a well-organised and very extensive information campaign, the government managed...
Of course, information... respect the highway code, feeling that violating it endangers their very lives. We've got to find a way to convince them that...
Make sure that...
Understand. Just as important to respect the board. These measures are to do with public cleanliness and respect for our environment. This government has been trying for a very long time to convince citizens not to throw litter on streets, to make sure that walking on the grease, falling and hurting themselves. It really is a matter of making it very clear that there simply is no choice but to be considerate of our environment and grossly underestimate the possible consequences of such an offence, and as a result, such a fine looks a bit steep. But the truth is, it is a very serious issue. Apart from leaking rubbish...
Exercise 23B, page 220.
We have increased the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, despite a scientific consensus that global temperatures are rising as a result. In 1980s, already present in 2 popular orbits for cascading to begin. By the time the cascades have run their course, in 100 years or so, even small spacecraft will suffer damaging collisions after just a few years.
Sample interview, page 221.
Now, to finish off, we're going to talk about the environment in general. Are the world's governments doing enough to protect the environment?
In my view,
people, ideas and beliefs we are surrounded by, as you mentioned, and I do think that these have a strong influence on the way we develop, whether we reject them and look for alternatives, or whether we accept them. Either way, we are certainly a product of them.
Thank you.
Sample interview, page 220.
People, ideas and beliefs we are surrounded by, as you mentioned, and I do think that these have a strong influence on the way we develop, whether we reject them and look for alternatives, or whether we accept them. Either way, we are certainly a product of them.
Thank you.
Sample interview, page 221.
Now, to finish off, we're going to talk about the environment in general. Are the world's governments doing enough to protect the environment?
In my view, no, they are not. They pay a certain amount of lip service to environmental concerns, but they always allow short-term interest to win over long-term environmental protection. There are still so many influential pressure groups which persuade governments to do things their way, and, extraordinary as it may seem, environmental groups do not appear to have much power. Look at road building, for example. We all know that one of the major contributors to the greenhouse effect is carbon dioxide emissions, and one of the biggest culprits is the motor car. Yet, governments still do nothing to dissuade people from buying as many cars as they can afford. In fact, one could say that they encourage car ownership by building more and more roads to accommodate an even greater number of cars.
And there is very little funding for research into powering cars by other means. Alternative sources of energy exist, and the technology to use it is there. But there simply isn't enough interest from governments in promoting it. I'd like to take up something else you said too, about pressure groups. Obviously, if governments can respond to one set of lobbies, then they can respond to another. What needs to be done is for environmentalists to form their own pressure group and lobby governments to take decisive action. Any protection we have at the moment comes from individual environmental groups, and in many cases governments mistrust them and put obstacles in their way. It's high time that those in power around the world realize that they have a duty to protect their citizens against those who wish to destroy the environment.
Another point is that we have to show our governments that this is what we want.
And the technology to use it is there. But there simply isn't enough interest from governments in promoting it. I'd like to take up something else you said too, about pressure groups. Obviously, if governments can respond to one set of lobbies, then they can respond to another.
To bring up, and that's household waste. According to research, the average household produces literally tons of food which has been pre-packed. And if possible, to provide our own shopping baskets instead of using the plaques from the supermarket.
Instead of baths, and not throw excess water away, but use it to water plants. Then there's energy saving.
Yes, there's been quite a lot written about that recently.
Huge amounts, with the result that groundwater is being used up at a far faster rate than rain can replenish.
Exercise 28H, page 221.
How can people be convinced to leave the city and return to the countryside?
It's a matter of economics. If one asks why people left the countryside in the first place to go and live in cities, it was only because the city offered employment opportunities and the country did not. In many countries, this was how cities initially came into being. It therefore follows that the same incentive would take people back to the countryside. If more jobs and opportunities were available elsewhere, then there would probably be a reverse migration from urban environments back to rural ones.
Yes, people have to have a way to get money. The way we live has changed too, though. People want to get a lot more from their lives than they wanted to in the past. They think they should be given a lot too. If we think about why people want to stay in cities, it's because they can get to a hospital, or they can get a good education for themselves or for their children. They don't want to be far away from these things. They want to be able to get to them easily.
That's true. There are many people who are only reluctantly living in cities because there are simply no adequate amenities. Consequently, if governments were to make it a priority to provide these in rural areas, then more people might return. Another point to think about is leisure and entertainment. Cities do offer a lot in the way of theatres and cinemas, while in country communities there is really very little to do except to stay at home and watch television. Young people particularly find this an intolerably dull existence.
Well, I think there are two things to do in this case. The first thing is to build theatres and cinemas in the country, so that people could get out in the evening if they wanted to. And the second thing is to build better roads and to make a better bus and train system. Then, if people wanted to, they would be able to get into the nearest big city for an evening's entertainment. If people could get everything the city offers, but still live in the country, then they wouldn't want to live in the city.
Self-Assessment Module 5, Exercise 8, page 238. Extract 1.
Oh, I'm glad to be out of that place. It was giving me such a headache. Surely the noise levels in there must have been over the accepted limit.
Yes, it was pretty deafening. The bare walls and floor probably magnify the noise too. It's not just the music though, is it? Though that's bad enough. It's everyone shouting and screaming at each other to make themselves heard.
Yes, it's not the kind of place to go if you actually want to have a conversation with the people you're having dinner with, is it?
Well, judging by how stressed out I feel right now, I'm beginning to think there's something in the theory that high levels of noise and aggressive behaviour are connected. The frightening thing is that it's become so widespread that people seem to accept noise pollution as quite usual.
No, we already know it causes stress, but I read somewhere that the brain acts as a filtering device. In other words, it switches us off to unnecessary background noise because if we were alert to everything that went on around us, we'd go mad.
Well, my brain doesn't seem to be doing a very good job of it right now. My head's really throbbing.
Extract 2.
Martha Goodman is a psychologist who has been working with children and adults for many years. Martha, in your book you say it's a mistake to attribute certain characteristics to each sex, and that parents are often unaware they are doing it.
Not exactly. What I say is that they aren't fully aware of why they're doing it, which is because society tells us it is the right thing to do. It's not an easy thing for a parent to do, to go against what society expects them to. But we need to give boys and girls the tools to respond to society's typecasting
in ways that bolster their self-esteem rather than their sense of being a boy or a girl.
Is this mainly to help girls make their way in the modern world?
No, quite the opposite actually. Both boys and girls benefit from this move away from gender stereotyping, but particularly boys. Despite the value society places on developing male attitudes, encouraging boys to be expressive is essential to their mental health. By not allowing them to show their feelings, we risk making them into lonely, frustrated adults and placing them at a disadvantage in the workplace, which is becoming increasingly dominated by women.
Extract 3.
Suffragettes from Britain, under their founder, Mrs. Pankhurst, at first organised protests that were strictly non-violent. However, frustrated by their lack of success, they began to use more belligerent tactics, advocating force as a means of securing political change. They orchestrated huge demonstrations, heckled politicians, and set fire to homes of prominent political figures. They did this in an attempt to encourage the insurance companies, who were having to pay large amounts in compensation for these acts of sabotage, to feel the need to persuade the government using force as a means of securing political change. They orchestrated huge demonstrations, heckled politicians, and set fire to homes of
separate all household waste into different categories for recycling. Quite a lot written about that recently. It would seem that we are very wasteful there too. Again,
Practice test. Listening. Part 1. Extract 1.
Well, I can honestly say that these have been the most stressful 12 months I can remember. Everything just seemed to go wrong. I mean, to begin with, we were supposed to be moving house from Aberystwyth in March, but there were endless complications, first one thing and then another. It all started when the buyer pulled out at the last minute, which I know shouldn't be totally unexpected these days, but when it happens to you, you know, it just throws you. So of course we lost the option on the house we had lined up, which meant we'd have to start the whole process all over again. And then, as if that were not enough, a couple of weeks after that, my husband had an accident, falling down an uncovered manhole in the street, would you believe? Anyway, he was laid up for the next 4 months, and after that, he couldn't walk without crutches for simply ages. Well, I can honestly say that these have been the most stressful 12 months I can remember. Everything just seemed to go wrong. I mean, to begin with, we were supposed to be moving house from Aberystwyth in March, but there were endless complications, first one thing and then another. It all started when the buyer pulled out at the last minute, which I know shouldn't be totally unexpected these days, but when it happens to you, you know, it just throws you. So of course we lost the option on the house we had lined up, which meant we'd have to start the whole process all over again. And then, as if that were not enough, a couple of weeks after that, my husband had an accident, falling down an uncovered manhole in the street, would you believe? Anyway, he was laid up for the next 4 months, and after that, he couldn't walk without crutches for simply ages.
Extract 2. People have always had a tendency to be obsessed with age, and the sale of life-extending elixirs has, not surprisingly, always been big business. In the past, people have been persuaded to do all kinds of things in order to regain their youth, like, for example, drinking gladiator blood, or even injecting themselves with concoctions made from monkeys and guinea pigs. And even nowadays, a lot of people are happy to pop anti-aging pills and inject themselves with youth-giving hormones, whatever the cost. But have any of these strategies ever really worked? Let's ask Professor Hayflick, who is an authority in the field of aging. Professor?
Well, obviously a lot of research is still going on in this field, but so far no intervention has been proven to slow or stop aging. In fact, evidence suggests that even the most legitimate anti-aging therapies can only make you a bit healthier, which reduces your risk of dying young. They neither make you young nor increase your lifespan.
People have always had a tendency to be obsessed with age, and the sale of life-extending elixirs has, not surprisingly, always been big business. In the past, people have been persuaded to do all kinds of things in order to regain their youth, like, for example, drinking gladiator blood, or even injecting themselves with concoctions made from monkeys and guinea pigs. And even nowadays, a lot of people are happy to pop anti-aging pills and inject themselves with youth-giving hormones, whatever the cost. But have any of these strategies ever really worked? Let's ask Professor Hayflick, who is an authority in the field of aging. Professor?
Well, obviously a lot of research is still going on in this field, but so far no intervention has been proven to slow or stop aging. In fact, evidence suggests that even the most legitimate anti-aging therapies can only make you a bit healthier, which reduces your risk of dying young. They neither make you young nor increase your lifespan.
Extract 3.
So, how did Panic Theatre begin?
Well, I got my first taste of fringe theatre in the late 1980s, when experimental theatre was really where it was at. And there were Arts Council grants to be had. All you had to do was devise your own work and apply. And so that's what happened. My friend Gareth Edwards had come up with the name and had already booked us into art centres in Oxford, Bristol and Newcastle. We had all the basic qualifications of a good fringe company. We were a small clique of friends from university, we were middle class, and incredibly idealistic.
And did you have a particular aim at that time?
Our company aim was to produce classical texts using a physical approach. Physical was a buzzword at the time. The theory, as far as I could grasp it, was that we weren't going to be actors so much as physical instruments. The practice was that we performed in bare feet and did lots of strange warm-up exercises.
So, how did Panic Theatre begin?
Well, I got my first taste of fringe theatre in the late 1980s, when experimental theatre was really where it was at. And there were Arts Council grants to be had. All you had to do was devise your own work and apply. And so that's what happened. My friend Gareth Edwards had come up with the name and had already booked us into art centres in Oxford, Bristol and Newcastle. We had all the basic qualifications of a good fringe company. We were a small clique of friends from university, we were middle class, and incredibly idealistic.
And did you have a particular aim at that time?
Our company aim was to produce classical texts using a physical approach. Physical was a buzzword at the time. The theory, as far as I could grasp it, was that we weren't going to be actors so much as physical instruments. The practice was that we performed in bare feet and did lots of strange warm-up exercises.
Extract 4.
I used to think that preparing a room for decoration meant shifting the sofa to paint behind, but that was when I worked as a professional decorator. Years later, working on my own place, I came to appreciate preparation as a more nebulous time. spent skiving, drinking tea and not actually decorating. Only now, when I have far more unpleasant things to do, such as fending off the taxman, does preparing a room seem like recreation, which is exactly what it should be. Elevate preparation to a phase 1 perhaps, so that only when the entire phase is complete can you proceed to phase 2, applying paint. Otherwise you'll find yourself sanding a windowsill onto a freshly glossed radiator. You'll be getting dirty, so make sure you wear the right kit. My preference is for overalls and goggles, easy to wash. Then clear the room, don't mess about, remove ornaments, books, coffee tables and plants, then move the big stuff into the centre and cover with dust sheets. Don't use newspaper as it gets out of control. I used to think that preparing a room for decoration meant shifting the sofa to paint behind, but that was when I worked as a professional decorator. Years later, working on my own place, I came to appreciate preparation as a more nebulous time, spent skiving, drinking tea and not actually decorating. Only now, when I have far more unpleasant things to do, such as fending off the taxman, does preparing a room seem like recreation, which is exactly what it should be. Elevate preparation to a phase 1 perhaps, so that only when the entire phase is complete can you proceed to phase 2, applying paint. Otherwise you'll find yourself sanding a windowsill onto a freshly glossed radiator. You'll be getting dirty, so make sure you wear the right kit. My preference is for overalls and goggles, easy to wash. Then clear the room, don't mess about, remove ornaments, books, coffee tables and plants, then move the big stuff into the centre and cover with dust sheets. Don't use newspaper as it gets out of control.
Part 2.
In this week's programme on famous popular singers of the 20th century, Wilfred Soames is going to talk to us about the great American singer-composer and jazz and pop legend Peggy Lee. First of all, Wilfred, what was it about her voice that was so special?
Well, she had a cool, breathy voice that was almost unsurpassed in its flexibility, in its ability to follow the beat and spirit of a ballad, blues or jazz song with remarkable ease. She was certainly in the same league as Billie Holiday, Ella Fitzgerald and Bessie Smith, but unlike Ella Fitzgerald, who made vocal acrobatics sound as easy as singing in the bath, Lee cultivated every move she made on stage, from the curl of a lip to the arch of an eyebrow or the resolving note of a song. It was a mesmerising act, and countless vocal artists, including the late Frank Sinatra and Elvis Costello, quote her work as an inspiration.
Indeed. I think Sinatra described her presence as pure elegance and charm, didn't he? Now, Peggy Lee wasn't her real name, was it?
No. She was born Norma Dolores Eggstrom in 1920 in Jamestown, a North Dakota farming town, where her father worked as a handyman and part-time railroad station agent. Her mother died when she was 4, and she didn't get on well with her stepmother, who used to beat her. She began singing when she was 14, earning 50 cents a night at gigs for local school parents' groups. A few years later, she was singing on a local radio station, and this is when she acquired the name Peggy Lee, a name change suggested by the programming director.
And after that she went to Hollywood, didn't she?
Yes, she arrived in Hollywood with just $18 to her name, supported herself working as a waitress, and started singing with swing bands and some solo work in nightclubs. By the late 1930s, she was working with bands on the West Coast and in Minneapolis and Chicago, but her real break came in 1941, when the famous band leader Benny Goodman, then known as the King of Swing, hired her to sing with his band after hearing her perform at a Chicago hotel. Then, in 1942, Lee recorded her first major hit, the million-selling Why Don't You Do Right? By the time she left Goodman after 20 months, her career was made. She had fronted the biggest swing band in the United States and followed that period with touring and radio performances. She worked with Capitol Records for a bit and had quick successes with its A Good Day and Mañana.
And she didn't only sing, did she?
No, indeed, she composed too. In 1951, she provided the lyrics and several characters for Disney's Lady and the Tramp. And in 1954, she composed the theme for the western Johnny Guitar. She appeared in films as well, most famously opposite Danny Thomas in the 1954-55 remake of The Jazz Singer, and she was cast as a blues singer in Pete Kelly's Blues, for which she got an Oscar nomination. Her film career was short-lived, though, and she needed little persuading as to where her best options lay, her singing. She'd become one of the best-loved performers in the US and much of the world, and her concerts began to be sellouts that even Frank Sinatra had trouble rivaling. Jazz critics christened her Miss Standing Ovation. Of her many hit recordings, the song Is That All There Is won her a Grammy for Best Contemporary Female Vocal Performance in 1969.
But her later career was hampered by ill health, wasn't it?
Well, Lee was a diabetic and stopped work twice due to pneumonia in the 1950s and 1960s. She also suffered a serious fall in 1967 that affected her sight and hearing and made standing difficult. And in 1985 she had arterial surgery and a double heart bypass. Yet she continued to use her remarkable achievements. More than 650 recorded songs on more than 60 albums, many of them gold discs to entertain audiences worldwide. In 1994, aged 73, she sold out the Royal Festival Hall in London, though singing from a wheelchair. So she really didn't let her health problems get the better of her. It wasn't until 1999, when she suffered a stroke that impaired her voice, that she had to stop performing.
In this week's programme on famous popular singers of the 20th century, Wilfred Soames is going to talk to us about the great American singer-composer and jazz and pop legend Peggy Lee. First of all, Wilfred, what was it about her voice that was so special?
Well, she had a cool, breathy voice that was almost unsurpassed in its flexibility, in its ability to follow the beat and spirit of a ballad, blues or jazz song with remarkable ease. She was certainly in the same league as Billie Holiday, Ella Fitzgerald and Bessie Smith, but unlike Ella Fitzgerald, who made vocal acrobatics sound as easy as singing in the bath, Lee cultivated every move she made on stage, from the curl of a lip to the arch of an eyebrow or the resolving note of a song. It was a mesmerizing act, and countless vocal artists, including the late Frank Sinatra and Elvis Costello, quote her work as an inspiration.
Indeed. I think Sinatra described her presence as pure elegance and charm, didn't he? Now, Peggy Lee wasn't her real name, was it?
No. She was born Norma Dolores Eggstrom in 1920 in Jamestown, a North Dakota farming town, where her father worked as a handyman and part-time railroad station agent. Her mother died when she was 4, and she didn't get on well with her stepmother, who used to beat her. She began singing when she was 14, earning 50 cents a night at gigs for local school parents' groups. A few years later, she was singing on a local radio station, and this is when she acquired the name Peggy Lee, a name change suggested by the programming director.
And after that she went to Hollywood, didn't she?
Yes, she arrived in Hollywood with just $18 to her name, supported herself working as a waitress, and started singing with swing bands and some solo work in nightclubs. By the late 1930s, she was working with bands on the West Coast and in Minneapolis and Chicago, but her real break came in 1941, when the famous band leader Benny Goodman, then known as the King of Swing, hired her to sing with his band after hearing her perform at a Chicago hotel. Then, in 1942, Lee recorded her first major hit, the million-selling Why Don't You Do Right? By the time she left Goodman after 20 months, her career was made. She had fronted the biggest swing band in the United States and followed that period with touring and radio performances. She worked with Capitol Records for a bit and had quick successes with its A Good Day and Mañana.
And she didn't only sing, did she?
No, indeed, she composed too. In 1951, she provided the lyrics and several characters for Disney's Lady and the Tramp. And in 1954, she composed the theme for the western Johnny Guitar. She appeared in films as well, most famously opposite Danny Thomas in the 1954-55 remake of The Jazz Singer, and she was cast as a blues singer in Pete Kelly's Blues, for which she got an Oscar nomination. Her film career was short-lived, though, and she needed little persuading as to where her best options lay, her singing. She'd become one of the best-loved performers in the US and much of the world, and her concerts began to be sellouts that even Frank Sinatra had trouble rivaling. Jazz critics christened her Miss Standing Ovation. Of her many hit recordings, the song Is That All There Is won her a Grammy for Best Contemporary Female Vocal Performance in 1969.
But her later career was hampered by ill health, wasn't it?
Well, Lee was a diabetic and stopped work twice due to pneumonia in the 1950s and 1960s. She also suffered a serious fall in 1967 that affected her sight and hearing and made standing difficult. And in 1985 she had arterial surgery and a double heart bypass. Yet she continued to use her remarkable achievements. More than 650 recorded songs on more than 60 albums, many of them gold discs to entertain audiences worldwide. In 1994, aged 73, she sold out the Royal Festival Hall in London, though singing from a wheelchair. So she really didn't let her health problems get the better of her. It wasn't until 1999, when she suffered a stroke that impaired her voice, that she had to stop performing.
Part 3.
And our guest tonight on Ask a Celebrity is one of Britain's best-known chefs, presenter of the cult TV cookery series The Nimble Chef, writer of the best-selling book that accompanies it, and perhaps the byword for a trendy, young, dynamic style of cooking, Jake Oliphant. Hello, Jake, and welcome to the programme.
Hi, it's great to be here.
Now we have a sack full of questions from viewers for you, so I'm going to have to be a bit selective here. First of all, there's a question from T. Sayers from Liverpool asking, when did you start to cook and why?
Well, actually, I started when I was very young, about 7 years old. I wanted some pocket money, and my parents had a restaurant, so I helped the chefs. It was easy money. But I didn't want to become a chef professionally until I was about 16. I'd been doing a lot of cooking before that, but the move to do it as a career was a big one.
And you studied at Westminster Catering College, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's right. And then apprenticeship under some of the great London restaurant chefs. Antonio Carluccio, Rose Gray, Ruth Rogers.
Now we've received several questions from teenagers who want to follow in your footsteps. Let me read you two of them. P. Hughes writes, I am 14 and work in a kitchen. I have all your videos and books and watch you on TV. I really want to be like you. Where do I start? And R. Jones says, I am an 18-year-old student just finishing A-levels. I am very passionate about food, and I would like to know how you got to where you are, and what you would suggest to someone who would like to become a successful chef. So, Jake, can you help them?
Well, if you're cooking already, you're halfway there. So keep up the cooking, and cook the food you want, and work in the places you want, and keep at it. And always try and be the best at whatever you do, even scrubbing potatoes. Then, of course, you should read lots of cookbooks or magazines. Find out what chef inspires you and then write to them and say how you love what they do and ask if you can work with them for a while. If you work hard, they might give you a job, so get working.
Right, now Jake, your TV cookery show was an overnight success, attracting the kind of audience that wouldn't normally watch food programmes. We have a letter here from Ian Gillespie asking, why is it, do you think, that you are so successful?
Aha, I get asked that one a lot. Well, I think it's a combination of things, a little bit of luck, a little bit of passion, and a little bit of knowledge. Everyone was always telling me it was going to be a young person's programme, and I wanted it to be for everyone. And in fact, it's got the biggest young and old age pensioner following on BBC Two. My shows are all about style, simplicity, fun, and getting your hands dirty. And I think that's what really appeals to an awful lot of people.
And also, of course, the fact that the food you cook isn't too fiddly, is it? I mean, you don't put too much emphasis on measuring ingredients, for example, do you? It's rather the antithesis of Delia Smith.
Absolutely. It's all about common sense and a bit of good taste. And plenty of herbs and olive oil.
Now a question from C. Fugal in Newcastle about the possibly pernicious effects of success on your life. She writes, how do you think fame has affected you? And do you think you've changed?
I don't really think I've changed much at all. Though perhaps you'd better ask my wife about that. Certainly, personality-wise, no, I'm the same. But as soon as you realise you're a bit of a commodity, you have to become something of a businessman quite quickly. But on the whole, I just get on with a normal life, really. And the nice thing is I'm known for being myself, so people are quite nice when I meet them.
And our guest tonight on Ask a Celebrity is one of Britain's best-known chefs, presenter of the cult TV cookery series The Nimble Chef, writer of the best-selling book that accompanies it, and perhaps the byword for a trendy, young, dynamic style of cooking, Jake Oliphant. Hello, Jake, and welcome to the programme.
Hi, it's great to be here.
Now we have a sack full of questions from viewers for you, so I'm going to have to be a bit selective here. First of all, there's a question from T. Sayers from Liverpool asking, when did you start to cook and why?
Well, actually, I started when I was very young, about 7 years old. I wanted some pocket money, and my parents had a restaurant, so I helped the chefs. It was easy money. But I didn't want to become a chef professionally until I was about 16. I'd been doing a lot of cooking before that, but the move to do it as a career was a big one.
And you studied at Westminster Catering College, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's right. And then apprenticeship under some of the great London restaurant chefs. Antonio Carluccio, Rose Gray, Ruth Rogers.
Now we've received several questions from teenagers who want to follow in your footsteps. Let me read you two of them. P. Hughes writes, I am 14 and work in a kitchen. I have all your videos and books and watch you on TV. I really want to be like you. Where do I start? And R. Jones says, I am an 18-year-old student just finishing A-levels. I am very passionate about food and I would like to know how you got to where you are and what you would suggest to someone who would like to become a successful chef. So, Jake, can you help them?
Well, if you're cooking already, you're halfway there. So keep up the cooking and cook the food you want and work in the places you want and keep at it. And always try and be the best at whatever you do, even scrubbing potatoes. Then, of course, you should read lots of cookbooks or magazines. Find out what chef inspires you and then write to them and say how you love what they do and ask if you can work with them for a while. If you work hard, they might give you a job. So get working.
Right, now Jake, your TV cookery show was an overnight success, attracting the kind of audience that wouldn't normally watch food programmes. We have a letter here from Ian Gillespie asking, why is it, do you think, that you are so successful?
Aha, I get asked that one a lot. Well, I think it's a combination of things, a little bit of luck, a little bit of passion, and a little bit of knowledge. Everyone was always telling me it was going to be a young person's programme, and I wanted it to be for everyone. And in fact, it's got the biggest young and old age pensioner following on BBC Two. My shows are all about style, simplicity, fun, and getting your hands dirty. And I think that's what really appeals to an awful lot of people.
And also, of course, the fact that the food you cook isn't too fiddly, is it? I mean, you don't put too much emphasis on measuring ingredients, for example, do you? It's rather the antithesis of Delia Smith.
Absolutely. It's all about common sense and a bit of good taste. And plenty of herbs and olive oil.
Now a question from C. Fugal in Newcastle about the possibly pernicious effects of success on your life. She writes, how do you think fame has affected you? And do you think you've changed?
I don't really think I've changed much at all. Though perhaps you'd better ask my wife about that. Certainly, personality-wise, no, I'm the same. But as soon as you realise you're a bit of a commodity, you have to become something of a businessman quite quickly. But on the whole, I just get on with a normal life, really. And the nice thing is I'm known for being myself, so people are quite nice when I meet them.
Part 4. See, what do you think makes a good garden?
It's quite a simple thing, but in my opinion, a good garden must have humanity, and that can only come through personality, dedication, a sure sense of place, and, of course, love. There are gardens that demonstrate dedicated work and skill of an extraordinary level, but when there's no love involved, the result is sterile and unlovely.
Well, I think that good gardens have a soul, and I'm sure that the reason for gardening is to make something beautiful, and at the same time to nourish the soul. You need both. A garden with no soul seems somehow empty, and gardens must have personality and style. They must never be formulaic.
Or predictable. And this might seem hypocritical coming from a professional gardener, but most professionally designed gardens simply don't fit that description. It's incredibly difficult to make a good garden for someone else. I've tried and given it up as a hopeless job. Chucking money at a piece of outdoors will merely decorate it, and that is somehow depressing.
That depends on its function, surely. Perhaps public spaces are more amenable to being designed by an outsider than private ones. The impersonality suits them, because in a way they belong to the audience, not to the household.
Well, I think anyone who has a genuine interest in gardening would never get someone to design their garden for them, however public or secluded it may be.
But the truth is that if you are lazy, then you'll never garden yourself. Gardening is hard work. It can be difficult, confusing and frustrating, not to mention the money it could cost you. It demands commitment and a desire to learn and keep learning. You have to accept that you'll get wet and cold, hot and sweaty, sore, tired and depressed.
Well, speak for yourself. But more to the point, it takes up more time than a lot of people have to spare. But gardening can make you feel, at times, as fully alive and as content as body and mind can be. And to my mind, one of the best things about it is that it's never really done. The excitement of seeing a garden grow is exactly the same pleasure as seeing a seedling emerge from the soil and, within a few weeks, become an outrageous flower. Gardens run along a dozen different timelines simultaneously. There are, of course, seasonal and plant-driven timescales, but there is also the human factor. As you grow and change, so too does your relationship with a garden.
In a way, I think it's the relationship that's so vital. I know that I prefer to work in my own garden rather than anyone else's. I like the way that intimacy with a garden only grows with hundreds and hundreds of hours of acquaintance, of seasonal, even daily change, and the knowledge of your plants as they grow from seed to maturity.
But don't you think it's difficult to do alone? Personally, I can't imagine the degree of self-sufficiency needed to make a garden entirely by and for myself. I think a solo garden must be tinged with loneliness.
Do you think single gardeners are necessarily so lonely? A lot of people choose to live alone and are perfectly happy to do things solo and enjoy their own company. Frankly, the thought of having to share decisions about my own garden with someone else horrifies me.
But if there's more than one of you involved, there's discussion, maybe arguments, whatever, an awful lot of what do you think and what if, and it becomes a genuinely collaborative effort. But perhaps I'm just showing a failure of imagination here, and I'm just revealing my personal horror of being really alone.
Well, we're all different, I suppose. See, what do you think makes a good garden?
It's quite a simple thing,
But in my opinion, a good garden must have humanity, and that can only come through personality, dedication, a sure sense of place, and, of course, love. There are gardens that demonstrate dedicated work and skill of an extraordinary level, but when there's no love involved, the result is sterile and unlovely.
Well, I think that good gardens have a soul, and I'm sure that the reason for gardening is to make something beautiful, and at the same time to nourish the soul. You need both. A garden with no soul seems somehow empty, and gardens must have personality and style. They must never be formulaic.
Or predictable. And this might seem hypocritical coming from a professional gardener, but most professionally designed gardens simply don't fit that description. It's incredibly difficult to make a good garden for someone else. I've tried and given it up as a hopeless job. Chucking money at a piece of outdoors will merely decorate it, and that is somehow depressing.
That depends on its function, surely. Perhaps public spaces are more amenable to being designed by an outsider than private ones. The impersonality suits them, because in a way they belong to the audience, not to the household.
Well, I think anyone who has a genuine interest in gardening would never get someone to design their garden for them, however public or secluded it may be.
But the truth is that if you are lazy, then you'll never garden yourself. Gardening is hard work. It can be difficult, confusing and frustrating, not to mention the money it could cost you. It demands commitment and a desire to learn and keep learning. You have to accept that you'll get wet and cold, hot and sweaty, sore, tired and depressed.
Well, speak for yourself. But more to the point, it takes up more time than a lot of people have to spare. But gardening can make you feel, at times, as fully alive and as content as body and mind can be. And to my mind, one of the best things about it is that it's never really done. The excitement of seeing a garden grow is exactly the same pleasure as seeing a seedling emerge from the soil and, within a few weeks, become an outrageous flower. Gardens run along a dozen different timelines simultaneously. There are, of course, seasonal and plant-driven timescales, but there is also the human factor. As you grow and change, so too does your relationship with a garden.
In a way, I think it's the relationship that's so vital. I know that I prefer to work in my own garden rather than anyone else's. I like the way that intimacy with a garden only grows with hundreds and hundreds of hours of acquaintance, of seasonal, even daily change, and the knowledge of your plants as they grow from seed to maturity.
But don't you think it's difficult to do alone? Personally, I can't imagine the degree of self-sufficiency needed to make a garden entirely by and for myself. I think a solo garden must be tinged with loneliness.
Do you think single gardeners are necessarily so lonely? A lot of people choose to live alone and are perfectly happy to do things solo and enjoy their own company. Frankly, the thought of having to share decisions about my own garden with someone else horrifies me.
But if there's more than one of you involved, there's discussion, maybe arguments, whatever, an awful lot of what do you think and what if, and it becomes a genuinely collaborative effort. But perhaps I'm just showing a failure of imagination here, and I'm just revealing my personal horror of being really alone.
Well, we're all different, I suppose.